All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy.
Da, 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 da. I'm here. 1 second. Almost ready.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
25 ways to say shibby. Shibby! Shibby. 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 I'm so shibby.
I'll say
Yeah, I'm well shibby, ain't it, bruv? Shibby
Yeah,
is
bruv,
shit in the
yeah.
world.
Shit, yeah.
Shibby as shibby can be.
I
Shibby.
am as can be. What?
Shibby. Shibby. Shibby?
Uh-huh.
Shibby.
Okay.
Shibby. Shibby.
What?
Can we just stop on the shibbying? How many have we done?
Please do.
I don't
Record
know
some
about... I don't really know. I haven't counted. Me neither. 25
Way
ways
too
to say
many.
shibby.
Stop. Way too many. How many have you done? Nicole is throwing her fingertip at the screen. Her cut off fingertip just fell off. Oh my goodness. Hello guys. Hey, look at this. I'm gonna start. Look at these fans. Oh, Becky B, the first in the house. Me here. I gotta double check. I sound my regular amazing Becky B. Then Pop Culture Paula comes in. Any updates, young lady? Please updates. Pop culture, sports, everything, anything. Let us know. Weather, you guys. Nicole with almost all her fingers. Hello. How is all 9.8 fingers? Great to see you. Look at this. This is Tammy. That's what I'm calling you. Because I love it when T gives, every time I see you now, I think of you being on criminality. So I'm like, boom, there you go. You got a nickname. Tammy. Because T's always, she called me last year too. It's like, Shibby. Nobody else gets that respect in the live shout outs before the show, during, when the show starts. And there's like a million people in her chat, and she's like, this person, that person. And she's like, she sees my name, she perks up and goes, Shibby. I'm like, yeah. So we got Tammy's in the house. Oh my God. Nicole's back. Nicole, are you here? Not your face. Did you go running? Remember, I don't want to make light of it, but there was that one case on Dave's show last night where I guess the woman ran out of the house with a kitchen knife. That was weird, eh? She ran out of the house with a kitchen knife, and then the cops, her friend goes to talk to her in the woods, and the cops tell her to leave her alone and go home or something, and they leave her sitting out there in the woods. Then she ends up being dead. Rabbi, what are you doing up this late, young lady? You're on my morning crew. It's you and Critter who come in all peachy in the morning and, inject your joie de vivre into my boring show. So make sure, I see you got your commando PJs on. No disco dancing tonight, young lady. No, I hope that disco light is not going and the disco ball is not spinning. You're fine. I get it. Okay, you can do like the Macarena once. Okay, I know you love that one. You can do the Macarena in your commando pajamas 2 times. You can do the Macarena twice and the chicken dance for just 2 minutes, and then you must sleep. Okay? Yes. I'm getting ready to head to bed and do the Macarena and the chicken dance. So I'll be listening after I do my dances. Carol, my love, you found me. It's been way too long. It's been what? I think it's almost been like 22 hours. My love, you came in, I don't even remember anymore. Everything's a blur. 130 people are here. I'm going to start the show tonight. But if I can, remind me to drink my smoothie. Thank you. Oh my God, it's still 3/4 of the way full. So, but thank you, because I forgot about it. Then I see this vicarious young one, and I'm like, oh my God, you got a smoothie to slurp for these people. I'm nowhere near the slurping stages, guys. So here, I'll give you a tease. I'll go to the top. That's just a teaser because it's still like basically full. So, this guy, Mr. Accounts. I'm honest for sure. Okay? Can you promise you pick me one and come here with just one? Will it be this one? If you promise me that. So, did I miss it? The vicarious one has come in for her slurp, so that she's gonna have to wait, or go back to any of the recordings I've sent you. She has a catalog, a library of slurping. She sent me a request, and so I made it's like an album, a whole track of like a playlist I made for her. That's it, of slurping. So if you want the fresh one, you'll have to wait a bit. If you want to go back to the live, yes, I did. Don't you? Oh, was I not supposed to say? Okay, we won't come. We won't go public with that yet. I'm totally kidding, peggers. I'm just kidding. He prefers it when I do them live. So here we go. No, I can't. What's wrong with more than? Well, it's a security breach for me, so I won't mod you then. Forget it. Because you ask about being a mod, and I'm not fucking just modding people willy-nilly here. Look at these people, trustworthy, individuals. I can't just do that. Trust me, it's a security breach. That's why. It's for me. So if you don't have to. What? Yeah. What? Mods can do trouble to your channel. I have to go after every show. I go back and check out. Okay, cool. That's perfect then. Come in anytime you want. All right. I wanted you to be, so it was again for me, not for you. I'm hurt now. Fuck. Oh, show's over. I'm shutting it down. Fuck it. Anyways, let's go. You don't have to do anything else. I'm kidding. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm an idiot. I fell asleep. Yeah, I'm on a lot, guys. Oh, Miss Betty Blair. What was it? Betsy. Oh, no, don't you worry. Last night's wasn't very interesting at all. What was it again? Betsy Blair. It was very short. It wasn't even that interesting. I'll give you a quick update because it really was not hers. She's come in a few times, and it was just nothing. I forget exactly that because only 9 pages. I got on my other screen here. Sorry. I did highlight a few things. It did cover the times she arrived and went, but it was really nothing. V, would you like me to do this one again? Because last night's show was a bit weird. Oh, Nicole, did you see that, right? Did you guys see something? I know people, I won't say a name, but people were like, oh, you're stream sniping Dave, right? Hi, Michelle. What is up? It's not that, dude. It's not that. Don't you dare think that. Come on now. Stop it. I have protocols. Come on. It's me, guys. Everything weird I do is for me, and I want to do things for you guys. Just know that's me, never you guys. Michelle, remember when? Yeah, I do. It was on fucking Joe Louis Crime Night. Fucking people around. That's when she started with Prof. Good reminder. Did you see Dave's numbers? Come on, guys. He's fucking, yeah. This is a synergy thing. I'm going to email Dave and we're going to work out something, guys. So if you don't like the Saturday, because basically what I'm going to do on Saturday nights is shut my program down. So if you don't like I thought we had some great synergy and people were bouncing back and forth. Dave and I both got amazing numbers. We're just farting around. Dave, I mean, I had great people and 10 or so criminal network. People were showing up there and subscribing to him. I'm doing it on my other screen now. 1 second. I'm going to show you guys. Come to check this out. He's got more views now than he has in the last 20 shows. Not saying, I'm just saying something synergistic there. Look at his subscriptions are up 20. He was at 360 something. 212 last night's show. That was 18 hours ago. The one before was 209 last week. Then 2 weeks ago, 120, 92, 103. Oh, I'm not even sharing my screen. Sorry, guys. I'm an idiot. So sorry. Here we go. Boom. Idiot. Share the screen if you want people to see it. Wait, what? I did. Do it again. Entire screen. Click this. Oh, I got to choose the screen. Duh. This one? No, not that one. This one. Yes, not the one. Not my StreamYard. Present at boom. Oh my God, I'm getting so good at this. So look at this. Let's do that again. Sorry. Last night's show that Dave did, and I didn't close mine down. I was just farting around trying new stuff. 212 views 18 hours ago. The week before, 209. So he's already got 3 more than a whole week ago. 120 before, and they're great because I've been at all of these all night long, most of them. 120 for the one before, 92 before that, 103, 205. So, and they beat 202. So he was averaging, and look at this, after weeks. These are weeks. A month ago, 152, 165, 107, 180. He never breaking over 200. And look at I snipe and we synergize and share people. And I was going back and forth. We were joking and farting around and having a fun time. I thought it was great. So much less pressure. And instead of me shutting my show down. So I don't know. I'll see if he wants to do a little more synergy, because he was making sound effects and I was imitating him and he doesn't even know what I was doing. I'm not saying this is me. I'm not saying, guys, but something happened for him. 18 hours. He's got his best rating show in the last 4 months. So if people want to say I sniped him, but There was a lot of interaction there. I was in both myself anyways. And then later on, I have 3 other channels. I went and subscribed to him and I've shared them and liked them and all this stuff. So just felt like there was a lot of people were doing both. So when you think about it, look, even me, I got 392 views from last night's show. It's funny because look, it says 10. It was 10 hours, 11 minutes, and 13 seconds. But when you click on it, I'll try to make it so there's no volume. Sorry. No. Sorry. It was, look at 10, 11, 12. It was 10 hours, 11 minutes, and 12 seconds on YouTube. Crazy, eh? Wildness. Wild. Not that it means anything. I just like that. It's fun. Let me get back to not ignoring chat. Ja, where you been? How you doing? How is it over there in that other side of the Milky Way? That pond we like to call, what is it? The Atlantic? Yeah, the Atlantic Ocean. You're way, oh my God. You and your oceans over on a crazy island. All those fish and chips. How are you, bro? Becky B is still here. Mimi, one of my lurker angels. How are you, young, beautiful lady? So what do you think, Nicole? Do you think there was some synergy there or what? And I like it. I like it how all of you guys, like Nicole, you guys went there, and I'm so grateful because we had fun, I thought. And I would suggest when I do that again, I'll talk with Dave and I'll say to him, hey, I want every one of my people to go there. And if a 2 or 3 wanted to stay chatting in my room, it's cool. I'll come back and forth. I'm going to work something out because something happened last night. Some magic began. And I got 392 and he's got his best show ever. Maybe just a coincidence. Are you taking your gummies? Do they help you sleep? Do you take them only, or do you take other drugs? Because don't that make you nervous, the stuff? I guess the stuff's so strong nowadays. I think it makes me I get too tripped out. I don't know. Yes, Mimi was here and there. Mimi was getting praise. Dave loves Mimi. I love Mimi. Correlation and causation. Is that you talking like the synergy? Chemistry, girl. Yeah. You know how we both like Barry White? Hey, girl. Yeah. Slip our back. Here we go. What'd you say? You want it lower? How's this, baby? Did you say you want it lower? How's this, baby? Is this low enough? I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. I'm an idiot. Yes, there was. Thank you. Indica. Puts me to sleep. Girl, then don't you take indica when you're around me. I need you awake. What do I want? A sleeper? Come on. Wakey time, girl. Why are you fighting this? You're a fucking night owl. Stop it, Peggy. You're a night owl. Just stay up like a normal night person. And then, if you have to take anybody anywhere, do stuff in the morning, and sleep the day like a normal person, like a normal night owl. Stop this nonsense. Tammy, my other Tammy Martin. Oh my God, my other Tammy. Hello. Good morning to you. Making sweet love down by the phone. Hey, girl. Do you like Barry? Is it Barry White? Yes, girl. Now, down. I can't get enough of your love, baby. Yeah. Feel it. Pop culture, Paula. Is there any updates, Paula? Is there any updates? Stranger Things 6 announcements, anything. I feel like we need to kind of update sports teams. I forgot to check if my team even won last night. Oh my goodness. I won't do that now. Forget it. Did I miss anyone? So I'm ready to read, guys. I'm ready to read. What's going to happen is, I think for V, do you want me to cover that quick? Because we have time, I believe. Because look at the people on tonight's show are, it just feels like Stacey Eldridge is the start. And then doesn't feel like there's tons of people. Afterwards, Stacey Eldridge is Sergeant Cecil. It's going to be short, 8 pages. And then Bunner is 13 pages. So Eldridge is not even that much. 60. So if you would like, the other two were doctors, right? Who were they again? Oh, these two, Dr. Stuart Grassian and Dr. They were both doctors, but I mean this Erin Warren, he was the worst, a doctor of ballistics. It was, oh my God, the gobbledygook, and just him and Luttrell were having nonsensical arguments, and they would go on and on. The jury, they were talking about ballistics and everything, ridiculousness, but the defense hired this guy. Oh, such nonsense. This whole day, pretty much. But Betsy Blair. So if I probably should, because she's in the beginning of last night's show, but it's interesting. So let's just cover her quickly and start. This is I know V. Would you like that, V? Can I would like to do that for you. Would you accept that as me recognizing you as an extra awesome person? You said you missed. Did you miss Betsy Blair last night? So this is for V. I know she wouldn't want me to do this. She's not begging or asking. She mentioned it, and she would have very graciously, obviously, caught replays and done, not to disrupt. She's not. I know it's not you. I'm doing this because I know you wouldn't even ask. This is what makes me. So this is V special because I said it's fine. You're very welcome. See? Oh my God, you almost talked me out of it. I'm not kidding. If you didn't put that LOL, I swear to God, I started reading. I was about to fuck you. Fuck you, V. Fucking bitch. I'm not kidding. You put the LOL. I was about to say, damn you, fuck. I can't do anything right. Let's get a divorce. First. Man, that's it. You're on the couch tonight, V. V. Just kidding. You can come back to the room. You can sleep in the room tonight. I'm cool. I'm only kidding. Thank you guys for putting up with me. Nicole and all her fingers. Becky B and her kitty cat. Paula and her updates. Okay. I will let them know. Yes, let them know. Let's go. Oh, I forgot one thing, guys. Let's get us into the mood. Not for Barry White. Get that Barry White out of your head, guys. It's not time for that just yet. Oh my God. We'll do that on our own time. Quiet time. No Barry White tonight. It's just, fuck off. I should update that. Let's do this. Oh, where are you? I have to play back. My mouse is acting weird. You know what it is? It's this mouse pad. I got to get a new mouse pad. Something just, the way it curves, I got to put something until it stays nice and flat. It gets curvy. But I'm doing it on the arm of my recliner. So, show begins. Wrong one. Show begins now for V, who didn't ask. We're going to recover Betsy Blair, and it's just a quick one. So if you guys want to pay attention to the times, it's I don't know why they avoid the first one, but that's fine. So good morning, Baldwin. This is day, what is it again? Day 16 of the trial. The first person up was Elizabeth Blair, Betsy Blair. Good morning, Betsy, from the defense, Baldwin. Good morning. Now, I know you've done this already one time, but can you state your name and spell it for the record? Elizabeth Blair. Lots of letters. Thank you. Betsy, how many questions did the prosecution ask you about the car you observed at the CPS building on February 13th, 2017, when we were here earlier in this trial? The prosecution did not ask. Okay. We're going to talk. Yeah, the prosecution did not want to know anything that would not rail one person. They don't want to solve this. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to know. Don't tell me anything that won't let me nail Richard Allen for the justice of these girls. Right? This is how you get justice, by nailing some guy and just ignoring and pushing and not collecting and lying about everything else, making shit up. So, okay. We are going to talk about that. The car you observed, is that okay? Yes. All right. First of all, before we get to that, am I sharing? Yes, sorry. First of all, before we get, perfect. Sorry. First of all, before we get to that, let's kind of remind the jury how many times and approximately what times did you go to the trail that day? Could you remind the jury of that information? I went to the trail 2 times. The first time I walked for a while and I left for about half an hour. I left for about a half hour and then I came back and I walked again. Okay. And then you came back a second time. Right. And then do you know approximately what time you got to the trail the second time? So the second time I would have gotten to the trail about 1:45 So 1:45 she gets to the second time. Oh, okay. And what time do you think you left roughly the trail after going on your walk around? I believe it was about 2:15. 2:15, 2:15 p.m. Good, give or take a few minutes, approximately. Thank you. What's wrong? Who's ignoring you? How dare you guys? Who's ignoring you? Who's ignoring you, Paula? What? I don't like being ignored. Are you having a tantrum, young lady? What do you mean you don't like being ignored? Who's ignoring you? You just typed that. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Paula. He's asking questions and not. Well, come on, guys. If you're going to be like that, come on. I hope you're joking, guys. You've got to be joking. I'm not seeing every comment, guys. You got to give me a break. I'm reading both these. I don't have. Come on, guys. I hope you're joking. Please be joking. Because, yeah, I'm not reading every comment. Yeah, I'm doing a show, guys. If you guys can do better, please. I'll come and watch. I mean, I'm reading both the questions and answers. So if think I'm ignoring you guys, come on now. I would never ignore you guys. Right now. Okay. Well, I'll get to them. It's not instant, guys. Come on, please. I mean, I'm reading both the quest. I'm reading for both people. Thank you. When you can tell the jury, first of all, how many cars were in what we call the Mears lot. You can call the niches, I think. Yes. How many cars were there when you left? Do you remember? Just mine. All right. And when you left, which route did you travel? Which route did you travel? When I left the lot, I turned left on 300 North. Oh, okay. And what buildings, if any, do you know that you pass if you're headed left on 300 North? There's a business on the north side, and there's a house on the left side, kind of at the corner where you turn, and then there's the empty government building that was there near the trail parking lot. And then there's the entrance to the Anderson's grain facility where Brad Heath was checking the traps. All right. Oh, hi, Boston, BC. What's up? What's up? Drop the donuts. Where's those donuts and those the maple leaf donuts? I love it. Where? Come on. I want to see them. Those Boston Christian loves the donuts and the maple leaf. I love it. Good morning. Good evening. You're very welcome if you're talking. I'm so sorry, Paula. If I miss, I should do better. I should do better when I ask questions. I know. But if you provide updates and I miss them, just know that the whole chat sees them, okay? And I'll catch it after. All right? All right. Yes. Yes. Vicarious vigilantes in the house. Boston Christian. Come on, give me some of those donuts, and I need them. I need a donut for some energy. Some donuts and the leaf. I love how every time, it's like your signature. The Boston Christian signature is the donuts and the leaf. So if I've missed anything, passing messages along. Hello, Boston. Sorry, guys. I'll do better but I just know that I'm doing the question and answers, and I'm looking at a whole other screen. My chat is like 10 feet to the right. Okay, guys? Yeah, well, not 10 feet. It's below this on a different monitor. It's like 5 feet away below. I'm on this monitor I see doesn't have all this stuff on it. Just has this blank, just all I see is this white page. I don't see any of this stuff. This is on my StreamYard, which is a whole other monitor. You guys see this. I don't see, I don't see the banner. It's below me. It's on my other screen, but the one I'm reading is just this page. It's blank. That's what I'm sharing with you guys, right? So for me to read both of these and then keep an eye on chat too. Yes, 190, 200 people, Pegs. 200 people. Thank you. Squirrel. Thank you. Okay. Now, that government building, what was known by back in those days in 2017? I have no idea. She seems to have different names for everything. She's calling the Mears entrance the niche lot, and then she's calling this building something else. And did you ever hear it called the CPS lot? Other people have called it that since then. Oh, okay, but that's, you passed this. What other people would call the CPS lot? Yes. Oh, okay. And when you passed that lot, what did you observe in terms of any vehicles? I saw one vehicle in that lot. Oh, okay. And what, if anything, caused you to notice that vehicle in that lot? The reason I remembered it is because it was not parked how other people park when they go to the trail to walk. It was parked near the empty building, and it was turned around so that the front was toward the county road and the back was toward the new highway. Oh, okay. Kind of like somebody had backed in for maybe a quick getaway or something, or just a getaway a little bit so they don't have to back up. It was backed in. And what else, if anything, did you notice about that vehicle that stood out? Just the overall shape of it, and it looked to me like it had sharp angles. It looked like a four-door sedan. Okay. Did it remind you of any vehicles that you had seen in your time on this earth? Yes. After I thought about it later, it reminded me of a car that my father had years ago. That was a 1965 Ford Comet. What color, if any, do you remember that car being? I don't really remember the color, but I remember talking about what it wasn't, which it wasn't a bright color. I believe I said it wasn't red. It wasn't yellow, but I didn't really know what color it was. So here I would continue reading, but responsible Shibby is gonna check chat. Look at, there we go. Boom. Good. Oh, love the emojis, guys. Love them. Why? You love that donut one, don't you? The donut and the leaf. I love it. You can never use your wrong emoji here, people. Look at you. I'll always say it. Everyone knows my motto, and V loves hearing it. Same as a vicarious one. I love NHL hockey, MMA fighting, car racing, and emojis, cool ones. And I'm not letting the chomos and the demons that some people say steal the emojis. Emojis are fun. They're innocent. They're pure. They're like children. And I'm not letting them rob them. So please, for me and yourselves, if you ever, they're fun. They're expressive. They're that. They're nothing else. I'm not letting those people ruin it for us. So thank you for being a part of the gang and taking back from those awful people that would abuse animals and children, and those emojis, they're not hijacking them. So thank you for being here. If you know what I mean, thank you for not backing down and shying away because it might look weird. No, thank you. Perfect. Because those people that want to steal them and ruin everything, no, they've ruined this area of Delphi, the beautiful parks and all that, the trails, and people that have ruined emojis and try to say it means this or that. No. What does it mean to you? When you use an emoji, what does it mean to you? Right? Well, there's a few that just, it is a vegetable. Yes. Well, Okay, so there's a few that just, but I mean, if it's for all of us, right? I don't like it when people try to steal the emoji to be just for them and their crowd. So great point, V. Great point. It's a vegetable, and it's not. No, but it's for all of us. It's inclusive, right? So we need to be inclusive and not let certain groups hijack them. You know what I'm saying? I know you know what I'm saying. I know you guys know, but just yes. I know you guys know what I'm saying. TJ is here. I'm doing the TJ. I'm just catching up. I'm doing Betsy Blair again. Okay. David Rogers. Oh my God. What's up, bro? This is Mr. Moonman, David Rogers himself. He is. No, you don't have to be. You don't have to do it. They're not mandatory. Okay, guys. They're not mandatory. Just know that if you wanted to and are thinking, oh my God, it may look like this or it may look like that. Don't, please, like, do, if you feel like expressing yourself with them, you don't have to. I'm sorry to say, like, you know what I'm saying? I know you know. But this guy here, he's termed my #1 nickname. He coined it. The Moon Man, Mr. Mullins, Moonman Mullins. This guy coined that phrase. So just know when you hear me say Moonman Mullins, it's credit to this guy. I fucking love that. It's the best nickname I have. Makes no sense and it's hilarious. Perfect. So let's get back to the 190 people pegs. Did you also say that it was not a black car? I don't recall that. So would it help refresh your recollection if I provided you a transcript of a prior statement from April of 2019? This is great. April of 2019 is perfect because it's weird how she came in on May the 7th of 2019 to talk to Tony Liggett. For some reason, I guess we don't have that statement. And then 3 weeks later, on April the 1st, 2019, Tony Liggett feels the need to write up a narrative of what he remembers her saying 3 weeks earlier on May 7th. And then on April 1st, Tony Liggett puts out a statement, a narrative of what he remembers, right? That whole tip narrative is orange and blue, and the first page is redacted. He's lying in there, right? Right? Because he knows she's coming in on April the 2nd to do this other one. April the 2nd, she comes in to draw that car picture. It says on it, you know, that yellow paper with the car, the square car picture. You guys know it. Oh boy, you guys know it. I think I've already drawn it once here, but just for the people, by the people. She drew that exactly like this. Oh, I'm on my, oops. My mouse. I'm trying to do this on my armchair, my chair, my arm, my boom. Oh, boom. Oh, perfect. Boom. Boom. Oh, the last one. It's got to go. So it's a little bit off. Boom. Oh, sorry. You guys know what picture. Perfect. A little bit off. Picture it kind of this. The car's jacked up. Maybe it's got Krager rims like Dewey's waterbed van. Right. This is so you know the picture she drew, right, guys? It's that. She comes in and draws it and does this. She puts down April the 2nd. She draws this on her. She puts down April the 2nd, 2019. Liggett, some reason, puts a narrative out on April the 1st of what she came in and said on March the 7th, like 3 weeks earlier. She was in to give a statement. March 7th, 2019, she gives a statement. Liggett, the day before she's coming in again, seems to put out his narrative on April 1st for some reason. I think it's because he wants to squeeze in something or his tip or his how he thought it went. Instead of us hearing that, he gets to put a narrative of what she just said. For some reason, these guys are dirty, even though she's coming in again to draw this on the 2nd and give obviously another statement. So these guys are dirty as hell. Because again, first of all, if she was just in 3 weeks earlier on March 7th, what do we need this April 1st narrative from Liggett? And then again, also, if she's coming in the next day to do stuff and give another or update them because maybe let's just get rid. Why do these guys get to give us their narrative? Screw your narrative, Liggett. She's here. She's been here. She was just here 3 weeks ago. She's coming in tomorrow. Take your narrative and go. What do we need it? What do we need it for? Just these guys are they're sneaking things in and like, oh, this is what I remember her saying. Well, if you forget to write a narrative, just come in tomorrow, dude. Get your pen out. Make sure your recordings are working. Stop this nonsense of losing stuff and not having what people say. We don't want your narratives, guys. We want what they said. Doolin, play the tape. You were holding Richard Allen's phone in your hand on February the 19th or the 17th. You're sitting there at Save-A-Lot, Dan Doolin, talking to this guy, holding his phone in his hand, your hand, taking the battery off, writing down IMEI numbers, recording this whole conversation. The car is probably parked right there in a spot beside you. You know, he would have probably let you do anything you want. If you had a USB extractor to, you know, hook up to his infotainment system to get all his car info. So what? Then 5 years later, you guys want to pretend all this stuff? It's amazing, amazing. He sits there with the guy, holds his phone, takes the battery off, writes down all the numbers. And the guy tells him anything he wants. A couple days after, meets him at the Save-A-Lot. He would have gave him his phone. He would have done anything. He would have came to the station to let the automotive mechanic, you know, check his infotainment and download his car info. And these guys are amazing. So would it help refresh your recollection if I provided you a transcript of a prior statement from April 2019? Yes, thank you. May I approach, Judge? You may. That's Judge Gull's voice. You may. It sounds exactly like her. I'm handing you a statement from April the 2nd, right? So let me double check. Hey, Nature, what is up? How you feeling? You feeling better, girl? You said you weren't feeling well last time. I hope you are. Have I missed anything? Look at this. So TJ is in the house. I've said hello to everybody. Paula, you're amazing. Hopefully I do more to not upset you guys. Just know I mean well. I mean well. I mean well. Look at this one. Oh my God. You've got to come here more. I need you and your emojis here more, please. Are you from Boston? I haven't really thought to ask. I'm guessing you're a Christian. You like that cool cross emoji. Love it. Everything's welcome. Everyone and everything. If you're into nature and you're into love, you're welcome here. And I hope you're feeling better. You said you were sick. So I hope you're feeling better. Let's do this for the people. Dewey, where you been, bro? Dewey, what is up? Hello, Dewey. Perfect. You're very welcome. So here we go. The Pats are going to be in the AFC Championship game. So I missed it. Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. I will do better. I will do better. The Vicarious one is in the house. Yes. Look at that. There's some respect, Pegs. Look at this. You got some Vicarious emojis along with that. Love it. Love it. Almost ready to slurp. Almost ready. I'm there. So, Peggy, special request for the Vicarious Vigilante. Cleaning my cup so I don't have to later as much. The bottom with my straw. To V and everyone else, here's the straw. Boom. I don't like doing that, but I know the people will love it. It's ridiculous. I know. For some reason, the people love it. 190 people. I do it for you guys. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Perfect. We'll talk about that later. Just kidding. I'm an idiot. So thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate each one of you. I don't deserve any of you. I love all of you, right? I'm handing you a statement from April the 2nd, the day after Tony Liggett seemed to figure he needed to write a narrative of what you said 3 weeks earlier on March the 7th of 2019. Yes, that one. And I ask you to turn to page 7 at the bottom. I think it's line 25, particularly. Diener's, which statement are you referring to, Mr. Baldwin? April the 2nd, 2019. Tell me, when you're done reviewing that, Betsy, ready? Okay. Sorry. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you said that the car was black? So in 2019, when I was speaking with the investigators, I said it was a nondescript color. Judge, that's the prosecution. They say judge really weirdly. Nick says it the worst, but Diener also. Judge, may I object? Proper use of the transcript would be to have her read it, see it. If it refreshed her recollection, then take it back, and then he has not done so. Tattletale. Oh my God. Correct. Oh, Judge Gull. Correct. Man, thank you. Thanks, guys. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you said the color of the car was black or not? In 2019, I said it could have been black. You said, I'm sorry? In 2019, at the time, I said it could have been black. This is what I drew the other night. I forgot. Oh, boy. See, I'm so glad. TJ, look at TJ. I saved this from the other night. Look at the surprises we get. I forgot I drove this. I did better the other night, see? So this is dedicated to TJ because I started saving these as my own. Oh boy, what a surprise. It could not have been black. Oh, could not have been. Okay, thank you. All right. Did that car look like a hatchback to you? I did not see the back of the car. I saw the side of it, but it looked like a 4-door sedan to me. It's just like, here's a perfect reenactment. In my head, this is what I'm seeing, right? This is it. The steering wheel, the car, you guys get it. Really tiny tires, almost round. Those are Canadian tires. We use square tires up here in Canada. You've seen South Park, right? It's kind of like the car goes wobble, 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 wobble. They're square. I don't know why, but in Canada, we have square tires. Anything you see on South Park is exactly what we do up here. I love it. So did you ever draw for law enforcement the profile of the vehicle that you saw? I did. Well, boom, you're looking at it. I know you guys think you're looking at the car. So don't kid. This is a drawing, guys. This is just a drawing. I'm not trying to fool you. This isn't AI. I did this myself. Judge, may I approach? You may. I'm handing you Defendant's Exhibit Triple L and ask you to look at that for a second. Tell me when you're done. Mr. Baldwin, may I have a copy? Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm done. Boy, let me just double check what's happening. Candy, hello. The Christmas poo. Ooh, you watch it. You love me and he loves you. Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo. Mm-hmm. And Towley. Hey, don't forget to bring a towel. Yes. Everybody loves Mr. Hanky. Heidi ho. No, it's hi or howdy ho. Yes, Peggy, everyone. It's pretty obvious who watches South Park here, eh? Love it. I could watch South Park over and over again. Truly is one for the. Hey, they took our job. They took our jobs. Remember that one? They took our jobs. They took our jobs. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Look at this one. Oh my goodness. Love it. Love it. The check is in the mail. I said, I'll give you 25 cents for every emoji. That's piling up. Oh my God. I think I owe you like $300 already. Thank you. Just kidding. Yeah, but he wouldn't listen, Michelle. Oh, did I forget? Oh, uh-oh. I'm going to go back now. TJ, right. Should have to tell Tom that opinions are not facts. Pictures, I didn't watch it yet. I don't think I can. I'm going to watch it for the people, but I didn't watch it yet. So I'll check up on that. Thanks. Yeah. Does that document fairly and accurately depict what you drew for the police? This is my drawing, yeah. And can you describe for the jury what it is? It's a basic outline of the top of the car. Move to admit defendant's Triple L. No objection. All right, without objection, Triple L is admitted. Move to publish. You may proceed. Thank you, Judge. I have no other questions. Miss Diener, thank you, Judge. Miss Blair, do you recall that you also spoke with police 2017 on February 17th? Yes, I did. And I provided you with copies of all your statements. Yeah, long before trial. Is that correct? Correct. And so you've had those to look at. Yes. Do you remember on February 17th of 2017 telling officers that you noticed the car because it was closer to the building, backed in slightly at an angle? You found it kind of odd that they would park there. And it was not a bright color, nondescript sedan, not new, not really shiny. Nothing really stood out? Yes. And after some discovery, and did I again contact you to tell you that another witness said they saw an older model vehicle pulled off the road between the corner, the sharp left-hand turn, and the CPS building? Do you recall that? Yes. And I told you it was an older model vehicle that might be similar to the one you described. Judge, I'm objecting. Yes. Sorry. Answer. Oh, Betsy Blair. Yes. To this testimony, she's basically, is she a witness or is she an attorney for the case? Right. Because Diener's then trying to say that he told her then that it looked like not the car. She saw the same car as Brad Heath saw on the road, not at the CPS building, therefore. But she's not saying that. The prosecution's trying to conflate the two as one, trying to make her sound like, that's what she thinks. But she said it was at the building, not Brad Heath, the exterminator guy, said he saw an older car, and he described it. This Brad Heath described it as a car that looked like Tommy Lee Jones's cop car from the Fugitive movie. He literally said that. He said it's like an 80s type of car. And then that's when I get into my story about my dad's Dodge Diplomat from 1978 and my mom driving me to Taekwondo class and listening to the Raspberry Beret Prince. And my mom, we're going down the highway and there's a light, it turns yellow. And my mom's one that she can't, she's not the type that would speed up and go through a yellow light. So she I was in my Taekwondo suit. The windows were down. It's like a summer day. Prince is on. 1978 Dodge Diplomat, brown color, four-door, and the light turns yellow, and my mom just we could have easily drove through. She was going down like a hill part. She puts both of her feet on the pedal and just locks the tires up and pulls on the steering wheel like this little 5-foot lady. And I look over and she's like, the car's almost going sideways. And fucking so goddamn funny. Every time I hear this, I think of that. So, and away we go. Sorry. Judge, I shared with you the witness conflicting testimony to ask her if it changed her recollection. That's the purpose of the question. Overruled. Well, Judge, do I have an opportunity to put the prosecutor on the stand to ask her what about that conversation? Certainly. May I continue, Judge? Yes, you may. Miss Blair, I asked you if it would change your recollection about the vehicle that you saw. Is that correct? You did. And did it have any impact on your memory of what happened on February the 13th of 2017? I feel certain that that's the shape of the car I saw at that time. And you feel certain that it was at the CPS building? I couldn't quite hear that. It's okay. You feel certain that it was at the CPS building, correct? Yes, it was absolutely at the building. Hello, guys. Let me just double check. His moderators are going to, Tom's, or was it Where did you watch it on? On Tom's channel? What channel did you guys watch it on? Or was it, because I don't, Oh, good. About 70%, but you're working tonight because it's double time. Excellent. You get paid double time? Oh my God. Can't turn that down. So you have your earbuds in. I know when your boss comes in the morning, you'll have to hide your earbuds. I'll speak quietly. I'm here with you. If you can't respond or type in chat, I know you're listening. I hope you feel better. Let's do this. You're getting double time. I'm on duty, one level up as a Paul Blart security, and I'm watching some construction sites on my cameras. I have a bunch of projects I'm looking at still that I didn't complete yesterday and the day before, for my RC car heavy machinery mechanic of RC toy cars, and I'm reading for you, the people, and oh my God, let's do this together. Emojis, let's go. Boom. Let's do this. Nature, I hope you feel better. I'm here for you all night long. Let's go. Just redoing Betsy Blair for the lovely V who missed it and didn't ask. I'm doing this for her because she's special. Okay. And now, how was your vision back in 2017? Did you have anything in your eyes? Any corrective lenses or anything like that? I wear contact lenses and I have them on all the time. Terrific. No other questions. Mr. Baldwin. No, thank you, Judge. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Miss Blair? Counsel, approach. They're having a sidebar. Do we want to use these questions? We'll see. Let's see. These aren't answers, just questions. They're in a sidebar. No answers until it's over. So, is it possible the car parked in the CPS lot belonged to someone inside of the building working? I think she'll describe it as abandoned, but yeah. Okay, who knows? Do you know if anyone checked to see if it belonged to an employee? I'm fine with that, with those. Yeah, thank you. Sidebar's over. Let's get some answers to the jury's questions read by the Honorable F. Siegel. All right, Miss Blair, is it possible the car parked in the CPS lot belonged to someone inside of the building working? The building looked abandoned, and I believed it had been abandoned for some time. Okay, Mr. Baldwin. No questions, Judge. No questions. Next question. Do you know if anyone checked to see if it belonged to an employee? I don't know if anyone did. Mr. Baldwin. No questions, Judge. Thank you. Miss Diener. No questions. All right. Thank you, Miss Blair. You may step down. You may call your next witness. This Dr. Stuart Grassian. Oh my goodness, this guy wasn't bad, but the next guy was super boring. Thank gosh I did them the other night. So this Dr. Stuart Grassian, he talks about, so I did this last night after Dave's show. So it was really not, it's about the psychology and the solitary confinement. But this guy, Dr. Erin Warren, he was more of like a tool mark ballistics police laboratory type of, oh my goodness. This was, but he was he was called in by the defense. He was independent. He had worked with them guys but sounded almost disgruntled, and oh my God. It was just, if I were to ever tell you to not listen to anything, it was just nonsense. Complete so much. And his answers like, what color is the sky? And he would go on for like a whole page about, oh my gosh. So we're going to do Stacey Eldridge now. Then we're going to do Cecil and Bunner afterwards. So this will be all these three will be defense, prosecution, but the defense is starting. It's about all the, the phone extractors and the data and all that stuff, the iPhone data and all that. Okay. So thank you for being here. There's my friend. We've done this. I'm going to finish it up. So I'll shut it down, but watch this. Boom. Would I save my I've drawn 2 cars now. So yes, I want the cars. I'm doing, oh, I got to pick the right folder. That's the main thing, is to get the right folder here. Where is it? Where is it? Is it here? It's in here, right? In here. This is the right folder. Overwrite it. Yes, I want my changes. Boom. That's called the TJ save. Boom. Here we go. Stacy Eldridge. Man, this is, I've seen this before a million times. Can't wait to see it. Do it again. Let's do this. You guys ready? Have I missed anyone? Hello, guys. Glad you're here. Just know if you have to leave or fall asleep, I'll probably be on until at least 8 a.m. East, because I have to stay up. That's first of all. Second of all, I don't know. Just having fun. So glad you're here. If I annoy you, you can mute me. Listen to somebody else that's interesting, like Tom Webster, and then his chat. Or listen to that replay and just mute me and come and chat with these lovely people. I'll be great. I'll be very fine with that. Anything you want. Talk about the weather, your sports teams, anything pop culture, direct it, please. Direct it, all your pop culture questions to my pop culture expert, Pop Culture Paula. Thank you for being here, guys. Boom. Let's do this. I'll come back to check with chat. Yeah, his mod, was it mod? Yeah, 2 years ago, Tom's mods were blocking me, hiding me, timing me out for no reason. I was being so nice with Tom. Tom and I were joking about things in his chat, like we had like something about broccoli and just nothing, nonsense, joking. Tom would joke with me, and then I would joke back, and it was funny, nothing rude, nothing, just jokes. And they would just get boom. I would just disappear, and I'm like, what? Oh my goodness! So I stopped going to there. I mean, that was before he went really weird. I would have probably stopped anyways, right? But I thought for a time there he was interesting and nice, and just I don't mind their opinions, but once you start getting cold and callous about this whole solitary and eating shit so the other guys don't want to sexually molest him, he's faking and like, I'm like, come on, it's so goddamn heartless. Excuse my language, but I didn't even swear. You know what I'm saying? Just, I mean, one thing that they think guilty, whatever. But to think that a human in solitary is no big deal because they have an iPad and then, he's eating his shit, faking it, so the other guys don't want to sexually molest him and stuff. And oh my God. So cold, no matter what you think of the person, guilty or not, to think that about a human being treated like that is just horrible. So that's part of the reason why I couldn't stay around. So Stacy. So this was the bald one, I believe. Auger for Stacey Eldridge. Stacy, can you please give us your full name? Stacey R. Eldridge. And how do you spell that? She spells it perfectly. And I'm going to apologize because I think everything I've sent you has had the 2 L's in Eldridge. So I'm sorry about that. Can you tell us about your education, please? Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Information Management, and I have a Master's of Science in Computer Information Management as well. After obtaining your master's degree, what did you do for employment? Yes, at that time, I was employed with the FBI as a forensic examiner on the computer analysis response team, and I achieved the rank of senior forensic examiner during that time. And while in the FBI, I did continue my education and training by taking additional computer and technology classes specifically related to computer forensics, mobile phones forensics, tablets, iPads, things of that nature. And then I have since continued my education and training since I left the FBI, taking over 100 computer forensic and mobile forensic classes. I am going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit Triple P. P as in Paul. Can you tell me? No, sorry, P as they spelled it wrong. It's P as in Paula. Spelled it wrong again. OJ, come on. P as in Paula. Triple P. Can you tell me what that is, please? That is my CV. Oh, okay. Does that include all of your education, work experience, training education? Yes, it does. And when was that last updated? It was last updated this year in August. Thank you. Move to admit Triple P. One foundational question, Judge, if I may. Yes. So this is McClellan jumped in. Miss Eldridge, under the expert witness portion from October of 2011, it looks like it's incomplete there. Do you have the remaining information? The United States District Court from the Central District of California, USA versus America, whatever, USA of America versus, and then it just says docket 11 dash. Do you have a complete case number or case name for that? Unfortunately, I do not. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Judge. No objection to the CV being admitted. All right, I will show that PPP, Triple P, is admitted. May I publish? You may. May I call you Stacy? You may. Okay, I'm going to give you a copy of Triple P for you to refer to for one moment. So, your first job after, sorry. May I proceed? Yes, you may. Thank you. Hello, everyone. If I missed anything, trying to be better. Dewey. What? You guys are having a great time. Thank you for being here and chatting up a storm. Love it. If I've missed anything, oh, look at me. I'm so sorry. Also, the Rams beat the Bears. They are moving on to NFC Championship game. Oh my goodness, thank you. I almost missed that. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm trying. Just know I'm trying. And is that okay, Paul? Is that okay if I will get to them a bit late? Tell me. And here, boom. Okay, just kidding. Thank you. Thank you for the updates. Anything, guys? Oh, you're getting cozy. And love you guys. Well, we love you too. And if you fall asleep, you have sweet dreams. Night to you. Get comfy. It's cold everywhere. Hope you're staying warm. And just put the volume on. I'll try not to be too loud. If you fall, I'll drift off to sleep. How about I say it? I'll say goodnight to you. I'll sing a lullaby every hour. How's that? And you'll be sleeping. You won't even know. All right? So nighty night. Here, look at this. Perfect. Here's some emojis to help tuck you in. Look at this. Oh my God, you're going to sleep good after those emojis. Perfect. And away we go. Your first job after obtaining your master's was with the FBI. Is that correct? Oh my God, the FBI. Did I tell you about my shirt I got from... I have an FBI shirt. I got it from Florida. You know when you go and get a shirt from Florida, a t-shirt? And it says FBI, female body inspector. Bam. I attained my master's while I was in the FBI. Okay, I'm sorry. How long did you work at the FBI? For approximately almost 10 years. Wow. While you were there, you worked for the computer analysis response team as a forensic examiner. Yes. Can you tell us what that is? Yes. That is the personnel with the FBI that are responsible for gathering and maintaining and preserving digital evidence. And then we are also responsible for examining that digital evidence. And digital evidence, it's basically anything that can store data. So today, it's your laptops, your cell phones, even your smartwatches, but sometimes, or even your Fitbits. But sometimes we took stuff off of DVRs, gaming stations, and things of that nature. Love. Then you also worked as a digital evidence instructor? Yes, I did. Okay. And what is that? That is where I moved up to headquarters, and I was responsible for the training program to get new FBI digital forensic examiners up to speed. And then I also conducted those training classes as well to get new. At the time you left the FBI, what was your job title? Digital Evidence Instructor. And then I still maintained my Senior Forensic Examiner title at that time. Do you have any certification for digital forensics? I do. What are those? Oh boy. This is what's the problem with having experience, because I could answer this question very quickly. What are those? None. But hers is, I have several experience. What is your experience in I have several different ones. The first ones I'd like to share with you come from the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. Oh my, that's known as IACS. I have their Certified Mobile Device Examiner certification, and I also have their Certified Forensic Computer Examiner certification. Oh my God. I hope they include a couple days worth of just how to pronunciate all this big words. And then I also have another certification from Axiom, which is a forensic software company, and I use their software to conduct my examinations. And so they have me as an Axiom certified forensic examiner, stating I know how to use their tool appropriately. And then I also have another computer forensic examiner certification from another independent body known as JIAC. And then finally, I'm also a licensed private detective in the state of Nebraska. Do you also have a certification for Celebrate? I formerly had a certification for Celebrate when I was in the FBI. I let that lapse since I no longer use it. And then I was also a former cell phone certified examiner in the FBI as well. What do you do now? I do a couple of different things. The main thing that I do is provide the digital forensic examination and consulting. And then I also am an adjunct professor at 2 different universities. Oh my goodness. With a PhD in pronunciation. Have you as part of your work as a digital forensic examiner or analyst, have you ever testified before? Yes, I have. I've testified 3 times for the government when I worked for the FBI, and then I most recently testified for the defense this year in August in St. Croix. Oh boy. Hey, what's up, Just James? Hello. What is happening? What's happening? Not much. What's happening with you? Gotcha, brah. We're here for you. Exact. Grr. Perfectly said, dude. Yeah. Have I missed anyone? If I've missed you, I don't think so. Just what's happening? Not much. Welcome. And let's go. And away we go. And was all of that testimony concerning digital forensics? It was. Now, when you worked for the FBI, did local law enforcement agencies send you phones for extraction or examinations? Yes, they would work with a special agent in the FBI to open up an FBI case, and then he could bring me the evidence from the local agency to work on. And was that a service that the FBI provided agencies such as the ISP? Yes. And when you perform, well, let me ask you this. I'm sorry. Do you have your own business now? I do. What is that called? It's called Silicon Prairie Cyber Services, LLC. Silicon, yeah. Silicon has an E, so Silicon, I guess, Prairie Cyber Services, LLC. And at some point in the last few months, were you contacted to review some materials in this matter? I was. And who contacted you? You did, silly. Oh, sorry, I added that. You did. All right. Did we enter into an agreement for you to conduct those services? Yes, you signed my letter of engagement. And you bill your time? I do bill my time. And is that how you earn a living? It's how I earn my living. What is your normal hourly rate for digital forensic work? My normal hourly rate is $400 an hour. Man, okay, $400 a week is pretty good. So, you have all those courses you probably have to pay for, so you're probably breaking even. All that student debt, and oh my goodness, I understand. You could have just squeaked through high school and started working and just making that per week. You would probably have way more now, but I get it. Some people are just smart. And what are you charging us in this case? In this case, I gave you a discount. It's only $300 an hour. In terms of what is usual and customary in the field of digital forensics and expert testimony, do you know where your hourly rate falls? Yes, I'm right in the middle. There are some a little higher and some a little lower. And how many hours did you work on this case? On this case, I spent about 65 hours. Oh my goodness. 65. So, oh my God. So 10 times, oh, I'm not even doing the math, forget. The actual examination, and then probably about another 15 hours of prep for the testimony. What materials did you review in this matter? In this matter, I reviewed the cell phone extractions from Libby's iPhone. Now, I think there were a couple. There were. Which one did you review? Which ones did you review? The one I reviewed in detail was obtained in October 2011. No, I looked at that. So 2017. So they're going to stop me. They're going to fix that. She meant 2017. Sorry. 2017, not 2011. And was that an extraction that was completed by Brian Bunner of the ISP? Yes, it was. So just remember, we're going to have to pay attention here to all the Bunner gets the phone. He makes an extraction. He gives the phone back to people. He gets the phone back a couple of days later, makes more extractions, and then he gives the phone back to whoever, Jerry and them, or whatever. And then like months and months later, he asks for the phone back, and he gets the phone back again, and he's surprised he gets it back and makes more extractions. And Bunner was going on about each time he would make an extraction, the newer software would help him extract more, which I always thought sounded not true, because I would think at that time you could make an exact copy of what that phone had on it, and maybe the software in the future would allow you to understand more from said extractions, but not that you're able to extract more. It's just that you're able to extrapolate, understand, decipher more from using the updated Celebrate software would help you, would understand more and retrieve more from the data you had. Not that you'll be able to get more off the phone. So they played a lot of semantics with that, and that's probably what we're going to have to pay attention to. And it's going to be confusing. Like extraction 1, extraction 2, this Bunner guy's taking extractions right away and giving the phone back, and giving it back again, and first in and first out, and there's logs and the system files, and oh my God. So hopefully she can really break it down for us, because she's going to help us understand better. Did you review any other reports or data as it relates to this case? Yes, I also reviewed the Celebrate reports that they provided from their analysis there. They had a couple of other reports from a tool known as ILEAP. And then I also reviewed their written reports as well. By written reports, are you referring to First Sergeant Christopher Cecil's reports? I am. Now remember, Cecil's the one who also said that he wrote down 231 10:55 p.m. incorrectly for Libby's Fitbit data when the elevation dropped. And he wanted us to know that he meant to write 2:13:55. The elevation dropped because it better coincides with the video and then I'm going down the hill. And then he also wanted us to know that he needed to change that from 2:13:55 to 2:13:51. And there's a lot of, he wrote things down wrong. So he needed us to change that from 2:31:55 on the bridge, on February 13th, 2017, to Libby's app data going down the hill. He wanted to make the elevation change. Just now, he wrote it down wrong. 2:13:51 is the end result. Or 55, whatever. And there were some appendixes to First Sergeant Cecil's second report. Do you recall that? Yes, I do. Did you review those? I also received the appendixes. Mm-hmm. Annie, what's up? You guys having a good time? Mm-hmm. Yep. Stacey Eldridge, then Cecil and Bunner after that. Mm-hmm. And we threw in a bonus, Betsy Blair again. But we didn't learn all that much. It's just some gobbledygook about her seeing a car and the prosecution trying to pretend Betsy Blair saw the same car Brad Heath saw parked out on the road, not where they're saying Richard Allen's car was. So, and finally, I believe you also may have reviewed some depositions. Yes, I reviewed those as well. And what depositions did you review? Just First Sergeant Cecil's depositions. Now, can you explain to us, generally speaking, what kind of information is stored on an iPhone? Oh boy. Get your pencils out, kids. What information is stored on an iPhone? Certainly. There's a lot of different types of information. There's probably the information that you're all familiar with. At least a little bit, right? It can take pictures, so you have your photos and videos. You can have your text messages. You can send and receive phone calls. You can use many different apps to connect to the internet and social media. So there's all of that information that the user is used to, playing with and doing things with on their phones. But then there's also more to it than just that. There's the iPhone operating system on that phone. As well, it's known as the iOS. And that is what makes your phone work. So it's kind of the thing under the hood, making sure that your phone is working. And in order to get your phone to work, it's got to log and track all sorts of different information about the things that you are doing on the phone, as well as the things that are happening in the background to make your phone work. Would you like me to take that from you so you're not holding on to it? Thank you. Now, just generally speaking, as kind of an overview, when you conduct an examination, is this just kind of clicking on all the files and reading the content? Like if I went through my Word directory? No, it is much more complex than that. Can you tell us kind of generally speaking what this involves? Yes, so part of a lot of what my examination is doing more than just like reading text messages and looking at pictures and videos and reading emails. I'm getting, so to speak, under the hood. I'm getting underneath the operating system and I'm looking at all the things that are taking place on the phone and the stuff that the user can't touch. Well, the stuff that the user can't control. And I use forensic software to help me do that just because it is so technical. There's things that are basically encrypted that I can't read with the naked eye. And it's so voluminous. There's so much of it. There's so many, different files. There's so many records in every file. The only way to get through it in a reasonable time fashion and be accurate is to use forensic software to help us do this. What type of, in reviewing all the extractions and the reports, what forensic software has been used by various people, ISP, yourself, to view the data from Libby's cell phone? There's been a lot of different software used. I couldn't even name off the top of my head everything that the ISP used, but I'm going to talk about the high-level things that were used the most. So, certainly, the ISP used Celebrate to get the data off the phone. They also used it to review the data during the course of their examination and their analysis. They also used Axiom. They used ILEAP, and there's some other software that I did not use. So I couldn't recite those for you off the top of my head. As for me, my primary tool was Axiom, and that's what I used to do the bulk of my analysis. But I also reviewed their Celebrate reports. They're digital reports that I could interact with on the computer. I looked at those as well, and then I also used two different kinds of database software. One is called DB Browser for SQLite, and then the other one is called Forensic Browser for SQLite. And I use those because it's just much easier to work with those database files in those programs rather than trying to do everything in Axiom. So why do we have a program called Celebrate and a program called Axiom when we are all interacting with the same data? Every tool can do something a little different, or it can display the data a little different. I don't know why I don't remember which way I like saying it each time I get there. It can display the data, fucking data. I'm saying data. Data is like the kid in the Goonies, data. So I'm going to remember it's not the kid from Goonies. It's data, not data. A little different. And I think it's just part of the, competitive marketplace. Choose what you like. Now, in terms of my understanding is digital forensics analysis would include an extraction and an examination. Is that correct? Yes, those are the two main parts. I have a feeling it's going to get more interesting soon. I hope it will. Because we're going to get to the actual data. Oh boy, I just said it. What's up, guys? If I missed anything, sorry, guys. Dewey is in the house chatting up a storm. Tom's, I'm going to have to watch this now. You guys have me curious. Oh, the ballistics bullcrap, yeah. Oh my God. Oberg's whole report was gobbledygook. Complete nonsense. Oberg going on about describing E.T., the movie E.T., and basically she's talking about the part, I'm pretty sure she was referring to the part where they're riding the bikes. And do you remember where E.T. is in the milk basket carriage in the front of Elliot's bike, and his brother and all them, they're in like a 4 or 5 BMXs. They're pedaling, trying to get to the forest so E.T. can call home. And the 4 or 5 of them come upon the cop. There's a roadblock, and they got their guns out with these kids. And I don't know, a roadblock. And the kids are riding their BMXs towards, and then all of a sudden they float in the air. E.T. floats them up over the roadblock. She's talking about that in her testimony. And they're sitting, you just see them now pedaling in the air, all of them floating over the roadblock to then land and get to the forest, the woods, so E.T. can then use his contraption he made with coat hangers and kids' toys and record players. And, oh my God, the phone home. And he's holding that flower. So she's going on about that. And then also Oberg used an example of, I'll show you. Oberg used this example too. It was amazing. I use this color because, so Oberg says that if you have sand, right? If you have sand and then something harder, say a tool is your hand. Your hand. You take your hand and you run it through the sand. You leave an impression on the sand. You have something harder that goes through the sand. Like as if she can then look at 4 people's hands and tell who ran their hand through the sand. It was such a ridiculous, comparison about tool marks. Anything harder that makes an impression on anything softer. And she was going on and on about this, the factory processes and Europe and factories and tool and die process, drills, boring, machining processes. She's a professional. She's an expert on tool mark examination, and she wants us to think that anything harder that makes an impression on something softer, she's an expert in. And then the whole process, just-in-time processes and factories and contracting out sources. Oh my God, she went on and on. Complete nonsense. Like nonsense. This whole tool, it's a racket and a half. If you think ballistics is crazy, this is, you take a fork and run it across a banana skin. She's an expert. Now, in terms of, so that was Oberg, not this. I don't know what, I forget what got me off. Oh, because I read your guys' comments. Right? Sorry. See what happens when I read comments, V. Right. Yeah. And then the hand. Oh my God, don't even start. You're right. Yeah. The whole gobbledygook. I mean, we've got all these ways, right? We've got all these cameras at the crime scene. Why don't they just show us when the guy's picking it up with tweezers or something, and then they take a few photos of it and then put it in like the bag or box, right? Where's all that? Come on. What if we watch too much TV? And this whole Faro scan, I want that Faro scan, which is they set up a tripod at the crime scene. Well, the girls are still there, and they took an hours or too long digital photograph, like the whole area, just an imaging thing that spins around and gets a complete rendering of the exact, like a drawing, cartoon figures, but exactly as it was at the crime scene. They've done it. They've said it. Where's that? So, okay. So, understanding. Sorry. Now, in terms of my understanding is digital forensic analysis would include an extraction and an examination. Is that correct? Yes, those are the two main parts. Okay. Tell us what an extraction is. Sure. The extraction is the process where you go about trying to get all of that phone, or, get all of the data, get all the information and files off that phone. And so you're using a tool to do that. And then you're gonna save all that information in a special format on a hard drive. And then later, you should make a copy of that extraction for any analysis or examination or viewing that you want to do. 1 second, need a quick drink, sorry. And we're back. So why is it important to do it in that order? Because if you just get on the phone to start your examination, you are changing things. And by changing things, you could also start to make things disappear, because sometimes there's only so much room to hold everything, so old stuff gets deleted off the phone. Right. But here's one thing I don't like about this, because first in, first out. It's not just keeping the last 1 or 2 logs of certain things. So when the phone is locked and unlocked, it's got to be keeping 3 months and months worth, right? So I can't see how this, and then the only problem I have is the Snapchat photo. So the last Snapchat photo, they say, is 2:07 p.m. on the bridge with Abby. They can't find that in the phone, the same phone that did the Snapchat photo from 1:43 in the car Because to me, it would be impossible. It makes no sense that they find that one in the data, in the cache, the system files of Snapchat. They find the one from 143, but then they don't find the one from 207 that's done afterwards. It makes no sense. Because if it's first in and first out, why would they be keeping that one and not, to me, it's either if that was on Libby's phone, then they didn't want to say they found it because it's from way before that, meaning they got back in the car from the bridge. Whew. I mean, what else could it be? It makes no sense that you would not find the 207 Snapchat, or that it wasn't 207, or that this whole gobbledygook of changing the timestamps is off and they were really dropped off at 1 p.m. or picked up. People are wild. And they're back in another car. I don't even know if we can tell if that's obviously, is that Kelsey's car? Can we examine that photo to see if it matches the interior of Kelsey's car? Because the one where Libby's there and Abby's there, and Abby's in the back seat, and she's it's got to be obviously switched 180 degrees because she's in the passenger seat, so it's really looking this way, and it's reversed. So if you do it with your front camera, the image is not reversed, and yada yada. But man, makes no sense. No way we'd have a 143 phone, a 143 Snapchat in the cache or whatever, and not have the 207 one. It's weird. So. And you yourself did not perform an extraction. Is that correct? That is correct. I did not perform an extraction. Everything that you viewed came from the ISP. That is correct. Now, you did. However, well, let me ask you this real quick. The ISP is one of the programs they used was Celebrate. Yes. Is that a pretty popular program that is used every state, other countries? Yes, it's used all over the world. It's hugely popular in law enforcement. And are there different types, different categories, different types of extractions that Celebrate can perform on different phones? There are. Can you explain that? Sure. There are 3 different types, and they'll all get a little bit different data. There's the full file system, which is the one we want as forensic examiners to do our examination. Yeah, it's going to be like the whole damn phone. Everything exactly as it was. And I can't see how you need anything else. Once you have that, you have it all, right? Then they should just leave the phone alone. Stop touching it to turning it on and off, whatever they should. I don't know. Charge it and keep it charged, or just one time. Have it fully charged, power it off, and let it sit there for the week or month or 2 while you have the one full extraction. In my opinion, I don't know. Because it's giving us not only the user's information and files, it's also giving us everything from that operating system, all of the logs and databases and preferences that the user can't touch or manipulate. Well, it's not so true, but I used to jailbreak iPhones, and if you do it, you can, once you use the exploits to jailbreak an iPhone, there's free software where you can access these system files very easily. But I guess not everyone will be able to do that. So if you don't do that, yeah, Apple really locks them down good, especially now, but even back then. But there were ways. Not everyone would know those. And then there's 2 other levels. The next one is advanced logical. That gives you more of just the user's files and some preference files. But it's not going to give you the database files or the logs that tell more of the story. And then the final one is just the logical, and that's really just sort of the bare bones minimum of files that you can get off of a phone. When you were at the FBI and you were doing extractions, is there kind of a best practice? Mm-hmm. One sec. What's up, guys? I guess so. How could it have been, though? Who says? No. But if she did it, well, then why was the other one on the phone? Libby uploaded it, right, to the snap. So you take a photo, right? how much the uh-oh, come on, do the Shibby motive. Look at you bringing the music. Yeah, it's at the come on, baby, do the locomotive. I'm guessing. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure, right? But it sounds to me like if she did the same thing, she took a photo in the car and it goes to Snapchat, whatever, right? They say they found it in the cache of her system files or something, didn't they? So if she did the same thing on the bridge and uploads it at 2:07, that would be there. For the other one to be there, this one would have to be there. Which two phones? What are you talking about? Who had two phones? Well, if you're talking about Cecil getting his photo from somewhere else, right? But they knew of this photo. They knew of this photo. Hey, Cian, what's up? It doesn't know. There was one phone. It's Libby's phone. You're saying there's two phones? What two phones? Somebody else took that screenshot that Cecil found on the internet, right? 7 hours later. But that's not the one they used, because within an hour, they're on this bridge looking for these girls. Somebody had it. Who? That would be Kelsey, right? Or somebody. Or they had Libby's iPad open, and then they would have had her upload. When she took that photo, it went to the cloud. Whatever it was. So forget this photo Cecil finds. They're on this bridge because they've seen this photo within an hour. Who? What? That's what hey, what's up, CTC? Both girls had a phone. I'm sure she probably did. But did they admit that or say it? Yes, it's one of my favorite movies. Dude, Where's My Car? It's a literary classic. It's a literary classic. If you can watch that, if you like stoner films, oh my God, it's still funny to this day. Dude, Where's My Car is my top 3 favorite movies. Oh, it's a theory. No, great. I mean, yeah, it's good we talk about these. I get it. Of course. What teen girl, like, look at her. Abby had more accounts than Libby did. If you look at the Cecil, Abby was logged in with Libby's phone and she had more accounts than Libby. You know, Snapchat, this and that, you know. So yeah, of course at that age, yes. She was, you know, her mom doing that. It's, you know, it's just, I think, you know, teen girls are going to get there, especially, you know, they're going to get their hands on a phone, even a friend's older phone, even like an iPod. Remember those older iPods? Doesn't need to have a phone. It can connect to Wi-Fi. And then somebody like Libby could have made like a hotspot and shared it when Abby was with her, you know? Right? Depending on how much data Libby had in her thing. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee kids are doing that like crazy. Yeah. Especially if a parent takes a phone away for like a day or a weekend. Well, they probably got a friend's old iPod, and that's fine. Let's go. You got data on your cell phone. I could walk beside you as a hotspot and use my Wi-Fi and connect, you know? So just, I can imagine what I would be doing as a kid. If my parents took my phone, I would have an old one. My friends would give me one. I would go to the store and buy a burner. I don't know. Like, come on. Going to Walmart, just buy a burner. Like, these kids are doing it. And their parents, it's for them to think that they're going to say, hey, you're not allowed to use a phone, and she's getting her hands on stuff. Look at it. So, no. Right. But I mean, it's obvious that it's obvious there probably was something, right? Wait, the one shown in Abby's pocket. Well, was that what you were saying? It's shown in her pocket, right? How do you know what that was? I mean, I get it. Most likely, I wouldn't even doubt it. It's a great theory because, yes, and I agree. When her jacket opened, yeah, it looks like she's got something. Obviously, I would say it's 99.9% likely she had her own phone, or an old iPad, or an old mini iPad, or an old Android, or an old anything, any old smartphone from a friend, because hers she isn't allowed to have one. Even like the iPods, I'm telling you, I have an old iPod from probably this third or fourth year, and it would be good now. You could use it. If my parents took my phone away and I had that really old iPod and my buddies would let me use their data connecting through like a hotspot, that would be good. You could still do a lot with it, just, so, right. Yeah, of course. Like, we all know back then, we all had money to go buy weed and booze, we'd get booze, we'd get weed. And if we were all young back then, we'd be going and buying burners and getting our old friends' old phones given to us, when our parents take ours away or they don't allow them. So I think it's safe to assume, but that phone was 100% meant to be found. For sure. Yeah, of course. Don't even start. Yeah. Because I mean, when I picture that stuff happening, I picture, I would never do this. I would never, ever do this. But you got to picture, okay, if you're going to abduct females nowadays, abduct anyone, especially a man trying to abduct a female or kids or anyone trying to abduct another person, what is the first thing you would think of is their phone. Like on top of that bridge, you got a gun, right? You would say, oh, give me that phone. Give me your phones, guys. Let me check your pockets. Where's your phones? And you'd power them off, smash them with a rock, chuck them in the water, throw them completely the other direction, whatever. You would do it. That's the first thing anyone would do in 2017, ever since these phones really got good in 2000 and 2010. I had an iPhone 3GS I bought for me and my kids. iPhone 3GS was in 2009 or 2010. And man, anybody, even the slowest person in the world, would, today's day and age, you would say, give me your phones. You would frisk the person. You would look, oh my God, do you have any of those Apple AirTags? Do you have, like, honest to gosh, right, this phone? And you probably wouldn't notice that it has a video of you on it. But, I mean, you would destroy it. You would power it off. You would chuck it in the water. You would smash it. You would take the SIM card out. You would turn it off and throw it completely the opposite direction of your, it wouldn't be sitting there. We all know this. So I totally agree with you, Via. It's great. I guess we're just, the reason why we kind of look weird is because we're trying to make sense of the state's narrative and their gobbledygook. Just like, oh, let's change timelines. Let's change timestamps and Who's Your Harvester videos. Let's change, Cecil can change timestamps in the health app data. If Brienne, Wilbur, and Riley say they uploaded this photo at this time, and then afterwards they say they saw this guy who's not in a photo, who they both can't describe the same. Therefore, this guy's there because they say when I took this timestamp, when I took this photo, the timestamp on it, if I say that I saw this person after I took this photo, therefore this person is there when there's no proof of it in this photo or anything. It's so wild. Or Derek's, oh, I remember getting this text message when I was standing here. Look at my mom's phone bill. It says I received a text message at this time. Therefore, I say I was standing here when I received it. Therefore, it is. Yet, nobody passed by this Who's Your Harvester camera. So you're just going to have to take my word that I turned this way and was here at this time. What? All this gobbledygook, and nothing's proven. It's all just there, Even the defense witness did it. Cheyenne did it. So, okay, well, I remember taking my car to the mechanics. We walked in at the Mears Point, and we turned left to the bridge, and I got a phone call from my dad at somebody at 3:13, and we're heading towards the bridge. Therefore, we're on the bridge by 3:30. Well, I guess, but we're just putting two and two together, right? Because she says she received this phone call when she came in at the Mears entrance and turned left towards the Freedom Bridge. Not the High Bridge. They turned left to the High Bridge, and then she receives a phone call at 3:13 or something like that. Therefore, she's there at this. I mean, it's wild. It's wild. So, hey, Lucy, what is up? Look at this. You are so right. Lucy Morningstar, my new super fan. Hello. What is up? Glad to see you. Dropping the emojis. fucking CN. Have you guys seen this guy's latest creations? Oh my goodness. Get your ass over to this guy's channel. His creations, the premiere was great, but the one before it was amazing, dude. Look at you guys. Oh my God. I don't deserve value. 250 superstars here for me. Just James got in trouble for excessive long distance toll calls to the days of landlines. Yes, those party lines. I can just picture you guys on a party line with talking to V and Lucy's there. All of you on a party line, dialing when those long rotary phones and calling each other. Yes. I'm just kidding. Yeah, those were the days. I remember in the 90s when those phones first came out and I had like a little Nokia, and to send text messages, you remember you had to push, to get the letter C, you had to push the number 1 3 times. 1, 2, C. Then you'd have to, like, O, it was like, dot, 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 you know, you'd have to push the numbers 2 or 3 times to get one letter. Whew, those were the days, right? I had that little Nokia phone, the game Snake. There's like 2 video games that could be on it, Snake and something else. And the thing would go around in a snake, and you try not to hit your own tail and get yourself trapped. You guys know what I'm talking about. I still have one in my drawer. I kept it because I had a voice recording on it or something. Oh, my son called and left me a message on it. I forget what I did. I recorded it, and it sounded so cute. I kept it. I should find it, but it's an old Nokia phone I had from, I guess, in the earlier mid-90s, whenever they came out. Sometime in the mid-90s, I guess. So, let me just double check. Sorry, guys. Yes, the rotary phones. Perfect. I'm going to move on. Thank you guys for being here. You're all awesome. And if I miss anything, it's because I'm an old, confused man. Right? It's not because I don't care. I'm a dope. All right. So the best practice is to always work to try to get the full file system off of the phone first. And you try and try and try to get it off. Oh my goodness. Do not quote me on that. Do not clip that. Do not clip that, bitch. And you try and try and try to get it off. Because sometimes, honestly, it's a phone. It's on, it's live, it's changing. Sometimes you just have to try 2, 3, 4 times to get it off before you get it to go all the way through. Oh my God. And whatever you're doing, you make sure to document it. If you can't get it off and it fails, you know all of that stuff. If you try again, you note all of that stuff and you write it up in your report. Now, on February 15th, 2017, Brian Bunner of the ISP did a logical extraction. Is that right? Yes. Okay. And that's just kind of over the hood stuff. Yep. That's just the basic user stuff. So, like text messages and pictures. Do you know, did Celebrate have the ability to obtain a full file system extraction or a physical extraction of an iPhone in February of 2017 to obtain of course it did. What? Yeah, the whole Bunner bullcrap was Bunner tried to make it sound like the later extractions would have more. He'd be able to extract more with the better Celebrate updates. When Celebrate updates, it makes it so he can get more info from the phone, which was bullshit in my opinion, because you're making a full extract. You know, if he could learn more, decipher more, interpret more from the full extraction with the new Celebrate updates, fine, I'll accept that. But he's not getting more off this phone. He's just interpreting more from the complete extractions. You know, there may be files where he tried to pretend like Bunner, like there's this whole area in this phone that he didn't even know existed, where it's bullshit, because it would say like, there's 200 megabytes of gobbledygook in these system files that we can't decipher, we can't encrypt it, but it's there. There's like 20 megabytes in this thing, but he pretended like he didn't even know it was there. It's just such hogwash, these guys. So Yes, using the version of Celebrate listed on the Celebrate report, it did have the ability to extract that full file system from an iPhone 6S, which is Libby's cell phone, running iOS 10.2. So it wasn't 10.21, it was 10.2. Which is that? Which is what? The operating system on her cell phone. The only exception would be is if the person who owned the phone had previously conducted an iTunes backup that was encrypted to their computer. And that just means they made a copy of it. But when they also basically put a password on it so nobody else could see what it was if they had access to their computer. Now, the full file system, see, even iTunes back then, you had to approve the computer. So you couldn't just take Libby's phone and hook it up to any old iTunes. Because I remember doing that. You had to have your computer approved. So Apple, even way back then, was doing that kind of stuff. So now the full file system extraction was not conducted until October the 5th of 2017. What? I thought Bunner had it that next day on the 17th. February 17th, Bunner had this phone. What? The full file system extraction was not conducted until... The fuck? Why? Of course. What? Correct. And did that delay cause any... Sure it would. Yeah, you're losing stuff. What issues? Well, because of the delay and the phone being shut off and on several times, right? You're losing the logs, right? First in, first out. But I don't know if you... How many times did they fucking shut this phone on and off in that time? What are they doing farting with this phone before they get... I thought that for sure... Oh my God. Of course it's... I thought for sure the first thing that Bunner does is make this full extraction. And then if the phone gets charged, they should power it off and leave it alone or whatever. They're giving it back to the families. They're taking it back. Kelsey's probably farting around with it. And then they get it back to this Bunner guy again. And then he gives it, and he even gets it back like a third time. These people, what are they doing with this phone? Before they took a full extraction. What? Bunner... because of the delay and then the phone being shut off and on several times, in February and then again in September and again in October of 2017, every time you turn off a phone and then turn it back on, you're losing information just because of that action of shutting it off. You're losing some temporary files, right? But again, I wonder how many, did we lose anything from the week before? Because they probably had files from, how many files does it keep? How many times does it keep in the log of when it turns on and off or the phone is being charged? I know it's first in, first out, but when they received it, I hope they say it right. Oh, here, she's probably saying it. Look at me, I'm such an idiot. It's like in the next fucking sentence, and I sit here and I ponder what I'm about to read. But then as the phone ages, files get older and some files will start to drop off, 28 to 30 days old. Correct. So it's not like that 30 days, they go and it starts fresh on day one. No. It's like that one, when you do one thing, it drops off like this 300. Say that it keeps the last 300 times this phone has been shut off and on. Then when you do it again, just that last one falls off. It's first in, first out. So it's not like, oh, it's January 1st, rent's due, wipe them and start fresh. Doesn't do it that way. But if they did handle the phone a lot, why would they be doing that before a full extraction? Is fucking sus as fuck. I always thought Bunner took a full extraction first, then gave it back to him, and then got it back, and then gave it to, So by the time it got to October, it was, over 6 months had passed. And so I lost some data that could have been very helpful in telling the story about what was happening in this case, of course. Was there a specific piece of data that you felt would be helpful that was missing because of that? Well, the main piece of evidence that I felt was missing is a file called the current power log. That tells you exactly when a phone shut off. And that one only stays for basically every time you shut it off. Wow, it is what? The one only. So the next time you shut it off, the previous, wow, doesn't keep track of it? Oh my God. So it only remembers the last time? That one only stays for basically every time you shut it on. The next time you shut it off, previous stuff is wiped. So basically one cycle off, on, off. You're going to lose. Yes. Well, yes, you're going to lose. So she's not saying what people are thinking she says here. This is what drives me nuts. She should have worded this differently. Right. You do. Right. I don't know if she's playing semantics here with them or what. Of course, you lose the last one, but it keeps hundreds. So people thought she was implying here. This is where people are, I honestly think they got something wrong. Because yes, when you turn the phone off, but like what good would a log be if it only remembers the one last time? Which it isn't. She should have worded this differently. So basically every time you shut it on, then the next time you shut it off, the previous stuff is wiped out. Technically, but it's just the last one of the many it keeps. So basically, this is what she really should have worded better, was one cycle of on, off. You're going to lose data. Yes, you're going to lose data. When you turn it on and then off, it's keeping a record of how many times this phone was turned on and off. But it's not just keeping the last time. It's keeping what? Got to be keeping 100 or 200 of them in these databases of 20 megabytes or 30 megabytes in the system files. So yes, you will technically lose data, which would be the very one falls off the end, the oldest one, and then the newest one is recorded. But they're not the only two. In between, there's going to be still another 250 times. So unless they're turning this goddamn phone on and off a bazillion times. But so that's what's happened here, in my opinion. Well, they should, because if it keeps a record of them, people want you to think that they're saying, if you do it just once, you'll never know what the very last time or the time before the last time, if it was shut on and off. That's not how this works, guys. It's not. It keeps a record of them. So yes, you'll lose one, but not the last one. You'll lose the last one on the list of however many it keeps. And if you think it's keeping a log in those system files of how many times every time this phone gets turned on and off, and it only can remember the last one, it's keeping at least a history of 100, 200 times. So when you turn it on and off, you're making a new one. The last one falls off because it's probably a month or 2 or 3 months ago, depending on how much time you turn your phone on and off. People go days and don't turn their phone on and off, right? So it's probably keeping at least the last 100 times, and it could be up to a year, depending on how many times you turn your phone on and off. Yes, you lose data, you lose the last one, but all the ones in belief, they kind of just move ahead one notch. Then they're the next one. Then they're the next one. It's like a little train. It's not, you don't just have this one and then you turn it on and off. There you go. Boom. You lose the next one. That's it. And if you do it again, then you lose the next one. Oh, no. When you turn it on and off, you lose this one. This one falls off. And these all move forward, each word. And then when you do it, you turn it on and off. You get a new one. You then lose this one. And then when you turn it on and off, you lose this one. You have all these. And if you're not turning your phone off once every day or week, you should be able to go way back. Right? So yeah, you're losing info. Or unless they've turned the phone on and off 1,000 times. So, whatever. I don't even remember where I stopped. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. 1 second. Oops, I just had to clear my throat, guys. See, I'm not confused. I work with these phones. I've had these for years. I jailbreak them. I've had thousands of phones. I do them. I fix them for my friends. I take them apart. I replace the screens. I replace batteries. I replace buttons on iPhones. You know, I take apart iPads. I collect them. I order parts. I fart around with them. I do it for fun. I did it for people. I did it as like, you know, I'd get paid to do it. Right? Jailbreaking iPhones. I would use programs and run scripts, and I know what I'm talking about. I'm not confused. So if you're confused, yeah, you should go and listen to that stuff. Hey, what's up? So according to this, which makes sense, the phone should show it was turned off and back on. Oh, yes. Yes. It keeps, in those system files, it keeps records. I think the problem is that Bunner guy doesn't make a full extraction until October, which I thought he had the phone on the 17th, like a couple days after this Bunner's given the phone. Whatever reason, he doesn't make a full extraction until October. This is crazy. I always thought, like here, I'll start from here again. But he tells it right here that, like, Bunner didn't make that extraction until the full system extraction was not conducted until October the 5th of 20. What? That's the first thing they should have done, is make a full extraction. Not a thief. No. I received phones that were stolen, and you can't do nothing when they're iCloud locked. No, I wouldn't steal phones. I would buy them. I would trade them. I would buy old ones, or I'd buy two of them, and one had a broken screen, and I would replace it and make one good one and sell it. Yeah. Yes. Not stealing. But if you had something that was iCloud locked, the motherboard was useless, but you could still use all the parts, right? All the parts are fine. The screen, the buttons, the switches, the frame, the battery, everything. Yeah. When you take them apart, they all come, every single piece comes apart. It's complicated. I used to use those jeweler, I have them now, like those, you wear that jeweler helmet with the friggin' magnifying glasses all on it and the faces. I got all a bunch of different glasses, tiny screwdriver sets, and yeah, you have to pry them off properly and not wreck them, and it's not easy. I've wrecked a lot of stuff. So, but it's doable, right? I'm not saying everyone's doing this, so you would think, hey, what's up, Fishy? Right. It is. Definitely. You buy hot stuff is wrong. Yeah. And you can't do nothing with it because it's iCloud. The motherboards will be locked to the iCloud. But also, if somebody finds a phone and they can't get the owner back, right? In those days, they would, I don't know what they would do with it. They would try to sell it. But I mean, I would never want to do that. I mean, if you can return a phone to somebody, you would. If it's locked, the motherboard is useless. Yeah. I bought a phone before and I came home and it was locked to iCloud, and I went back and took it to the person. I said, hey, dude, what the fuck? You sold me a phone that's locked to iCloud? I say, log out of it and then I'll, or give me my money back. Of course that's wrong. So I have a tiny screwdrivers, tiniest, so goddamn tiny. And I need magnifying glasses. Sometimes I have to double up the magnifying. Yes. Man, you ever try to take apart an iPhone? Dude, fucking the screws are, like grains of sand. Tiny. The tiniest screwdriver I own. Fishy, you shithead. Yeah, you get highlighted for that one. Yeah, I heard Shibby has I have the tiniest screwdriver. I admit it. It was cold, Fishy. It was cold that day. It was cold. The water was cold, guys. Trust me. Oh boy. So I'm moving on. 280,000 people are listening right now. Was there a specific piece of the data that you felt would be helpful that was missing because of that? Well, the main piece of evidence, I used a tiny screwdriver that I felt was missing, is a file called the current power log. And that tells you exactly when a phone is shut off, right? And that one only stays for basically every time you shut it on. Yeah. Well, she's again, this is the part I just read, right? So she's saying this in a weird way, but come on. You think an iPhone is only remembering the last time? I'm not going to do this again. She's trying to make it sound here like it's, when you shut it off this time, you lose the last time. No, stop it. If you shut it off this time, you lose this one. And then if you shut it off this time, you lose this one. And if you shut it off this time, you lose this one, right? You have all, they're kind of just, you have, depending on how much they're shutting this phone on and off, you could have months and weeks and months, even up to a year, if they're only shutting it off once a week or once a month. So I don't like how she says this, because it's mostly just to try to sound hyperbolic, or in my opinion. So the next time you shut it off, you do lose something, not everything. The last one of many. So the previous stuff is wiped out. Yes, technically, yes. So basically, one cycle off of on-off, you're going to lose data. Yes, not lying. You're going to lose old data. And you're going to make new data. But all the stuff in between. I mean, we got this phone, like if you waited till October 5th, that's the whole rub, yeah. But when they had this phone on the 17th, this Bunner dope, he made an extraction then. That's what you want to use. So these guys, for some reason, he didn't make an extraction then, but the Celebrite system could have done it. Maybe he could have interpreted all of the info, but he says it in his Auger, and him went back and forth about it in his testimony, Bunner's, that he is a system. And now the Celebrite stuff later on would help him decipher more from it. But at the time he had this phone in 2017, you could have made this complete full extraction. This is the problem. They're saying he didn't do it till October 5th. That's the problem. Not the Celebrate couldn't interpret it all or decipher it all or encrypt it all. There was parts they couldn't. But it was there. You'll see it as like 20 megabytes of, oh my God, we can't encrypt this. We don't know what it is. But it's there. It's not like it doesn't just hide. And the Celebrate system at that time, Auger made it very clear that even before this, it was able to do the full extraction. He just didn't do it. This is the problem. So I didn't have any idea from that log when the cell phone shut off in February. Yeah, because this is the problem. She doesn't know because they'd probably done so much with it before they got the first extraction in October. I always thought that, I guess I just assumed that this Bunner would have taken an extraction first thing. So all this stuff wouldn't have mattered. Of course it matters, because they didn't take the extraction until they did it. Parted with the phone. How many times? How many times did they give his phone back? Bunner says he had at least 3 or 4 times by the October 5th of 2017. He's had it, given it back, had it, given it back. Jerry probably has gross fingers all over it, takes it to the family. What the fuck is going on with this phone? This is sus as fuck. But I guess I assumed it was given that this Bunner guy took the extraction immediately. First thing you do, you turn it on, you charge it up, get whatever, you do the goddamn extraction. And then they're saying he didn't do that until October 5th, a full extraction. Oh my God. That's the problem. And it also contains a lot of other information about what's happening on the cell phone, such as if it went into airplane mode. Right. You wait until October 5th to take an extraction of a phone you had on February 17th, and then you've turned it on and off a bazillion times and farted around with it. Yeah, you're not going to get the same extraction. Holy fuck, what's going on? Well, she's not the problem. She's not the problem, though. She's explaining it perfectly good. The problem is they didn't take the extraction until October. The law enforcement's the problem. No, Right, Fishy. It sounds ridiculous, right? And you can spell, come on now. You can spell it, Fishy. You said no farkin way. I know you spell no farkin way. They didn't do an extraction until October. That's right. You're so right. I agree. Yeah, it'd be ridiculous. The first thing any of these idiot experts would have done, they would power it up. They would charge the phone. And even if they don't have the password, these computer programs, they would take a full extraction of that. These people have the Celebrite. They would get a complete mirror image of that phone as it was at that moment, and they wouldn't wait until October. You're so right. Oh my gosh, I agree. I mean, yeah, it's all in the semantics and details. She didn't explain that well there, but I think she was probably trying to be what's that? Not hyperbolic, but melodramatic for the jury to make them think things. But again, the problem here is that they're waiting till October 5th, so we can't. It's like you wait 5 years to talk to Richard Allen about something they talked to him about 5 years ago. You can't hold Richard Allen accountable for if he gets a little bit wrong or whatever. You waited 5 years. Dan Doolin on February the 17th was sitting at a Save-A-Lot, probably at a picnic table, licking an ice cream cone, or looking at the hot dog stand thinking, after this, I'm going to grab a hot dog. Let's talk. Richard Allen hands him his phone. He's recording this conversation. His fucking car is probably parked right beside it. Doolin writes us down, records the conversation. Richard Allen hands Doolin his phone. He's holding his hand. He takes the battery off of it. He's got Richard's phone in his hand within 2 days. They're talking about it. They're writing numbers down. Phone, all the stuff. His car's right there. He would have let him hook up a USB port to it or drive to the police station to take his infotainment, his car data, everything. Then 5 years go by and we're all like, oh, Doolin's pointing, hey, you idiot, you got this wrong. What, dude? You fucking got it exactly, and you lost the recording of the conversation. Your notes are half-assed. You left out everything that could probably be exculpatory for him. You fucking guys. And then you knew you're looking for a white man from White Man Drive with the surname White Man on this bridge. You're looking for somebody that was on a bridge. And this guy says, you say this guy says to you, I was on the bridge the 13th. I was on the Monon High Bridge between 1 and 3 p.m. Or the other idiot Holman says 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. There was a white man came to me and said he was on this bridge between 1 and 3, 1:30 and 3:30, and boom, the whole town is looking for a white man on this bridge the same day at 2:13 p.m., which is smack dab in the middle of both of their idiot times. Are we to believe any of this tip? It's just absurd. It's so goddamn absurd. The reason why we're running around in circles pulling our hair out is because we're trying to make sense of their fairy tale gobbledygook narratives. It's all bullshit. So I don't hold it against anyone here if you kind of suggest or say something that, because we're trying to make sense of their idiot gobbledygook nonsense fairy tale narrative. So thank you all for being here. I'm not reading everything. Oh my God. Oh, this looks funny. I don't know. Laugh my ass off. Sure remind me of something from last summer. Ooh, it'd definitely be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Boom. Love it. Love it. Sounds good. Who's this? Look at this. She only reviewed the state's extraction. Right. But that extraction wasn't made until October 5th. So her hands are tied. I just assumed that their extraction was the first thing this Bunner guy does. And then, fine, he maybe, with the Celebrite, he couldn't have interpreted everything. There was an area in the system files that he couldn't extract. He had the extraction that he couldn't encrypt or understand or decipher. He acts like it's not there. He doesn't get it. If you do a complete full extraction, a mirror image of that phone would be the first thing they should have done. They've said the system can do it back then. Maybe with the updates, it would help extrapolate and understand and decipher and encrypt more from the full extraction they made. But that first full extraction would be all anyone ever needed. They could make 100 copies of that. They should have, but they didn't do it until October 5th. Oh my God. How come? That's the first thing they would do. And it had, and Auger made him explain it's very possible that the Celebrate system had the ability to do this, a full mirror extraction the very first time. Maybe they wouldn't have been able to use all of that info. They would have had it. So this is beyond what I thought it was. Because if I knew in the beginning that he didn't take it from the very first extraction, it wasn't until October. Oh my goodness, what are you guys doing handling this phone and turning it on and off and letting it die and all? You know, if that's the case, they would have had to then look at power the phone up and let's charge the phone up and power it off and leave it for a month, and then maybe do it once or twice, just enough to keep it, you know. That's fucking crazy. But again, you wouldn't have to worry about any of that if you just, when the first thing that idiot Bunner would have done is make the full extraction, then it doesn't matter all that other stuff because you would have had it all. You can't do all this stuff and then make the extraction. The whole point of the extraction is to do it before you lose anything. So I would never hold this woman not accountable. It's like saying, Richard, you're fucking being deceptive. You don't have that phone anymore. Why, Richard? You don't have the phone that Dan Doolin was holding in his freaking hand 2 days after this happened. You don't. Well, Doolin had the damn phone in his hand. Talk to him. He has a tape recording of this conversation. Talk to him. He was sitting beside that guy's car, licking an ice cream cone, looking at Richard's black Ford Focus. Talk to Doolin. Why? You can't tell where his car was that day from the infotainment's data. Talk to Doolin, the idiot that stood there for 5 years every day looking at this stuff, not saying, oh, by the way, guys, every morning we have a powwow, we're eating donuts. Hey, Jerry and I talked to this idiot. Jerry and I talked to this guy. Well, pass me a donut. Jerry and I talked next day. Tony, are you not listening to me, Tony? Tobe, everyone. Jerry and I talked to a guy. Fucking guy said he was on the bridge at 1 to 3. And Jerry's like, no. He said 1:30 to 3:30. No, 1 to 3. No. His name was White Man. Oh my God. The last name being wrong with White Man would have been another reason this Orion system would have went bonkers, saying, oh my God, the guy that owns this phone number and lives at this address, drives this, his name is not White Man. His name is fucking Allen. And he lives on White Man Drive. It's a whole nother reason the system would be alerting and triggering them, which it did. So how this got passed off in a fucking court of law is nuts. Nuts. So Lucy. Great point. Fuck, fishy. Exactly. I'm not sure. I make so many, I'm not even sure. Just kidding. Thank you, guys. Fucking 250 people. Now, there are current power log entries on First Sergeant Cecil's timeline. Yes. So some of the data did remain on the phone. Is that right? Some of it is there, right? There's a lot of it from October of 2017. But the last time it switched it off, that is now missing? Yes. Well, yeah. Well, the last time, they're again wording this weirdly, because not the last time you switched it off is not missing. Yeah, well, yeah, technically, yeah, the last time it switched off, like the last of the last times, that's what they're meaning here. It's not the very last time, like the previous time. It's the last time. So yeah, that's correct. So if you had say you had 100 of them, if this is the very last one, if this is the first one and this is the last one, if you then turn it off here, you lose this one, and now this is the last time. Correct. So that's why people are misunderstanding. But the last time it switched off, that is now missing. Yes, not the previous time. The last of many times, because iPhones just don't keep the previous time. The last time fell off. Yeah, first in, first out. If there's 100 or 200 of them, you did lose one. Every time you turn it off, you lose one. Right. Especially if you wait until October, these idiots. If it was turned off 40 times in between then and then, it could possibly be you could have lost the ones the day of. Yeah. Depends on how many times it was turned on and off. And how many it actually keeps. But if you want to tell me that it keeps only the very last, the previous time, that's why people are getting confused here. It's not. There's no fucking way. These iPhones, the system files, I've been in them. They're not. They have like 2 gigabytes for the iOS, and then they have the system files, the var, the root, the library, the all these different folders, app folders, and everything, and it's allocated space so you can never use it in your regular. You can never use it up in your regular. It's allocated like 2 or 3 gigabytes for the iOS and all its system files. So if you have a 16 gigabyte phone, it depends on when you had it back then. You know, the iOS, it was all like, say 2 or 3 gigabytes was saved for the iOS and all this system stuff. Your 16 gigabyte phone would only hold 13 gigs of stuff because that's all you were allowed to use. The other 3 were for your iOS and all the system garbage stuff. So 1 second. Let me have a drink. Fishy. Oh my God. You talking like that? Oh my God. That's like pillow talk. Maple. Is it maple great? Oh my God. We have up here in Canada, we have maple dip and maple, you know how you have the Boston cream with the chocolate on it with the Boston cream in it? We have one that's a Canadian maple. And it's basically a Boston cream but it's got the maple dip on top and not the chocolate. Oh my God, it's so good. Maple dip donuts. Oh, don't you dare start. I quit eating sugar 2 or 3 years ago. And I had my one treat I had this week was a Subway sub yesterday. And then the rest of the week, I don't eat any sugar. But I eat fruit. So real sugar is no problem. It's just that garbage sugar. It's not. But don't you dare start talking about donuts, because I could easily go buy a dozen donuts. I'd get like 6 maple dips and 6 Boston creams or something. Don't you start with me, fishy. I'm not doing it. So, just kidding. Thanks. There is a lot of, so some of the data did remain on the phone. Is that right? Some of it is there. There's a lot of it from October 2017. But the last time it switched it off, that is now missing? Yes. I'm not getting stuck on this again. The last of the last of many times is now missing. Yes. All right. Now, Stacy, can you tell us you examined the data from the phone? Yes. Is that correct? Yes. And if you could tell us your process. Actually, this is going to be interesting because I do like this stuff myself. So, sure. So when I first started this case, I asked, what are your 2 main priorities? And we'll start with that because time and budget is always an issue. Yeah, $400 an hour, woman. Jeepers. And at that time it was, we want to see what was going on in the Apple Health database. So what was going on with steps and distances? And then the other main point of concern was what was happening on their phone at 4:33 a.m. on the 14th to make it suddenly receive all these text messages. What happened then? What happened right before it? So that's where I started. It is ridiculous, right? Like, did we do a test? Put a phone in that same spot. Have someone lay on it. Does the signal get completely blocked? And then go out on the bridge. Take a fucking video and walk along it. I mean, you're sitting out on that bridge. You should have a pretty damn good signal out there. Especially, And we're in terms of, let's start with the Apple Health data. Certainly. Well, let me ask you, I'm going to backtrack. I'm sorry. Did you download the Knowledge Seed database? I did. Yep. Okay. And tell the jury, if you could, what the Knowledge Sea database is. What it does. Oh boy. The Knowledge Sea database is, I need a new Ricola. I need a new Ricola candy. Lemon and mint. Let's do this. For the people. Fucking cool emoji fishy. You're awesome. Oh my God. I have one in my yard. I have a bunch of them. I have a silver maple and regular maples. The fucking squirrels love it. My squirrels live in the, they love it. I have a gigantic maple tree on my back of my deck. Maple trees are amazing. I have a silver maple, and it has these little things called helicopters, and the seeds. So when every year when the seeds fall from this tree, they spin like little helicopter blades. They go up to the ground. It's so awesome. And they fucking, and the wind blows, and it looks like it's fucking Vietnam. Just helicopters, hundreds of them just start spinning to the ground. That's my silver maple, not my regular maple. Uh-oh. He has a lapdog too. That's what I call him. Oh, you have a pitbull. Oh yeah, you're the pitbullpotamus one. Oh, I saw your video. I checked you out. I saw him. You have a short with your little pitbullpotamus. I saw it. I mean, pitbulls, all those dogs are beautiful, great, amazing dogs. I mean, any dog is a problem with a shitty owner, but people like to want to blame these pitbulls. Like, come on. A poodle's a problem with the idiot owners, right? Not these dogs. It's these people that treat them like little humans and make horrible pets or abuse them and neglect them. These dogs aren't the problem. The humans. Like Caesar would say, you rehabilitate the dog and you train the owner. Boom. That guy was good. Despite, I mean, he might have done, I don't know. He didn't kick the dogs. He kind of just got their attention. Anyways, I'll move on. Sorry. Basically, I do agree with that. Like, you rehabilitate dogs that are, bad, not bad, but just have them led well. You rehabilitate the dogs and you train those idiot owners. They're the problem. So I'm sure pitbulls are probably the sweetest. But then if you get it in the hands of a bad person, that's what happens is, you might not hear of the other dogs, because if there's a horrible owner, it's worse if they have a pitbull, I guess, because they're so powerful. But they're not the problems. Everyone knows it. The dogs, the pitbulls, they're not the problems. Everyone knows somebody who has a pitbull who's a big, beautiful baby who would do nothing but cuddle you and your kids. It's just those few people ruin it for everyone, and they would have done it with a poodle, a black lab. The dog would be horrible because of that person, not because of the dog. So it's wild. We all know that. I think most normal people would hopefully understand that. But let's do this. So I do like your pitbullpotamus. I've seen you write that a few times. I do like that. You've coined that here for sure. Pitbullpotamus. And the Knowledge Sea database is one of the main databases that is tracking a lot of what you are doing on your phone and what is happening on your phone. So as your screen comes on and off, it records that. It does record a lot of info. It can also record your battery percentage. It records the app that you were looking at and for how long. Like, I want to know how many it keeps. It must keep a log of, like, say how many times is it that, like, it must keep 100 or 200 or 300, right? To just say, okay, at this date, it was when you did it, when we recorded it, or when you started charging, it was 39%. And then when you took it out, it was at 72%. And then, it's not just the last time you did it. How many of those does it keep? It must keep 100 or 200, right? But again, if those people are farting around with it and then waiting till October the 5th, especially if they handle it a lot there's no reason they should not have the extraction. The very first thing that Bunner did charge it up. They check, obviously the person looks for DNA and fingerprints and do all that. Charge the thing up, inspect it, don't do anything, get it to working, and then take the extraction. Very first thing they should have done after they, cleared it or did whatever and inspected it and had the DNA tests or fingerprints or whatever they did. The very first technical thing, that guy, he gets it. Wasn't he on the 15th? He gets it. No, Bunner? Doesn't Bunner get the phone on the 15th, the morning of? Like right away, he gets the phone. Like the night before, like they find it, I guess in the afternoon, they find it under the girls. Once they moved them, they found them at noonish. They finally moved them probably a couple hours later to realize the phone is there. They probably, the CSI guys would have either, did that whole DNA stuff with it. But once they do that, as if they're not, once they've checked it for DNA and fingerprints, they could say they would have been, that night, they would have been turning it on and off probably, and checking it. But then who knows? I don't even know what they're trying to say, these people. The very next day, I'm pretty sure Bunner has it on the 15th. I'm pretty sure. So as your screen comes on and off, it records that. It can also record your battery percentage. It records the app that you were looking at and for how long. So it can tell you that you are switching between Snapchat and then you're going in to send an email. It's logging all sorts of information like that. So it's very insightful. And as to what you were doing on the phone and what was happening. Yes, Shibby, I just checked. The interview with Tom, Auger, and Baldwin explains that the on-off logs were forever destroyed. And it's said in Cecil and Bunner's rebuttal. So they didn't have them at all? What? How could they be destroyed? Like, are you sure that they might not be understanding it then? Because technically that could be true. If people are playing semantics with each other, because yes, the logs can be destroyed. Not like, are you saying the whole them are gone? No. These people need to be more specific. Because yeah, if you do it on and off, and then the very last one has to get overwritten because it's only allocated to have a certain amount of space, right? So yeah, you can say it's been destroyed because it deletes the very last one, but it's not the previous one. Come on, guys. What's going on here? They're obviously either they don't understand it, but I don't need timestamps to know that. I believe you. I trust they're saying that. But I mean, that's not how these phones work. Right? Or they're not explaining it, or they're playing with semantics with each other, or they're not understanding it themselves. Yes, technically that's true. It's not wrong. Because yes, something is destroyed. Something is destroyed. It is this. So let's say this, you have your log of, you have this many times. So all of these, let's say this is the last time you turn the phone on and off. This is the log. All these, each word is the last time you turn the phone off. It's got to keep what? It's not just keeping one or two. These systems are keeping 100 or so. Like, come on. So then if you do it again, this is now the second one. Every one of these moves forward and you lose this one. This gets deleted. And now this is the last one. Right? And then when you do it again, this is now number 1. This is now number 2. This is now number 3. Every one of these moves down and the oldest one gets deleted. Right? And then so on. If you do it again, this is now if you turn the phone on and off, you have this one. Now this is, these all move forward. And now this one gets deleted. So yes, evidence is being destroyed, but not the previous one. So, I mean, if they did it so many times as to where we don't know what they did on, now if they took the extraction when they were supposed to right away, right? But again, that's their whole rub, is they bullshit. They say we wait until October to take these. So yeah, then we've lost a bunch of them. And if they did it so many times, depending on how many it keeps, yeah, they might have lost stuff from the 13th, but they should never have got that close. Because if the extraction was taken right away, you couldn't have physically turned that phone on enough to make it so the information we wanted was gone in this whole first in, first out system. So it's good. Go look at it, the timestamp. I'm not confused, Steve. I'm not confused. I've used this. I've done this. I've worked with this. I understand these things. So if they're trying to say, if Bunner and them didn't provide this info to them, then yeah, that's suspicious, but not on this Stacey Eldridge or defense. It's why wouldn't they? The first thing, it's a lie. It's a lie. They can't, nobody's that incompetent to not have an extraction from this phone. The very first thing they did, you get an extraction. And then if they hand the phone back, this Bunner guy is sus as heck. That Bunner was talking about the extrapolation of the video. And he was referring to, in his thing, if you look back, I was making fun of it in his testimony. He was referring to 8-bit and 16-bit video from like VCRs back in 1989, and how in his thing, the sources of info he referenced in his Bunner's report, in his testimony, I looked them up. They're from 1989, 1990. He was using, that's before Nintendo 64 came out bit, or the Commodore 64. He was, this Bunner guy was talking about 6-bit, 8-bit, and 16-bit, and 32-bit, and 60, you know, like, that's like fucking VCRs. So, I know what you're saying, B. I appreciate you. Well, I don't need to contact them. This case is over. I'm reading this years later. What can I do if they're stupid and they didn't know a Canadian? I hope you're being really sarcastic there, B, because I'm being serious. I'm not joking what I'm saying. So whatever you're being like that, I don't understand. The problem is not that they couldn't do what I'm saying, that they're saying that these guys didn't give it to them. They didn't do it until October 5th. So that's a problem. It's not that they couldn't do what or didn't understand what I'm saying. I'm not pretending to be smarter. You're being. So the Knowledge C database is one of the main databases that is tracking a lot of what you were doing on your phone and what is happening on your phone. So as your screen comes on and off, it records that. It can also record your battery percentage. It records the app that you were looking at and for how long. So it can tell that you are switching between Snapchat and when you're going in to send an email. It's logging all sorts of information like that. So it's very insightful as to what you were doing on the phone and what was happening. And, excuse me, 1 second. Need a drink. They might be. They might. Or the people, when they get these phones, could just take an extraction immediately. So we wouldn't have to do what I'm doing. Right, V? Or you can just accept that as fact that they wait until October and that's normal, which I don't. Right. I'm not pretending to be anything. By the time the defense came in, yes, B, of course, right. Of course it's a problem. Of course, the defense isn't on until, 5.5 years later or whatever. Right. But why are we allowed to accept, why are these law enforcement allowed to just say they did things like, we get there and we toss the branches off to the side for 2 weeks. Oops. We lost 5 weeks of interviews, everyone's interviews, and then 5 weeks later, we did it again. And then after that, when we realized it, 3 months after, we realized the first time in August that we deleted the first 5 weeks. Then we made a record of it. We wrote out a list. Yet I didn't put dates on it, Stephen Mullen. I mean, what does it even matter? We can change timestamps, can magically become another We can change out app data. Like, we can just say this person was here because this person says they saw him when they uploaded this at this time. But Derek is allowed to say, well, proof Derek was standing here because he says from his mom's cell phone bill that he received this text message when he was standing here. Therefore, he's there. Yet he's not. He turned this way and he's not seen on the harvester video. Like, what does it matter? Because Gull is accepting anything from these idiots. So how do you contest that? No defense. You could have had the best defense in the world. You could have paid $20 million a day for defense attorneys. And when Gull is refusing and not allowing everything, it doesn't matter. The system, you can't fight a system. It's not equal. Because all these state actors are running around doing shit and they're not held to account. Jerry says, oh, you can't invest, the whole in the contempt hearing and the motion to dismiss the exculpatory evidence. Well, Judge Nick McLean's like, Judge, I'm not here to talk about the 12 or 15 things I leaked way before these guys are even on the case. I'm only here to talk about the 2 things that one of these guys did. What? And Gull's like, yeah, I agree. What? You can't investigate. And then Diener's like, you can't investigate the stuff we lost because it doesn't exist. What? Jerry Holman didn't go investigate the murder sheet. Therefore, they didn't leak that probable cause. There's no investigation into it. The murder sheet had that, right? So how do we contest it? Well, there's no investigation. Holman didn't go and investigate Fig for that bullet that he had, the info. Therefore, we can't use that as because it doesn't exist. Jerry Holman didn't go and investigate Babs McDonald for having that Odin report leak. Therefore, the leak didn't happen. Monica Walla didn't get fired. She got fucking gatekeeped. Therefore, you can't bring out the fact that we got rid of her. Like these people are, how do you can't fight this system when it's stacked like this. You can't. Gull was going to do this to every defense. It's not, I guess what I'm saying. I bet you agree. So, it's so right. I love you too, V. I know you're just, V's my conscience, guys. So don't blame her. She knows what I'm going to say. Even though I'm a few seconds ahead of you guys in this, she's like my conscience. So thank you for putting up with me. Yes, let's do that. I'll be there soon. What, you're in California? I'm in Toronto. I could be there by, what's today? Today's Sunday, right? I could probably be there by Thursday or Friday if I book a flight. I'm only kidding. No, literally. Stop it. Literally. You spelled it wrong. It's right. Literally. Not, you spelled it wrong. Let's do this. Perfect. Thank you, Lucy. You're awesome. You're fun. So V knows I'm coming to California. I think she's modest. She won't tell you. She won a competition I had, contest. She's won a half-used box of Kleenexes, tissues. And I told her I'm going to deliver them to her. And I'm going to have my Daisy Duke shorts, and we're going to go roller skate on the beach in California. And we'll talk about it then, B. All right? All right. Not metaphorically, literally. And that is information that is direct from the extraction. Is that correct? Yes, I exported it straight from the extractions. Literally. Boom. B is awesome. I agree. You guys are fun. This is a fun night. What's happened tonight, guys? Is there something in the air? Is there like a full moon? Oh my God. Is there a full moon? Something's going on tonight. I feel some energy. My Virgo senses are picking up something in chat. Oh my God. I should have checked what was happening in the skies before I came on here. And that is information that is direct from extraction. Is that correct? Yes, I exported it straight from the extraction. But the extraction was done too late. This is wild. How did I not know this? I guess, did I just assume that this Bunner took an extraction immediately? Like, oh my God. How can they just say they waited all this time to take an extraction until October, the full extraction? That was the whole gobbledygook. I couldn't even understand it in his testimony. There was this, oh, this type of, this extraction. And or just like, well, you had the ability to take the full extraction. Yeah, but I took a level 2 and a level 3 and a level 1, and oh my God. And then he tried to pretend like the Celebrite wasn't advanced enough that the newer Celebrite could have done more extracting, yet he admits also to OJ that he could have got a full extraction and just wouldn't have been able to understand it all, but he could have still got the full extraction. And if God allows this stuff, then what can you do? Steve Mullen's up here going on about being a smartass about not writing dates down for these, when he's writing a list of shit he screwed up, of shit he also screwed up, another list of the shit he lost and screwed up. He then doesn't put dates on it and then fucking acts like a smartass at trial, saying, oh, if I could go back, I wouldn't have done it. And those asswipe, the CSI guys, oh, they sent us back 2 weeks later to get these sticks that we didn't care or think were important. The 20 pieces of evidence that were covered all over these girls that we know this guy touched and that Dan Doolin said had blood on the sticks. Dan Doolin goes back and says, oh my God, there's blood on these sticks. Idiots, go collect them after 2 days. And then what do? They wait another 2 weeks to go back and begrudgingly go back and say, ugh. And then Baldwin says, when you went back to get these sticks, in 2020 hindsight now, should you have collected them the first time? You still like at trial. He's like, no, it's an idiot idea to do this. They weren't smooth enough to get fingerprints. What the fuck? These guys. How do you do this when Gull is just not holding anyone to account? State. And then these idiots. Doolin gets a fucking promotion for his most epic screw up. Doolin's now the captain. Mullins, the head investigator, was now back to the chief of police. These guys didn't screw up. They fucking did exactly what they were supposed to do, and they got rewarded very well. So, okay. And then did you also pull out part of those as kind of separate exhibits? And that Bunner guy, for this whole gobbledygook of bullshitting that they didn't do extractions until the 1st October, he's probably got a statue, and he's now the head coordinator of the whole whatever ISP, whatever he worked for. He's probably either retired handsomely, got a statue and a photo of him in the Hall of Fame now there for the fucking shit he just pulled off. All right. So first of all, let's just start with, Your Honor, I'd move to admit Defense Exhibit Triple T, which is the Knowledge Seed database. Judge, I'm going to need time to examine that. That is the Knowledge Seed. I haven't been shown that before today, so I don't know what is contained in the zip drive. So, Judge, I'm going to need a moment. I thought you said movement. I'm going to need a moment here to examine that. All right. Well, while they're looking at that, let's do this. Stacy, you also examined First Sergeant Christopher Cecil's timeline. I did. And that has previously been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit E. Does that look familiar to you? Yes, that looks familiar. Now, should I be getting any of this stuff, guys? Do I have these? Should I bother looking? Exhibit E 227. Oh, we do have Cecil's, right? 227 is definitely there. Where's all the trial exhibits? Definitely seen Cecil's. Exhibit, no. 227 is definitely there. Oh, did I miss? Oh, sorry. If you guys, so what am I looking for really? Here it is here. Cecil's 2019 report. Definitely. But didn't they say 227, right? State Exhibit 227 from August 18th. Why the fuck these guys do it? What was it? There were some letters, right? FFF or TTT. That's what it was. This should be pretty easy to find. I've seen this a bazillion times. Everyone having fun? Good. Any updates, guys? Sports teams, weather, some new shoes you bought, anything? What's up, TJ? Did I say hi to you? I can't remember. I'm sure you've been here a while, right? No? Mimi's here, obviously. Lucy is chatting up a storm. Lovely V. Look at you guys. Oh, JR, did I? Oh my God, you snuck in. I think I see. I missed it because your photo on my screen is like a dark black, like the same as Lucy's. So I might have, if I didn't say hello, I'm saying hi. If I did, I'm saying hi again. I'm trying to do better. But just know if I miss you guys, like I'm doing, I'm reading both of these, so I don't get time to just, look at my other monitors. So, all right. So there's that, Cecil. Just to double check, not that I forget, 227 and TTT. Right. Just wanted to double check. I totally remember. Oh, TTT. No, can't click on it. So we've got that. So that's good. Guess that's all I need, right? 227 was the other one. Hmm. 227. Come to me. So how are you guys doing out there? Is it snowy, cold where you're at? Warm? Day? Night? Something's up tonight. I don't know. I just really, honestly, I feel something different. Something's in the air. I feel it for sure. You guys are stirred up. Our loins are all stirred up. Something's happening. Venus is in Mercury, and I think they're having an affair tonight. Something's in the air. I think we're in the Capricorn areas and all these. I didn't even check. I don't know. I try to understand that stuff. I think it's neat, but something's up. My loins are stirred. Okay. What's happening here? 220 something. Fuck. Let me just cut through. I'm not an old man. I knew it was 227. I said. Close. Oh. Here we go. Oh my God. We've got a whole bunch of Cecil stuff. Let's just check them all. So here's Cecil CV. Oh, we don't care about his CV because that's just his. So 2019 to 14 pages. Here's the one they're talking about. This is the newer one, right? Now this is the one where he goes and changes the timestamps, right? Yeah, this is what they're talking about. Right here, he does all the bullshit. He says that he wrote down it wrong and had to write. He changes 231 to 213. No problem. Let's just change it. Wait, what? iOS 11.1. Why are we worried about that? Did they update her phone? 10.3.1? Wait, what's going on? What is the accuracy? According to, research. Okay, sorry. This isn't Libby's. Because Libby's was, at the time, Libby's phone, it was iOS 10.2 was the available. Okay, so that's just, it's here. Here's where he's writing shit down and changing numbers. The health app data was changed to 13. This one here. He says he's writing it down wrong and changing it. Flights climbed to 213. He changes it from 231. He wrote down wrong to 213 and such. So I'll keep that open because that's obviously what they're going to be talking about here. All right, let's go on. No more distractions ever again. I promise you guys, never. Carol, what's up? Shibby, keep reading. I'm almost asleep. I'm sorry. Nighttime, bedtime stories with Shibby. I'll dedicate this to Carol. My love has found me again. Carol, Four Pits, what's up, bro? Hello, look at this. We've just been talking about pit bulls. Oh my God, this guy's a pit bull phenomenon. Hey, bro, what's up? For Carol, for Mimi. Let's do this. You get your sleep, young lady. You got to come in here early in the morning and refresh my chat, okay? So you get sleep. And when Critter and all you morning people wake up, you must come in and inject your energy, your ucky morning person energy into my chat. Because I'm going to be here all damn night. All right? Let's do this. Four Pits is here. Everyone's here. Look at this. 230 people right now listening to me. Okay. And you also reviewed Christopher Cecil's August 18th, 2024 report, which is State's Exhibit 227. Yes. Now, with respect to Exhibit E, excuse me, before we go on, would counsel approach? Sidebar. You've moved an exhibit. He's asked for time to review it. And we are going on to other things while he's reviewing. Okay, I can give him time. That's fine. I just need to quickly review this. That's fine. And see what it is. And why didn't we get this before 5 minutes ago, you fucking idiots? Well, they've had it since 2017. Good point, O'Shea. So you are saying it's part of the extraction? Yeah. And it may be. I don't see the zip drive. Okay, so you didn't have the zip drive? Right. Okay, how long is it going to take you to? Just give me 40 seconds to see what it is. Okay, sidebar's over. Okay, Judge. The state's had a chance to examine defendant's exhibit Triple T, and I have no objection. All right. I'll show Triple T admitted without objection. Thank you. Okay, Stacy, Your Honor, is it all right if she comes down? Sure. Thank you. Okay. Judge, can we scoot the TV back at all? So, can you? We can do it. We can see it. Sorry. I don't want to touch your very expensive. You've been touching it the whole trial. Now you don't want to? Smart ass. Oh my God. No, I actually haven't, but I will. I'm happy to. Not too much, because I want them to be able to see it. There you go. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Can everybody see this guy's super expensive TV that his idiot IT guy keeps screwing up? Okay. You stand here. Okay. Please. Okay. This is a lot of stuff. It is a lot of stuff. Okay. Can you explain to us what this is and how you interact with data such as this? Sure. So this is the knowledge seed database that I was speaking about earlier, where it's recording, your power percentages, your screen is going on and off, and what app you're looking at. There's tons, bazillions of quadrillion tons of information stored about it. And one of the main things in there, of course, besides the action, is the date and the time is being recorded as well. But this is a huge database, and it does not end here at column L. It continues to go on. And a lot of the really meaningful information to the naked human eye in terms of words that we can understand tends to be at the end of the database. So if you can continue to scroll, why don't I do it over here? Okay. I'm just motioning this way. So we're scrolling, right? Yes. And this is all data? Yep. Okay. So the data that stops at column AG in the database And this is also a view that's very similar to what I would see in a database. A database is very similar to working in an Excel spreadsheet. It's just a little more fancy. It does some more complicated things. But viewing one table looks just like this in the database viewer that I use. Well, although she's answering a lot, it's much more interesting and much more it's much more interesting to read than that other guy before this Dr. Warren guy, the one before this person. Man, that whole doctor ballistics crap was so annoying. Hi, Miranda. What's up? Oh, Dee Dee's here too. Where? What? Hi, Dee Dee. What's up? Sorry, I missed you. Hi, Dee Dee. Hello, young lady. What is up? What is up? Heard it's freezing. Oh my God, up here where I'm at, dude. I'll show you my front. That's -5 Celsius. So that's, man. I don't even know what that would be for you guys in your weird Fahrenheit, your imperialistic mindset. I'll switch it in my app data. So I like doing that. So it is for me on my weather. Oh, I do have it already. So it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit here. So it's going to 14. It's going to be a low of 14 degrees at around 3 or 4 a.m. Fahrenheit for me. So when I switch it back, I guess it doesn't even matter because I have my outside temperature here. My home thing. But so I'll go back to the metric system, what the rest of the world uses, and it's -7 Celsius, going down to -10 Celsius. So, yep. I fucking love it though. It's awesome. I had my snowblower out the other day. It shoots so awesome. So much fun. And I have these RC cars that I can use that I can drive right over the top of the snow. And they're like, they have tracks on them. Oh, that one here. Which one is it? This is a snow blower. And this one here drives on top of the snow. These ones, they have like tracks. And I got plows on them so I can plow the snow and push it. And they lift up and down. And it's so much fun. But that's for a whole other day. So good. Dee Dee's here. Did I miss anyone else? Sorry. Miranda, hello. Lucy's here. Oh, you bet the Pitbulls love jumping in, especially when it's that powdery snow where they can kind of go under the snow and then pounce back up. I'm sure most dogs love that when it's like super cold powder snow. Like, I love it. And I'm a 52-year-old man, so I can imagine how much fun they're having jumping in the snow. Everyone, if I've missed you, thank you for being here. So fortunate to have you guys. Because I'd be doing this alone all night long. So you guys are keeping me awake. My other super serial jobs that I do. So now at the end, then in column AH, there is a column titled Z, metadata, viewed as text. What can you explain that? Oh my God. I can try. Yeah, so typically when I'm in my database viewer, and as I mentioned, AG, which is called Z, metadata, is the last column. So if you scroll all the way over to the right, when you're looking at it, like, do these jurors really need to get this complex into this? Like, I don't know. I think these jurors their heads got to be spinning. Right? This is going to be the last thing you see. And depending on the type of information that is in there, if it's more complicated and robust data, the database views it is just going to say it's a blob. Yeah, that is what mine shows. Other ones might show it a little bit differently, but mine says blob, or SHS, like the hashes and blobs. So one of the things I first do is I will go into that column and change the view and see what I can see when I'm looking at it as text to see if I can see any human words that I recognize. Why do all these columns start with Z or Z? I don't know. You'd have to ask Apple why they name things the way they do name things. Right. Apple does things weird, but they're good. but they all say they're all Z. They do a lot of Z stuff. They like tab Z, they like tab ZZ and triple Z. And so got a table that just has a lot of columns starting with Z's. So it's probably so it keep things at the very end of each order. Because when you use a Z, it'd be like, if it's in alphabetically, like if it's, by name, probably keep things at the very end. At the beginning of the names for whatever reason they choose. Okay. I'm going to put that down if you want to. Okay. Now, Your Honor, may I publish Defendant's Exhibit P? You already published Triple P. I didn't publish it earlier. Oh, Defendant's P. Okay, wait a second. Yes, you may P. You may publish P. Thank you. How are you publishing P? Pardon? How are you publishing P? On the screen. On the display. Thank you. Now, Stacy. Stacy's a nice name, right? I like that name, Stacy. This is First Sergeant Cecil's timeline. Is that correct? Yes. And generally speaking, are there things on this timeline that you agree with? Generally, yes. And are there items on this timeline you do not agree with? Do we have wait a second. I shouldn't, for no reason. Just let me, Richard Allen trials Stacey Eldridge. I like the picture. Is this her? That's not her, is it? Do I have it? Oh my gosh. Wait, I should have done that. Did I do something wrong? Which one is she? How do I not? What? Just wanted to kind of get an idea what she looked like. Did I say it was Richard? Oh. Stacey Eldridge, Delphi murders. What am I even doing this for? I'm an idiot. That can't be her, is it? This might be her. Oh. What am I doing wrong? I should say it better, right? So, Stacey Eldridge. What is she called? Like a forensic examiner again? What is that called again? Like a examiner or something? Richard Allen, Delphi murders Stacey Eldridge. That was better. Oh my God, why don't I have a photo of her? Where are you? Is this her? No. Oh, fuck it. I give up. Fuck it. Fuck it. I give up. I quit. I'm useless. Sorry, guys. Pretend I just didn't do that. And away we go. There are a few items that I disagree with. And are there items on the timeline that you were able to dig a little deeper and get us some better answers? Yes, I was. Okay. Now, let's start with the things that you did not agree with as it relates to this timeline. The things that I don't agree with were the date and time. Oh my God, I made a coffee earlier. Thank God it's in this thing. 1 second. It's still warm. Oh my God. Thank God it's still warm because it's like, oh my God, it's like 3 hours ago. And what I did was when I was putting the cream in, I put it in my Manly Stanley, and I put the cream into a cup and I microwaved it for 2 minutes. So the cream was super hot too. Thank God I did that because it's just right. That was fucking 3 hours ago. Thank God my Manly Stanley has a hairy chest on it. I'm kidding. Okay. Let's start with the things that you do not agree with as it relates to this time. So the things I don't agree with were the date and time that some of the iMessages, FaceTime, phone calls, and some of the voicemails were delivered onto Libby's iPhone between the 13th and 14th of February 2017. I guess I should have said. Oh, did you? Yeah. Does she have a website? I didn't spell it. I just said it. So that was Google's fault. What is it called? Should I just put Stacy? One last try for Miranda. Because Miranda brought me the Shibby Wheel of Fortune. So I owe it to you. Stacey Eldridge website. Do I have it here? Wild at Heart? No. Is that it? Stacey Eldridge? Or is that the right one? I'm not even sure. What's it called? Again. Fuck it. Oh, is her name? I don't even know. What should I be searching for? Let me know. I don't even know why I'm doing it. I just kind of like to picture the person when I'm reading, I guess. Should have done it earlier. So let's turn this in for a moment. Was there a time when Libby's cell phone did not connect to a cell phone tower? Yes. I noticed throughout the course of the afternoon on February 13th, there were times where it was not connected to a cell phone, just off and on. And, well, okay. I'm not spelling it. Like I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Damn you. I'll get my keyboard. I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Eldridge. So let's give it a I. And yeah, why is Google doing that? I don't know. Stacy Eldridge. I'll put including, well, which one is it? E or O? I don't even know. Oh, here we go. We're getting closer. Don't be shy. Guess I should look for images. Doesn't even matter. Man, should I not put his trial in there? Because is that her? It's the only photo I'm getting. Cleared. Carroll County comment. Why did I put computer examiner forensics? CC Eldridge. Computer forensics examiner. Right. Base. Oh, did I? Yeah. Thank you for fixing my spelling. Close. Last chance. No, that's Andrea Burkhart. Is that her? It is her. She was on. Yes, that's her. Mm-hmm. Definitely. So Andrea had her on. Right. Just give me your thumbnail. That's all I want. Oh, stop. You had a thumbnail there. Oh, where was it? Oh, this is her live. Oh, no, that's... was she on there? Oh, look at this. There she is. Okay, I remember her now. I watched this. I remember you, young lady. I remember you. Nice shirt, dude. And you're a nice lady. There we go. Boom. I remember you. Cool headphones. I watched that. Oh, perfect. Thank you, guys. Sorry to bug you. This is a better photo, I think. Definitely. This is how I'd like to remember you. That's a nice one. I'm an idiot. Sorry, guys. Let's go. Never, ever will I get distracted again. Okay? Let's do this for the people. All right. Thank you, Miranda. Thank you. If I've missed anybody, Nicole, all your fingers are here. None of them are chopped off. Great. The crazy glue is dried on your fingers. No more bleeding. Perfect. My love. Yes. I know you're talking to each other. I'll stay out of chat because I usually screw it up. So, yeah, I noticed throughout the course of the afternoon on February 13th, there were times where it was not connected to a cell phone, just off and on. And when was the last time that Libby's cell phone connected to a cell phone tower on February 13th, 2017? The last time it connected to the cell phone tower on February 13th was 5:45 p.m. that day. When is the next time the cell phone reconnected to a cell phone tower? It next reconnected to the cell phone tower that next day, February 14th, 2017 at 4:33 a.m. Now, in your field of digital forensics, is it customary and usual for you also to review records from cell phone providers? Yes. And did you in fact review any records from Libby's cell phone provider? I did. What did you review? I reviewed information related to the pings being sent to the cell phone and also location information that was logged by AT&T. Now, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit QQ. Yes. Can you please tell us what that is? This is a report, a log from AT&T called the Historical Precision Location Information. And I'll stop you there. Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit Defendant's Exhibit QQ. A few foundational questions. Judge, is this the entire log that you looked at when examining the historical precision location information? I looked at it. I looked at more records than this. Okay, and do you have training on how to accurately read the historical precision location information? I received this training when I was in the FBI. And when was that? Would have been sometime during my time there, probably 2009, when I started doing more of the cell phones. And 2009, iPhones were just coming out, but still. And at that time, you couldn't have possibly considered the information with cell tower networks and network engineering for cell towers in 2017, correct? Maybe. Have you had any training on this since 2009? I have not had any formal training. It's been conversations taking place at conferences where somebody's presenting information of their research or just, keeping up with information and trends through research and reading on the internet as well. I mean, who was that other one? Wilbur was allowed to watch videos about gun being assembled in Europe, or I don't know. She was able to learn quite a bit from watching videos and reading articles. Also, Bunner was referring to 1989 articles about extrapolation and digital imaging from 1989, and you had no problem with that, Nick. So, come on, dude, lighten up. Have you had any training in any kind of network engineering or network capability here in Carroll County from 2017? I've not. Do you work for AT&T? I do not. I don't have any other foundational questions. Judge, the state objects. I don't believe this is the complete log at this point, and so I'm going to object to completeness, Judge. And I can't remember. Did we stipulate to this on the stipulations? We did. Okay. Well, then I don't have a problem. A foundational problem, Judge, but a foundational issue. But I think there's more to this log than just this page. And the other objection is I'm not sure she's qualified to talk about what's within this log. May I follow up? Sure. Stacy, are the form of this record, the historical precision location information, has the form of that changed at all since you received your formal training? No, it's the same basic format. Okay. And you attend seminars related to your expertise and your work. Do they present on things like this? Yes. And you continue to attend those seminars? I do. Would there be anything about anything that happens in Carroll County that would affect this report? Not to my knowledge. Your Honor. Yeah, like as if it matters if she hasn't done it in Carroll County. Like Nick was trying to slip that one in, I felt, for sure. It's like, you're a blood spatter actor. Yes. Oh, have you done blood spatter in my home? Where the, in this home where the murder was? No. Well, okay. Then how could you, like, done it elsewhere, right? But he's like, he was playing games there. That was a weird question. Not to my knowledge. Your Honor, two things first. In terms of completeness, I didn't want to overwhelm the jury. This is page 1 of several hundred pages, but this contains the pertinent time period that we're referring to. The way the doctrine of completeness works, as I'm sure the court is aware, that if Mr. Boss McLeod wants to admit the rest of the document, he can certainly do so. Anything further, Mr. Boss McLeod? No, Your Honor. All right, I'll show Triple Q is admitted over objection. May I publish, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to give you that. Okay. You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Stacy. Stacy. What does the AT&T historical precision location information identified as Exhibit Triple Q tell us about Libby's cell phone's connection to the cell phone tower between 5:45 on February the 13th, 2017 and 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, 2017. It tells us the date and time of that last connection, along with the location. The approximate location of where the cell phone was connecting at, and it's given that location by giving the longitude and latitude. Now, what lines should we be looking at here? So, for the location, they are over towards the right, just the longitude and the latitude. That's giving you a location. Okay, and then if you work to the left, you have the connection time, which here is displayed in GMT. So we actually need to subtract 5 hours from this time. I'm going to stop you for a moment. Can you tell us what GMT is? Greenwich Mean Time. What? GMT stands for Greenwich Mean Time. Not Meanwich. Greenwich Mean Time. Greenwich Meanwich. I'll take it. And it's used interchangeably as universal time. Yes. With UTC, which is Universal Coordinated Time. And that time is basically, this is Dee Dee's favorite part, right, Dee Dee? Dee Dee loves time zones. Oh my God. Dee Dee's like, fuck, I don't care about your pronouns. Give me time zones, baby. And I'm going to stop you for a moment. So wait, where did I go? And that time basically going to be the time that is in London. It's kind of a global time. So wherever you are, if you say, 1 o'clock GMT, people know what you're talking about. 1 o'clock GMT, they don't have to figure it out. Oh, so you said in Eastern, So when you're talking across the globe, this is the time that you're going to use, GMT or UTC. Yes. It's a very good, it's all you need to know. If you knew that time, you can work out the time, your time zone. And are items stored on cell phones and cell phone records, are those commonly stored as either UTC or GMT? No, they're actually stored, especially on an iPhone, in a wild array of different time formats. And a lot of them are just like number. And it starts from like the number of seconds from January 1st, 1970. Wow. So there's a lot of crazy times. Oh my God. That's like that Julian calendar where it's like we're 2,432 days old because they count from like a certain date. But when we do our exams, we're putting everything in UTC time, in that universal coordinated time. So that way, no matter where you were when you did your exam, what time zone anything happened in, we're all talking about the same time, 1 o'clock UTC. And when it says connection time is GMT, How does that relate to the time in Delphi, Indiana on February 13th and 14th, 2017? Yes. On February 13th and 14th, GMT was 5 hours ahead. So all these times we need to subtract. Yep. EST time zone. Because we're in the winter. Right, TD? EST. TD would like you to know it's not EDT until March the 2nd, and we spring ahead. So it would be a 1 hour offset. It'll be EDT. And then in the wintertime, it's EST, only standard time in the winter. So all those times we need to subtract. Yep, 5 hours. Subtract 5 hours. Yes. Okay. Now on this triple Q, there's an item 1. Yes. And what does that line associated with item 1 tell us? That is the last connection date and time of Libby's cell phone. 1 second. Need a quick drink. My coffee's here. Sorry. Thank you, Miranda. Did you send me an email? Oh, how long ago did you send me that? I just saw that. Probably a long time ago. So sorry. I didn't even look at my phone. You send me a photo. Or Miranda sent me an email. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, young lady. If you're still here. I received that 217. It is now 231. 232, sorry. Boy. Oh, well. Thank you. A belated thank you to Miranda for sending me that on an email. I probably should have. I didn't see it. Sorry. So what was the last date and connection time? It was 2/14/17 at 9:33 a.m. GMT. So if we subtract the 5 hours, that would be 4:33 a.m. on the 14th. And line 2, the next line down. Can you share with us what that tells us? Yes, that one has a connection of February 13th, 2017. This says the raw data says 22:44, which would be 10:44 p.m. GMT time. And now we're going to subtract the 5 hours to get your local time. So we're going to be at 5:44 and some seconds p.m. Was there also data on Libby's cell phone that correlated with this? That her phone did not connect between 5:44 on the 13th and 4:33 on the 14th. Yes, there were numerous pieces of data that showed it last connected on the 13th at 5:45 p.m. We see a call come in, and then after that it says, it's disconnected and it's trying to reconnect. And then it also logs when your apps, the things you're doing, are using data and how much data it's using. And there was no data logged in between those two times. And those two times being basically 5:45 p.m. on the 13th, and then no data being used until the 14th at 4:33 a.m. Now, the timeline we looked at earlier, I think I still got it up. First, Sergeant Cecil's timeline does it show iMessages coming in between 5:44 and 4:33? It does. Okay, how would that happen? So this is definitely more interesting than the ballistics garbage and even the psychological stuff. The psychiatrist, psychologist stuff. Or at least this sounds more like possibly the person too seems to be nicer to listen to. Like they're not at each other's, they're not kind of being pretentious with each other, and this is the defense. Oh, right, yeah, because it's the defense. Wait till Nick gets up. It'll turn different, I'm sure. So, an iMessage is very similar to a text message, except this is Apple's proprietary method of sending short messages, and this was invented a long time ago because you used to have to pay for every text message you sent. So, to get around that, on an iPhone, you could send the iMessages, which uses data instead. And the data could include using Wi-Fi. So people would use this to message over Wi-Fi. And today it still holds true. If you do not have a cellular data connection, if you do not have a Wi-Fi connection, you cannot send or receive those iMessages. But in between that iMessage, going from me to you, it hits the Apple server. The Apple server will put a date and timestamp on it as to when it was sent from the sender to the receiver. So even though there are items in the timeline and they are timestamped between 5:45 and 4:33, is there evidence that the phone actually received those at those times? There is evidence that it did not receive those messages at those times. Some of them, again, it was intermittent throughout the day. So some iMessages were coming in on time and some weren't. Was there any iMessage that came in between 5:45 and on the 13th and 4:33 on the 14th? Yes, but well, it was not delivered then, right? Because one of them timestamps it when it's sent and the other timestamps it when the phone receives it, like regular text or something. So, right, okay, sorry. Words are important. So even though it was timestamped, it wasn't delivered until another time, correct? And was that time after 4:33 a.m. on the 14th? I'd have to go back and look to see with what the timestamps were specific to those iMessages. Okay. Now, according to the timeline, if we look at lines 450, 451, 452, 453, 454, and 455, there are some calls backgrounded. Yes. Do you know when Libby's? And then if we go on down, there's a voicemail on line 480 that is timestamped 6 o'clock, which is the line in pink right there. Yes. Did any of those, let's start with phone calls. Did any of the calls that are timestamped between 5:44 and 4:33, did you find evidence of when those actually arrived on the phone? I could not find evidence of when the missed calls were missed on the phone, but I could find evidence of when the voicemails were left from those missed calls. One sec. And we're back. I bet you they love seeing you, eh? Like, oh no, there's this guy. Not this guy. He's going to tear me a new asshole. I'm kidding. I guess they're used to, like, they don't give you shit or what? Do you get like do you bump in, imagine, like when you say you ever bump into like Lee's and B or Liggett, they must give you this stink eye, right? I could just imagine. Bumping into Doolin, he's looking at you, giving you a stink eye. Like, I know, look at this guy. I bet they love seeing you. Oh no, hide. And what did you find as it pertains to the voicemails? So there were numerous voicemails left between 5:45 p.m. on the 13th and between the morning of the 14th at 4:33 a.m. But they were not delivered to the phone during that time. Oh, before this too, right? So that's it. Put a visor on, right? Put a visor on and a dead squirrel fur on your head and say your name's Gray Pubes and put some sausage on your lips. So you can call it sausage lips or Mr. Potato Head, Gray Pubes. You'll get a key to the city like Dan McCain did. Ooh, is Fishy around? I'll have to go look. It's probably time for me to take a Fishy intermission pee break soon. So I'll have to find something. Let me see. I feel it's been almost 4 hours. Sausage lips. That was best when Crime Night Joe Lewis calls them sausage lips. Oh, that's how I got banned from his chat. I called him sausage lips and boom, disappeared. But I knew I'm definitely, I heard that one. Eat a pop. Yes, that was Lucy and the pudding pops. Yes, pudding pops for sure. It does look like it. Eh? It's so wild. Oh, maybe that's good. We'll go to YouTube Bad Actors. How about that? How about that? Let me go on my other screen. That would be perfect. We're talking about that. Fucking, she loves watching that sock theory. Oh, here's one. Oh my God, this one popped up. It's about Gray. Obviously, they're all about Gray Hughes. Oh my God. I'll play this one because I have.
Yeah, Red is
perfect. I have full autonomy from these lovely, lovely YouTube good actors. These are the good actors of YouTube. Keeping count of the bad actors, my good friends. Oh my goodness. Where is it? So these people here, they have tons of great videos. Are you a troll? Oh boy. Which one should I do? Maybe I should do a couple of them. Yeah, I want to just put them in a queue. Oh my God, that'd be good. Which one is this one? Why Gray Hughes is, just in case I'm not back in time, we'll put this one. How's that? Oh, so they love when I watch these. They recommend it. They give me full autonomy to watch. I have full permission to watch these videos. And this woman cleaning her home. Oh my God, I'll catch you later. Clean, scrub. Who watches these horrible videos? Damn you. Clean it. Reach. Oh boy. Maybe. Yeah, I gotta go to the washroom now. Would you guys be okay if I took a fishy intermission break? Make sure I like these. I've liked them. I'll like the other ones when I get back. I'll be back for sure. There's gonna be 1, 2, definitely there's like 8. That's like over 12, 13 minutes. I'm just gonna warm my coffee up. Gonna make you guys laugh. Oh my God, we're gonna see some sausage lips, and we're gonna see some pudding pop lips, I'm sure. Some begging, some I don't even know. I haven't watched this one. So Gray Hughes, shameful e-bagging, deleted stream that turned. Then Are You a Troll? And why has Gray Hughes deleted 1,334 videos? I have no idea why. And I'll watch you clean your I'll watch you dust your fake plants later, young lady, whoever you are. Thank you for that suggestion, YouTube. Oh boy, look at you guys. Mimi, that's your fault. Mimi logged into my account and was watching those videos. I feel it. Mimi, why did you do that? Trying to embarrass me, young lady. I'll get over it. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna mute mine. I'm gonna double check that everything's good. Speed is good. Everything's perfect. They love when I watch these. They recommend it. They need my support. These YouTube bad actors, they only have 3,802 subs, and I've got like 245. So make sure we give them the bump. Ooh, that's what I can do. Is I will drop their link in my other page. So afterwards, yeah, how do I go pee first? When I get back, I'll drop all their links. You guys, this is YouTube bad actors. They love, they recommend, they've given me full autonomy. So this is not sniping. This is by they command I do this. I have to do this a certain amount of times where they get mad at me if I don't watch their videos. So this is the fishy intermission pee break, dedicated usually to people like Criminal Network and YouTube bad actors. And there's 2 people involved. One, and I'm not sure if they both come, but one definitely does. And she is lovely, I think. Either way, they're great. Let's watch this. I'll be right back, okay? Definitely. Sniper is sniping, but Nicole, did you see when I sniped Dave's stream, and that turns out he's got his highest numbers of all time. Look at 212. Watch, I'll refresh. Watch. 213. Oh my God, Nicole. 213. Like last night I sniped his stream, right? We watched, we had fun, right? I was there. I was here, there. Look at last night he got 213 views. Oh, let me get rid of this. The week before, 209, 120, 92, 103, 205, 202, 180, 52, 165, 107, 18, 1. He's barely breaking 200, but I mean, he's good because I love his show. We're all there. We watch it. Last night, he's got his highest views in 22 hours. He's got 213 views, and he's been weeks and months. He's not. So the whole synergy effect there, not, because come on, you got to admit, I saw people showing up like CN were coming there, and we all went there. I was there. I was here. I think it's pretty cool if we do that. I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to email him and say if he liked that. And like, I warm the people up, right? If I start at 11 p.m., get you guys all excited and we all go to his chat, or then I maybe watch, look at Dino was there and Dino didn't even come say hi to me. That's it. I got to message that bugger on Discord. See, you shithead. Because he was there. He didn't come say hi to my chat. So something's up. He gets weird every few weeks. I think he gets crabby. This Sam Squanch, Dino right here. You see him? This guy. Mino Dino, he's not no Mino. He's a good dude. So I'm going to have to talk to him. Pretty cool, all right? Like, I mean, it was good. Instead of me just shutting down, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to warm the people up. I'm going to talk to Dave. I'll email him and see what he likes. I'll warm the people up, and I'll insist that everyone goes there, but I won't shut my stream down, and maybe I'll play him a bit. I mean, instead of just shutting down on Saturday nights, and we'll see. I'll coordinate with him. Whatever he would let me do, I'll do. And if he loves it. Look at these numbers. 213. That's a sign. That's a fucking sign right there. 213. No. So there was something happening. Synergy. And then look at me. Let's let me refresh this. Mine was, I thought I had the worst stream and I got 395 views last night. So, I mean, look at this. 250 people are watching this idiot right now. What? Should we do the Matrix? You guys ready? Quick Matrix loop. What is he saying? Listen, he's got to keep talking. He's got to do the full screen. This is amazing, guys. I won't be very long. Oh my God, live chat. Sniping. Turn my chat off. Oh my God. Wait until he moves this. Don't get confused, Nicole. Trigger alert. We're going to go into the Matrix right now. Here we go. It's coming until he moves that loop. Don't get confused. Into the Matrix. Look, here he goes. He starts here. This idiot is going to loop. He's going to loop. He's going to loop. Watch. He keeps going. He's going. Ignore him. He's going to stop. I won't do that ever again. Okay? I promise. I will not ever do that again. It is kind of funny. All right? Look at this, 247 subs. I'm picking people up. What is happening? Oh my God. I got to go to the washroom. How about this? Where were we? Here. Can't take the excitement, guys. I'm going to explode. I got to pee so bad. Oh, it was just James. Was he not subscribed? You monster. All right, let's do this. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Enjoy this video I made. Just kidding. I'm obligated to show these videos. And if I don't, I get in trouble. So I don't want to get in trouble. Let's watch this horrible video against my better judgment. I don't want to, but I guess if you want to laugh and be entertained, you go to people like this. Ugh.
Got some really shitty people on it. We know that. But, it's also a place where, it's a stock. Can you believe that? It's an actual stock, and they allow crap like that on there? Yeah, they're opening themselves up for lawsuits. They allow bullying and, complete false and slanderous information about people on there. They just go on and on and on. It doesn't matter. But, oh boy, you guys, tonight, I don't know. Are you guys getting ready to go to 4th of July? Maybe that's what I should be doing too. I can go work on a video or something. All right, well, we could try phone calls for a minute, but if we're just dead in the water, I'm going to end the show and I'll work on another video again. You guys know how that works. I can't do shows like this where we're I got to use my time better. Let me clear this. there's the number. If you want to call in and say what your theory is. I mean, we're currently only at 1/5 of the goal, an hour in. You know, that's not very, it's not viable for me. Tell me what you think's going on here. I just want to make the goal, you guys, on nights. That's it. Should be really simple with 300 people watching. I don't know if anybody wants to call in, but listen, you guys. I know I said this every single night, but I need your guys' support on a nightly basis. When we have nights like this, it's a struggle to get caught back up again on the other nights. So if you're out there and you have the funds, make sure you're able to, you know, if you can help support the channel, I'd really be appreciative, and we can just keep on moving forward. But we're currently at 1/6 of a goal. That's just not, it's hard to make it like that, okay? I mean, we're just so far behind already. I was under the impression that the sighting wasn't legit. No, they never said that. Right, yeah. I don't know. So what do we need to do tonight to get the ball rolling? We got to get the support up on the channel tonight, just like every other night. We're currently at 32. So we're way behind at this time in the show. So if you do send in 5 or more, you get put up on the spin wheel. All right. We have to, every single night, I try to reach the goal so that we can maintain what we're doing at the end of the month. We had a horrible first night, good last night, so now we're sort of evened out and like to keep things going. Now, how can you make it a fun night, Gigi? How can you do it? We're just dead in the water here. What's going on? Oh, that's okay, Gigi. If you can somehow get us moving and towards the goal, that'd be better. But let's see. 4th of July tomorrow, all right? Thanks for being here, and we'll see you next time. Hopefully a little better night. Have a good one, and be safe out there. Hello, 445. Are you a troll? Oh, you're not a troll. It's always rough in here. I can't, you know, I mean, when you start having mods trolling, that's when you have a struggle. Hey, thanks, Run the World. The trolls are in here too. They can't wait. See, here's what they look for. They look for somebody. And so it's hard to even get through a night without talking about it, you know? And that's what is really frustrating to me. And I'm talking about the trolls, not you guys watching. Or though, well, I bet there are a huge number of trolls watching. Gray, you such a troll. See you later, Cattail. Have a good one. Remove that person too. They're all people that get free memberships. They're not really into. Yeah, you get these people that get the free memberships, like they're gifted to them, and they're just trolls because that's what they are. You know. What the hell the reality is behind the scenes. A can of Troll Be Gone spray. They always turn up on Saturdays. That's true. Yeah, I was on Court TV again, you guys. Despite the trolls' efforts, you know, I even discussed the videos. You can come up with all the ones in the past. They said, we don't care. I just want to, you know, what it tells you is that likely there's 100 trolls watching, you know, which is the case. There's this group of people out there, you guys, that instead of like going out watching a football game or watching a movie or hanging out on a YouTube channel that they really enjoy, they spend their entire night watching my channel, waiting for something they can take out of context and play for other people. Yeah, it's amazing. It's just like, what kind of a life is that? I'm glad I'm able to be your muse. Yes. Vinny Politan did a show this afternoon. I showed up over there, and boy, did those trolls show up. Man, they came from everywhere known to man. They just, hey, Grace over there. You know, and they run over there, and they just start trashing over and over and over. We must have 140 trolls. So. No doubt. Hey, he's talking about us again. Look how neato and cool we are. Whoa. Get a life. I know, isn't that amazing, Zelda? I mean, just think about that for a minute. Like, people that literally, right now, they're watching, you know? Like, ooh, what's he gonna say? Oh, that vile, ooh.
I'm back. Finishing my granola bar. Fresh, clean hands. Warm coffee. Empty bladder. Out of breath. Old man. Do you guys want to watch this one? Or any of the first two? I'd missed the first one. Like, I listened to them. So type in chat 1, 2, or 3. And I'll just play this third one. So 1 we watched. 2 we watched, and 3. The first one that gets a few good 1, 2, or 3 for the old man. Let me know. 1 again. This one sounded good. This first one sounded really good. I didn't really see it. Lucy. Grace was. Yes, definitely. So right. What has he done? I won't tell you what I said, but I used to say some things about his lips. That he was in a car accident and he had one of those Takata airbags, those bad airbags, and it blew his lips off. And when he went to get surgery, they went to sew some donor lips on his face, and they accidentally got lips from a camel or something silly like that. Or camels, I won't even say a part. It's the camel's lips, and sewed them on his face accidentally. Something like that. It was really funny back then. Nobody's voting. All right. I guess we'll just this one. This one doesn't look as good. It's like all comments. I'm gonna executive decision. I'm playing the first one. I'm gonna replay the first one because this sounded really good.
Yeah, Reddit's got some really shitty people on it. We know that. But,
I'm just gonna finish up.
You know, it's also a place where.
All right, I'm here. I'm just gonna watch this again because this sounded really good.
I mean, it's a stock. Can you believe that? It's an actual stock, and they allow crap like that on there. Yeah, they're opening themselves up for lawsuits. They allow bullying and, you know.
What's up? Voodoo's in the house. Welcome. First time here. Unindicted young lady. Welcome, everyone. Look at the emojis. Thank you, young lady. How you been? Missed you. I'm here. Let's do this. Look at you guys. 230 people here just for little old me. Thank you. Oh my God. I'll get back to the reading in 2 minutes. And for Voodoo, I will come back wearing, guess what I'll be wearing, young lady? You know it. My velvet onesie, and I'll dedicate it to you. My velvet onesie is going on right now. Boom. I'll be right back. Just finishing my granola bar. I'm here.
Complete false and slanderous information about people on there. They just go on and on and on. It doesn't matter. But, oh boy, you guys, tonight, I don't know. Are you guys getting ready to go to 4th of July? Maybe that's what I should be doing too. I can go work on a video or something. All right, well, we could try phone calls for a minute, but if we're just dead in the water, I'm going to end the show and I'll work on another video again. You guys know how that works. I can't do shows like this where we're just you know, I got to use my time better. Let me clear this. There's the number. If you want to call in and say what your theory is. I mean, we're currently only at 1/5 of the goal, an hour in. That's not very, it's not viable for me. Tell me what you think's going on here. I just want to make the goal, you guys, on nights. That's it. Should be really simple with 300 people watching. I don't know if anybody wants to call in, but listen, you guys. I know I said this every single night, but I need your guys' support on a nightly basis. When we have nights like this, it's a struggle to get caught back up again on the other nights. So if you're out there and you have the funds, make sure you're able to, if you can help support the channel, I'd really be appreciative, and we can just keep on moving forward. But we're currently at 1/6 of a goal. That's just not, it's hard to make it like that, okay? I mean, we're just so far behind already. I was under the impression that the sighting wasn't legit. No, they never said that. Right, yeah. I don't know. So what do we need to do tonight to get the ball rolling? We got to get the support up on the channel tonight, just like every other night. We're currently at 32. So we're way behind at this time in the show. So if you do send in 5 or more, you get put up on the spin wheel. All right. We have to, every single night, I try to reach the goal so that we can maintain what we're doing at the end of the month. We had a horrible first night, good last night, so now we're sort of evened out, and like to keep things going. Now, how can you make it a fun night, Gigi?
Yeah, how can you make it a fun night, Voodoo? Welcome, Bedtime Stories with Shibby, dedicated to Voodoo in my velvet onesie. Here we go. Here's a little ditty I like to call Gray Pubes is a Dope and Bags for Shit.
How can you do it? We're just dead in the water here. What's going on? That's okay, Gigi. If you can somehow get us moving and towards the goal, that'd be better. But let's see. 4th of July tomorrow, all right? Thanks for being here, and we'll see you next time. Hopefully a little better night. Have a good one, and be safe out there.
And away we go. That's enough. They love it when I play those. We'll catch up on those later. I'll keep them around. Let's do this for the people. Brought the views in. 213 views were brought to Dave's. 200 were his, and I probably bumped him with a couple, 4 or 5, to put him over his usual regular last night. So I'm going to email him and ask if he wants me to keep warming the people up. Because look, I literally have a playlist of, warming. Oh, I can't go to that on this. I can't show that here because you might see other playlists. I will have to bring this to another window. It's dangerous to look at Shibby's playlist because if he has any hidden playlists, oh, I'm so glad I did that. Oh, fuck. Oh my God, you do not want to see. Where is it? I had a playlist, I think, of shows before Dave's. No, I forget where it is because I do. I've been warming them up for how long? Open this. I'm not even sure if I added that one to it. Kidding. Let me see. He's out. There you go. Sorry. No, I haven't. Let me just do that first. Where am I? I will. I'm just doing something on my other screen. One second. Welcome, Voodoo. Good to see you, everyone. What is up? Trust me, I'm doing something so important. So important. Oopsie. I'm going to add that to... Yeah, I'm going to add it to a bunch of playlists. So I'm in my editing now. Oh, they are. I'll add it to 5 because I didn't add it to the Dave. What is that? Oh, Saturday Night Pre-Owl. That's right. Sorry, it's now there. I've saved it. It should show up now. This is the 7th or 8th video. Got some things left you're doing. It is. Nothing creepy. I will bring it back to show you guys. The proof is in the pudding. Come back to me. This monitor here. Look at these. I've been doing how many warm-up shows with Dave? I'll turn the volume off. How do you feel about it, buddy? So look at it. We did a warm-up show starting, when was it? I've been doing warm-up shows every Saturday, starting November 22nd. So basically every Saturday night, we've done a warm-up show before going to Days. But I've been shutting it down and then going and sending all my excited fans, ravaged fans. I mean, he's always had this show. He's the one who elicited this. But, you know, look at these. Look at these. So the last night's one, look at it, was the best one. And it was all him. This is the first one where I actually streamed his show. So, but, you know, look at that. The numbers are there. So why did I come and show you? Just to prove that eight last Saturdays I've done a show before his, but last night's was the first time I actually kept my live running. So, and then look at his numbers. Oh my God, where is it? His numbers. Last night's show. I'm going to refresh again. I'm going to see if anybody's watching. 213 to still 213 is a great number. It doesn't want to leave. 213. His views. The week before, 209. The week before, 120. The week before, 92. The week before, 103, 205. These are all, this is new. I'm going to talk to him and says, did you like that synergy we had? That was fun. Maybe it has nothing to do with it. Dave's a great guy, either way. So I'll see if he wants, if he'll let me. I don't even know what I want to do. So I do know that I want to read, get back to the regularly scheduled program before I scare anybody else off. All right. So we're reading. I'm not even reading chat. Sorry, guys. Yes, you can lurk any comment, chat, emojis. If you don't, I'm here a lot. If you feel like just dropping an emoji, oh my God. Look at, if you just do this once a month, I'll know you care. That's it. When Nicole's here all the time. She's messaging me all day long. Oh my God. Thank you for being here. I don't deserve any one of you, let alone all of you. Thank you. I tried with her again last night. You know, I blocked her on that live stream. You should see it. Because she tried to call me out for sniping Dave's. And I was like, dude, I asked for permission. How, it's not sniping if you get permission. She's like, oh. So, don't even matter. TJ, I'm going to dedicate this to you because she loves to hear me, my voice. Oh, I'm awake. Well, yeah, I try to sleep, but then you're constantly messaging me. Since I have you as a, you know, you get past, I put you on my favorites, so you're getting past my silent switch. So I'm going to have to probably change. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Where was I? Did I not? It was right here. So thanks, guys. Back to serious. This is day 16, Stacey Eldridge. That's actually interesting. I thought, you know, this first few people, the psychologist, what were their names again? It was so boring. This freaking guy. Or Dr. Betsy was not big. Dr. Stuart was like psychologist stuff and all the solitaire stuff. Interesting, but it just, I don't know. This Dr. Erin Warren was a trip. You would ask him, like, what is the letter between A and C? And he would go on about just the simplest answers. He would turn to a whole page of just, oh my God. It was all like tool mark bullshit. And oh my God, I got it finished today. I was like, I almost jumped out my window. So an awful. I survived. It's doing this for this little guy is all being hemmed up and both lied upon. So the appeals got to be coming soon. So, man, we're reading all this old shit. I've heard it 10 times. Each time I'm still dropping my jaw with one ridiculous statement to the next. Not from this person, but I mean in general. This whole damn reread of stuff I've already known, stuff I forgot about, stuff I missed, stuff I can now put two and two together. Oh my God. Such fucking, everything's hogwash. Everything. Every timestamp's been changed. Every data app's been changed. people are attributed being here when somebody says they took a screenshot of the time on their screenshot and they say they saw somebody here, therefore this person's here. My mom's phone bill says I received a text at this moment and I was standing here and I saw this person, therefore they're here at the, oh my God. So it's all hogwash. So let me just quickly check. I'm going to carry on for the people. Oh my goodness. TJ has 238 subs. Great. That's great. It's awesome. Oh, how many do I have? So I remember. I got 246. People keep, it is funny. I think I have someone, I don't know, or maybe I didn't refresh this. That's because that Just James guy, I believe he just subscribed. Yeah, 247. So cool. I mean, it's all good. I don't know. I mean, I'm enjoying, you guys are doing me a favor. Honestly, I'm like, I got to work. I got to stay up till 8 a.m. So, and I've just been having fun doing this. I enjoy this anyways. I'm a lonely old man. I'm confused. You guys are helping me out. And if you guys have somewhere you can talk with each other and have fun, honest to God, if you want to mute me and listen to something else like Dave's stream or the Tom Webster thing, listen to them, mute me and just chat with these lovely people here and chat. I wouldn't, anything you want, unindicted, anything you guys want, whatever makes you happy, makes me happy. So drop an emoji once a month. It's more than I deserve. So let's get back to it. And away we go. Boom. And what did you find as it pertains to the voicemails? So there were numerous voicemails left between 5:45. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't do what I promised. And I will do what I promised. 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 I hear that song now. Dun 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 dun. Share. They need my help. They're getting the Shibby bump. Look at 3,802 plus 247. Boom. I'm going to pull them over 4,000 if I keep this up. They're getting the Shibby bump. Beautiful. Look at the face. Beautiful, handsome couple, I believe. A man, a guy. She said, I don't know. I believe it's two people. My fan, I believe, is the female half, but they're both welcome. One, maybe more than the other. I'm just kidding. They're awesome, super hilarious, funny. They let me watch these. Fishy started it, letting me watch a video so I can run and take a quick pee-pee. So that's called the Fishy Intermission. And I dedicate it to Fishy. And you're going to go to these people one time. This is their link. YouTube Bad Actors. Right. Should be mom of what? Should be some of us are night owls, but we're here on it. Yes. Oh my God, thank you. So yeah, I enjoy reading these. I swear we've gone through this how many times. It's amazing how many things I've either missed or can put two and two together now, or just makes more sense. Or now that we know other things, kind of like, oh my God, now that makes even more sense. And you forget how much shenanigans went on here. These fucking Steve Mullen is the worst. Steve Mullen is a fucking idiot. He's fucking going on about how, oh, I lost 5 weeks of interviews, and then it went okay for 5 weeks, and then it went 5 weeks again. I lost more weeks of interviews, and then 3 months after that, in August, when I realized I lost the first 5, I wrote a list about it, but I didn't put a date on that. Oops, I'm sorry. And then the list I made of all the shit I lost for that list, I also didn't put a date on it. Oops, sorry. Well, was I supposed to know you put a date on it? Not every grade 2 or 3 student gets yelled at for not putting a date on their paper, right? Then this asswipe is on stand saying, Baldwin's like, if you had a chance to do that again, would you have dated it? No, I wouldn't have dated it. Or no, I wouldn't, those idiots. No, I wouldn't pick up the sticks. No, I wouldn't. if I had a chance to go back and do it again, I wouldn't have picked up the sticks. You know, I couldn't get fingerprints off them. What use were they? Assholes, those guys. A lot of smug people. I got away with a whole lot here. And what did you find as it pertains to the voicemails? So there were numerous voicemails left between 5:45 p.m. on the 13th and between the morning of the 14th at 4:33 a.m., but they were not delivered to the phone during that time. Second, I have my coffee here. Sorry, guys, one sec. Whoa, I forgot how warm that was. Kind of sweet it, so I'll drink my cold. That was still warm. I just warmed it up. Okay, 240 people now. Let's do this. So when were the majority of them delivered? They were not delivered to the phone until, well, the voicemail recordings were not recorded on the phone until the 17th of February. And is that another log on the phone? That is another log I can see when you receive your voicemails. Now, as part of your work, are you familiar with the concept of a cell phone ping? Yes. What is a cell phone ping? A cell phone ping is basically a technical way to say from one technical device to another, hey, are you out there? And so when you ping, you'll say, hey, device, are you there? If it is, and it receives it, it'll say, yes, I am. And then it'll send the message back, and then hopefully the sender of the ping receives that message back that, yes, they are there. Very simple version of how that works. And so it can get a time, it can get direction, it can get distances, because how long it takes. It's very full of information, especially if there's more than one to compare it with. Oh my goodness. And our cell phone pings, how are those different from the cell phone tower data that we just kind of looked at from Libby's phone? The differences I see is the AT&T is repeatedly trying to ping that cell phone after 5:45 p.m. It's doing it periodically, and doing it every 15 minutes, right? And it never successfully pings that cell phone again until approximately 4:33 a.m. on the 14th. So are there 3 data points, excuse me, that all confirm that there's no cell phone? You know what? I'm going to grab myself. This is dedicated to Nicole. I'm going to have a berry Ricola. She loves them. Here's to Nicole. Berry Ricola. Very good. And away Nicole goes. So are there data points that all confirm that there's no cell phone tower connection between 5:45 on the 13th and 4:33 on the 14th. There's at least 3. And what are those? The AT&T pings when the voicemails are delivered, and then the lack of data used being logged. Okay, now I'm going to move on. Let's talk Apple Health data. Okay, how does an iPhone record or log iPhone health data or health data? So only Apple truly knows the secret sauce. The secret sauce, like the Big Mac sauce, or the Colonel's recipe. Ooh, like the gravy, KFC gravy. God, I haven't had that for a while, actually. Of how it's doing all the recording for the health data. But foundationally, what's it doing? It is measuring the movement and the vibrations of the phone to figure out, your steps, and there's hardware built into the phone that helps it figure that stuff out. I feel like I should be paying better attention to you guys. Oh my gosh, Betsy Blair. Don't you start. Yeah, she kind of changed her tune, eh? Sounds like they really got to some people, Seems like, Even Murphy sounded, Barency's dead. Fucking Clicks and Murphy kind of sounded different. Even Purdy almost looked like he switched over to the other side. All these people just sounded different. They definitely got to some people. Even Turco, right? Like, I feel like they're like getting to these people. Like Turco, the first Turco who wrote that report, pretending like, oh, he just went on because they suggested it in their subject of their email. So it's kind of like he, but he wouldn't have done that otherwise. Yeah, it's bullshit. They got to those guys. And they probably went to somebody, in my opinion, look at Turco alone. They probably got a hold of somebody like Doug Carter or the governor even and said, hey, talk to the dean or whoever whoever runs the school and say, remind him that when Jerry comes to talk to him, maybe things happen a little different than anybody remembers. You want your retirement package. He's probably ready to have tenure and all this stuff, Turco, and have a juicy jobs and retirement. So they went to him. Sounds like they shook him up. So it's like a different guy they went and talked to, right? So they did. You're so right. What's up, unindicted? How are you? Yes. Oh my goodness. God bless that female. I don't know which one you're talking about. God bless all females. God. You guys are awesome. Man, that whole pregnancy thing and stuff. We're big babies. Thank you. You guys marry us. It's like you're adopting another stunted child. I get it. I fucking feel for you guys. Man, you're awesome. And sorry, I didn't ask. So let me back up back to 4:33 a.m. Okay. And I forgot to ask you a question. Do you have an explanation for why the phone, if it was stationary in one place, under a shoe, under a body, between 5:45 on February 13th, 2017, and 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, 2017, do you have an explanation as to why it did not connect to the tower between 5:44 on the 13th and 4:33 on the 14th? I could find no evidence on the phone to suggest what happened, so I could only conclude something external to the phone changed. What might that be? It could be any number of things. Can you tell us some of them? Well, the phone could have moved. The phone signal could have been being blocked during that time by several different methods. I think those are the main ones that I think off the top of my head. They got to everyone. And look at this, Lucy. You like fun. I love the emojis, young lady. Perfect. Perfect. Just what we need around here. More goddamn emojis. I love them. 52-year-old grandpa, and I've taken back the emojis from those awful people who are trying to ruin everything. No chomos, no demons. They're fun. They're expressive. And I'm not letting them ruin it. Nope. Thank you guys for helping. Those fuckers are ruining everything. They're not taking the emojis. Those chomo people. You know what I'm saying. So what about meal? I'm sorry, what? Sorry, what about metal? I'm sorry, what? What about metal? Oh, metal. I suppose metal. Metal can also block cell phone signals. Think about like when you go into a building and you're in an elevator. That's where your calls tend to drop. But we don't know what happened. I could find no evidence of what happened on the phone. Okay. And I apologize for that. Now we'll go back to the Apple Health data. Okay. And so did Libby. Well, let me ask you this. Is there research on the accuracy of the steps recorded, distance recorded, and elevation? Yes, there is. Okay. Can you tell the jury about that? Like, I love, every time I cut my lawn, I check out my steps. Yes, you never know, right? Right. Or they put them there. I do. They put the sticks there, like Jerry says. When you think how dumb Jerry is, like, he said it at this crime con that just went by, right? That the sticks were there to block people from seeing, to hide them, right? But then Jerry went that one step further, said, oh, the angle of Libby's sticks were to block her from being seen from Weber's private drive. Therefore, if you're on Weber's private drive, you could then see Libby, is basically what he's saying, because they're not blocking her. There's a sliver, you know, it's a sliver, right? So basically, Jerry. And we're back. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. The man did it. I guess something, I saw my security cameras go, so I know that they rebooted my router. I was wondering what happened there. So, perfect. Everything's good. Let me do that screen share again. Sorry, guys. The man, you're right. The man's trying to stop me. See, what was I talking about? I was just getting to the heart of it. Yes. Damn, this traffic jam. How I hate to be like, oh my God. They're trying to get me, voodoo. They're trying to get me. Thank you, guys. Look at this. What the hell does that say? Gray? What? Oh, gray. Gray? Got me. Maybe. Nah. It's not my video. He can't ever get. I'm untouchable. I'm untouchable. I have way too many fans. I'm only kidding. It does freak me out when I'm watching their videos, YouTube bad actors, and I see they always play that copyright strike screen, and I'm like, oh, and they're just playing it in their video, so I'm like, oh. So let's get back to this. Actually, 1 second, guys. I'm here. OnlyFans. Oh my God. You talking about Dino's OnlyFans? He's back. He owes money. Abby gives him, I think, 10% of what he makes, so he's doing better now. Abby's eloped with her Scrabble board, so she'll be backing around. I'm right here. 1 second. I got to refresh a few things because my my other computer's acting. My security cameras. 1 second, I'm right here. Okay, sorry guys. What does what mean? Who knows? 1 second, guys. I'm right here. Sorry. Alrighty, things are looking good. My old laptop needs to I need to reconnect a few cameras. For some reason, it's not doing it, but they're working. Okay, perfect. One more. Man, because when my router reboots, like I have like 80 things connected to my network. I have like 5 or 6 different routers, security cameras all over. I put up a bunch of security cameras for my neighbor because he's doing construction and so on. So I got like 80 devices. So when my thing reboots, they're all fighting for IP addresses. I literally have like 80 things connected to my network. Cameras, 5 or 6 routers. I've extended my networks. I have one Wi-Fi network, but if you one of them's the main router, but the rest of them are all named the same, and they're repeaters. So I use my old routers to repeat my Wi-Fi signal. My backyard, my shed, my garage, my deck. I have like 6 routers, 5 or 6 routers, and a bunch. I have like 10 or 20 Wi-Fi light bulbs and plugs. All my light bulbs outside are on Wi-Fi. I can change the colors and all that when my team's playing and cool stuff like that. Hey, Fishy, what is up? Babushka. How you doing, Fishy? Where you been? You been listening? Oh, I just did a Fishy intermission. We watched some YouTube bad actor stuff. So if you have anything pertinent you would like, I don't have to go to the bathroom yet. It's only 3:30 a.m. here, East, 2:30 a.m. Central, 1:30 a.m. Mountains, and 12:30 a.m. for this weirdo out on the West Coast. So if you have anything for a Fishy intermission, let me know. If not, I'm good for a couple hours, so don't even worry about it. Just thought, all right, almost back to perfect. I just got to refresh one more. This stupid camera. I should just refresh my whole browser. Sorry, guys. My shit just rebooted. All about the reboot, says the Canadian. Oh my God. There we go. I got him back. Perfect. World. Birds are singing. I hear them. They're freezing cold, but they're singing. The cardinals, they whistle. They're all night long. The cardinals, even when it's cold. But here we go. All right. Definitely. You want to see? I can show you you guys want to have a little break? I can show you. I can show you what I'm looking at. I can show you my front lawn. Here, 1 second. And here's a little intermission. I got tons of snow. It's not snowing at the moment, but you'll see. I had my snowblower out yesterday for the first time. Oops. 1 second. Please hold. I'll show you my neighbor's construction site, how big his house is getting. This is what I'm doing all night long. 1 second. I got my security cameras. I'm logging in on my other screen so you don't see. Because Google does the little docs thing. I'm so glad I did that because I clicked on something. Man, Google does this all the time. When you go to log into something, they pop your email addresses up. I don't really care, but man, there's a couple of them I don't know. I want to keep not out there, right? So, here we go. Yes, it definitely snowed. Here's my front lawn. Here's my neighbor's house. It's huge. He's building it. This is right next to me. I'm watching this. Here it is here. This is from my shed, my garage. My house is here. This is my driveway. And he's put this gigantic because these properties are so big, right? These people are buying them up and putting 2 huge houses on it. And before, it was one tiny old house, my old house from like the 40s or 50s. They're knocking them down, and they're building. So that's from looking down my driveway. Here's what I'm watching also. Here's the front of his house. And there's tons of stuff here so there's 2 houses where one tiny one used to be. So I'm watching this for them. And here's the extension cord. He's running extension cords to use my electricity, 2 circuits, and he's paying my complete electricity bill. We call it hydro, but it's electricity. And here's my front lawn. It snowed a lot. It's not bad, but here's my front lawn, my driveway, my snowblower. I shot the snow everywhere over this way and this way. So it snowed. It's not tons, but it's nice. It's nice. It's super cold. It's powder. It's like light powdery. It's not hard to shovel. There we go. Perfect update. Oh my God, my mouse. Go to full screen. Come on. There we go. So that's it. That's that. Nothing interesting. Because gigantic house. So when you see this house, these 2 of them, it's 2 houses. So my house ends. See this part up here? That's my house. The old house that was here, there was one tiny house from here to like here. Now they're building 2 of them. So these are 2 houses stuck, one each side. Each is a house of its own, right? They'll have big fences here, and they'll have their own. They'll be worth 2.2 million each. So they're gigantic, and they have a basement too. So these are 3-story homes, and they're fucking. There's 2 of them that are 10 times bigger than one of them. One of them is 10 times bigger than the house that was here. There used to be a little old house here. They knock it down. So that's what's happening around here. Everyone's knocking them down to build big properties and stuff. So not me. But he's paying me big bucks to watch it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing security all night. And I got some expensive stuff. Just that wood alone is worth so much money. So he's paying me, oh my gosh, just to keep my eyes on it and watch it. So I'm staying up all night. And I'm doing my RC car bullshit too, which I should do more of. But enough said. Let's go shut this guy down. All right, no more messing around. Let's get back to business. Where was I? Was I on this one? Yes. Yep. So afterwards, going to be Cecil and Bunner. Perfect. All right, guys, let's do this. It is good, but I'm in for the city area. Like, these properties are valuable. And it's not the house. Like this old house is. If an excavator drove over it and I burnt it down, this property would be worth more because it's the property. So that's the thing. These are from the 40s or 50s, these old houses. It's got one little tiny house on. Here's basically what it looks like. I'll try it. So there's like, the lots are like, 200 feet by 60 feet. And, we have one tiny house before. And then my neighbors had the same one, right? They all had the same thing, a tiny house. But now they're building a house is like huge, the whole thing. Sorry. Like basically the whole property, 2 of them. And they split it up. So it's going to be 2 physical different addresses now. And so it's the property that's the big thing. The houses, if this house burnt down, this property would be worth more. So that's what's happening here. Boom, boom, boom. I should get rid of that because I don't need it. All right. And away we go. Hey, Lola, what is up? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Hello, Lola. Good morning. 210 people here. Oh my God. Read, Shibs. Oh, yes, you're right, TJ. TJ loves. I know she says that. Not because it's annoying, because she hangs on my every word. I dedicate this to you, TJ. Here we go. You're right. Perfect. Yes. Read and put a couple of hearts, and you can say anything you want. Right? Did I miss anyone? Welcome, Lola. Welcome, everyone. Let's get back to it. Oh, my God. Okay. So we're reading Stacey Eldridge. The defense is still talking with Stacey Eldridge. O'Shea. Okay. Can you tell the jury about that? Yep. So this research comes from the Forensic Science Institute in The Hague in the Netherlands. If you are familiar with that. But anyways, they're a big deal, and they do a lot of really good forensic research. And so they decided to go out and research this Apple Health data, and they documented, it's logging all your steps and elevation changes and distance changes. I know that whole, I went off because I read this, and I was talking about how I love when I cut my lawn, I then check out how many steps I took. My back lawn is much bigger. So like I get 5,000 or 6,000 steps just cutting my back lawn. So even if you did nothing to set it up. But they set out to figure out just how accurate it is. Is it? And did nothing to set it up. But they set out to figure out just how accurate it is. And their research demonstrated that there are a lot of different things that can impact how accurate it is. They did note that steps tend to be the most accurate distance, can be off as much as 30 or 40% either way. They also said that the type of motion that you are doing greatly impacted as well. So if it's more vigorous motion, you're going to get credit for a bunch of extra steps. True. And if it's like in your pocket versus, imagine you're running, you see the people put their phone on their armband type of thing. Imagine that. Probably thinks you're doing a lot more. If it's on usually like your bicep area. Some people have those. I've seen them. I don't know if they do. I just keep my shit in my pocket. So you're going to get credit for a bunch of extra steps, a bunch of extra distance. Where if you're hardly moving, such as like a casual walk, very slow, start, stop, it's not going to log it or not log very much of it because there's just not enough difference to detect those changes. Now, First Sergeant Cecil in State's Exhibit 227 on page 8. Oh boy, they're tempting me with this, aren't they? Oh my God, on page 8. Outlines some Apple Health data as it relates to the steps and distances. Yes. 227, page 8. Oh, I was there. This is the one I was talking about. See, I stopped here already because this is the bullshit. He changes this time, 231 to 213. So they're trying to say that, or, he meant to write 213. So the elevation change would have happened at 213 after, it's like, perfectly like the bridge, the video happens, and then boom, right at the exact time they go down the hill, right? Well, he writes it down with it's recorded as 231, but he changes. Oops, sorry, it was 213 or something like that, right? This is the whole rub. It's fucking changed times. Oops, I wrote it down wrong. The timestamp is wrong. Everything. Look at these fucking people. So goddamn amazing. Everything's wrong. The timestamps are wrong. Sorry. We just get new timestamps. Whoop-de-doo. This person says they saw this person here, therefore they're here. And they took a screenshot. And oh my God. Now, First Sergeant Cecil in State's Exhibit 227 on page 8 outlined some Apple Health data as it relates to steps and distance. Yes. And did you agree with what he has in his report as to steps and distance? Yeah, I saw the same information. Is there a circumstance in which a phone can move, but it's not recorded in Apple Health? If the phone is moving in a vehicle, it can note the difference between driving in a vehicle versus a person walking. So it's not going to give you step credits for driving in a car, even though there was a distance traveled. Sorry, 1 second. And to prove it, 211 is the big one. See 211 here? Bree Wilbur's Snapchat. Don't fall for that. 211 is the gold mine. 211, check this shit out. 211 has 15 pages, right? So it starts with Riley and Bree's photos. Yeah, we took them at this. We know, therefore stuff is. Yeah, we did this. Therefore stuff is. Well, they have her dumb Fitbit data again. It can't have been. If this is the time they want us to believe, she's very fortunate as to having screenshot this information on a whole other day. Because this day is not this day, right? But she wants us to believe that she's driving away at 2:09 p.m. Therefore, she sees BG at 2:07 p.m. for some dumb reason. That I guess it's just a coincidence. Because this day hasn't happened. If she's screenshotting it this time on this date, none of this has even happened yet, right? So this is a whole other day. Coincidentally, at the time, they want us to believe he bumps into this guy to be driving away at 2:09 p.m. So fucking bullshit. This is her Fitbit data, Betsy Blair. These fucking people. Yeah. We went there. They got 4 cameras. Fucking, we got the USB drive. We went to the network. Oh, dude, I forgot to tell you that's off by 54 minutes on this date, February 19th. These FBI know it's off, right? Therefore, they know Kelsey dropped them off at 1:49, right? Well, then why a month later, when they write Ron Logan's PCA, are they a month after this, they're writing, the girls went missing at 1 p.m. Why? You guys declared the offset on the 19th of 2017, February 19th, a month, like 5 days after the bodies are found, fucking a month before you write Ron Logan's PCA, you've declared the times is off 54 minutes. Therefore, the girls weren't dropped off at 1. They were dropped off at 1:49, right? Or whatever. These fucking people. They got the whole remote. They remote it in. They set it up in their router. They can remote in via DDNS. They set it up. They got the administrative passwords and everything to get in. All they go is one time to do this. They got permission. They set it up in their router. They have the IP address, the subnets, the gateway. Boom. They got everything. They download the whole goddamn hard drive over the network. Where is that shit? Huh? Where the fuck is this? Oh, it's off. It's wrong. This is what you meant to read. This is wrong or whatever. It's fucking bullshit. This is exactly 54 minutes. Yet this one's 53:55, 1:15:46 to 14:09:46, but it's 41. So it's off 53 minutes and 55 seconds. A couple hours later. Look at, she's leaving at 2:09 here now. This is the real time. I mean, these fucking people are doing or saying so much hogwash. Why am I even going off on this? I'm not even sure. Let's go. I'll read chat. Sorry, guys. Never will I get distracted again, okay? I promise. Enough power, money, computing power. It can change metadata. Yes. They just got to think. Yes. Look at that. If you're an FBI agent, you can declare things such. Or even Tony Liggett. Ron Logan's at the dump at a certain time on video. But, oh, guys, the timestamp's wrong. I declared it off by 30, I waved my magic wand. Timestamps mean, what do we even use timestamps for? If these fuckers can just change everything. It's so ridiculous. It's like if the timestamp's wrong, then your fucking evidence is garbage. Right? Why do you just get to declare shit? If your fucking timestamps are off, then you say you don't know what time this happened. You don't get to go and declare shit. The fuck is this? I declare, therefore it is. Oh my God, who gets to wave with magic wand like this? Fucking change time by 54 minutes. Abracadabra, poof. Everyone's time is different. So, and does an iPhone 6S, such as Libby's, does that log steps or movement if it's powered off? Sorry. I do declare. I declare so. That's it. Just fucking wave a magic on it. Poof. Imagine if the defense, everyone could do that. They fucking come to your house and say, "Oh, you robbed a bank." I'm like, dude, look at, I took this screenshot like I was dancing in my underwear on TikTok, and I was doing it at this time, right? So therefore I'm here, like, or like Oh no, that's what it was. That's what I said before. That was my example. So let's say I'm dancing at home on my underwear, and I put a TikTok video up like Brad Rosie does, right? Just kidding, but so I upload it, and I know the time of it, right? Then I go outside, and I put my pants on, and I go outside, and I walk down the street, and I pass a guy who later turns out to have killed somebody, and that's when I'm the witness, right? So then, I don't have a photo of him. I don't have any proof, but I say, just after I uploaded this TikTok thingy, I passed him, and they're like, oh my God, then he's there, right? That's what they're doing. They're just declaring shit like Riley and Bree are sitting here. They took a bench photo. There's a green roof in the background of the Mears farm. They're out, they're there. They say they saw this guy at this time. Boom, he's there. Even though they describe two completely different guys. There's no, like, as if these girls aren't fucking getting pictures of this guy in the background. Like, if there's a creepy guy and these teen girls are going around, they both got their phones. They have one Riley's camera. They have two smartphones. They're taking photos galore. If a creepy guy walks towards them or is even near them, they're doing stuff like this and catching him in the background. Or when he's walking away, at least, catching photos of him in case something goes down, right? There's a creepy guy. Like, not once did I catch this. Come on. Such hogwash. And then all they gotta do is say, I'm just using this as an example. After we saw this person, right after we took this, therefore this person's here at this time. It's such fucking amazing. It's amazing. I'm not saying that's what they said here, but just for an example, they're doing that. It's crazy. As if these two aren't getting photos of a creepy guy. And I don't know who it'll be. Will it be the one in all black that Riley saw? Or the other one that Bree Wilbur saw? It's such... Anyways. Yes, he had poofy... No, he didn't have... He was the one... I'll tell you who he was. I have proof. Here's what she says. Not to get distracted. This guy here, he knows what he's doing. Get a sweet dude something, Shibby. You go to his posts. He has a post where he talks about this one. It's a great post. Great observation, Shibby. Riley Voorhees saw a man in a black mask with a square jaw. If he's wearing a mask, how the fuck does she see his jaw? Maybe she meant the mask was square in the jaw area. And the cops, why would they want to fudge that information? I don't know. Look at the ISP masks. Fucking square as fuck in the jaw area. If you're wearing a mask, and this is just like that photo with the dipshit hanging his nose out of his mask, but I'm not saying, right? Look at fucking Bane here. I love seeing Bane from Batman. No, he's from ISP. If you saw a guy wearing this mask, you might describe that as square and jaw in the area. Like, and if a guy's wearing a mask, how the fuck would you see that he's got a square jaw? You don't, right? And Riley Voorhees, are we to believe that a teen girl on the 13th walks by a man in the middle of the day? Her two of her friends are murdered the next day. The cops are all freaking out the day before. Two of her friends are found dead the next day. Steve Mullen, the chief of police, goes to her high school and then 15th the next day to question her at her school. The chief of police. And she says to him, he's wearing black boots, black jeans, black hoodie. He's like big and muscular. He's got fucking long curly hair coming out. He's got a black mask on. Do we think she's getting it wrong 2 days after seeing it? No. A teen girl walks by a creepy guy, especially in the middle of the day on a trail. She fucking remembers exactly what he's wearing. Right. Yep. Johnny Brown. It was Bane. Like Bane. No, Bane. Bane. You know Bane. This guy looks like, you know Batman, Bane? You must know Bane. Bane from Batman. Oh, hello. This is Bane. Is that voice? Fucking Bane. Oh, good evening, people. Oh. You guys know. Everyone knows Bane. Here's Bane. Looks like he's from fucking, what's that show? The Mad Max movies. Anyway, I just found that interesting. This Shibby guy knows what he's doing. He added glasses to him for no reason. I don't know why he does that, but where was I? Look, no more distractions ever again. Let's go. That's Tony Liggett. Is it really? No, is it? Was that Liggett? No way. In that last photo? No way. No, this guy's not Liggett. No way. I don't think so. I can go back and check. I just kind of screenshot it. I just saw it in my history and I just took a screenshot. But I did watch these on their website. I don't know. It just seems weird that it's almost like she's describing something like this and maybe they try to make it sound like she's talking about the job. The police would do that to fudge things off. I don't know. I'm not saying anything, but Riley Voorhees is not walking by a guy in the middle of the day and getting shit wrong. So, he read like, yeah, definitely. So, no, it does not. Sorry, if it's powered off. No, it does not. Is that where I finished? All right. And does an iPhone 6S, such as Libby's, does that log steps or movement if it's powered off? No, it does not. Do you know whether Libby's phone was dead when it was found on February 14th, 2017? Well, when it was found, my understanding is it was powered off. Again, I'm missing that log. I don't have any data in the log to say exactly when it shut off. And we're back. Excuse me. Sorry. Another bullshit thing as we all know, the fucking phone wouldn't even be there. It would be crushed in pieces the moment they abducted him on top of that bridge. And if the guy knew he was going towards that creek, he would be fucking chucking it in the water. He would have chucked it down the creek. And it would be all smashed and broken. The SIM card would be out of it. Come on. Yes, love that name. Pippopotamus, square jaw, hunk. Definitely. The pippopotamus. That's a good term. And she describes it like Riley Voorhees says the guy's like big, right? And muscular, and Bree's description is different. And then they fucking keep bugging Riley. Just okay, I'll say that maybe I thought he had black because his aura is, he had to look like he had the feeling about him was dark, but he probably could have had colors. They just browbeat her to just say, oh, okay, I'll say it. Just leave me alone. Okay. He wasn't all in black. It's just his energy, the aura looked dark. These fucking people. They browbeat these people. And coerced, threatened. You choose. And was there any activity on Libby's cell phone after 4:35 on February 14th, 2017? That would suggest that her phone was on. No, there was no data logged. Nothing logged. Okay, now the timeline created by First Sergeant Cecil is this kind of a general analysis of what was contained in a Celebrate and Axiom report. Yeah, I would say it's general, maybe more high level. It doesn't have all the details, but it's got a lot of good data points of where it's come from, times, and what happened overall. Okay, I'm going to direct our attention when you reviewed this. Well, I think we already talked about that. Okay, so I want to look at line 458 of First Sergeant Cecil's report. Yeah, and it says knowledge C audio output route 21317. We're going to adjust this for military time. 5:45:45 audio output route start time. Do you see that? Yes, I see that row. Do you agree with that? Yes, I agree. It's written there. Okay. And if you look at First Sergeant Cecil's report on page 4, does he address audio output route? Yes. And what does he tell us about that? Oh boy. Clad in black. But she attests her testimony or whatever, they browbeat her like, it could have been colors. And I just thought his eyes looked, like his energy, his aura. She said something like that maybe she thought it was black. Oh, but it was really just his energy. And he was wearing a rainbow shirt. What the fuck? He says in his description, and it's just kind of like didn't she talk about them bugging her at home, Tove or Tony, bugging her, knocking on her door, getting her to try to say things so they can write a narrative and spin it a bit better? They fucking did that with Betsy Blair, every one of them. They browbeat them, and then they write narratives of what they said instead of letting us know what they said. So he says in his description box that the research is incomplete, but depending on the value, it could mean any number of things based on the numbers written there. So, for example, 0, not known, 1. If there's a value of 1, it means a headset is plugged in. 2, a headset is unplugged. Or 3 is call activity. 4, user selected speaker. Or 8, unknown. And it also said that it could relate to the device's built-in microphone, receiver, speaker, or headphones, and that it may also include information about Bluetooth, MAC addresses, Bluetooth device name, and protocol. Do you agree that the research is incomplete? No. Now, in 2024, the research is complete. They got it done by then. And does the research now confirm these numbers that First Sergeant Cecil has in his report? I'm going to object. Judge, it's a leading question. Sustained. What does the research now tell us concerning the numbers contained in First Sergeant Chris Cecil's report? The research today tells us that there are known numeric values. For example, number 1 is headphones. And were you able to dig a little deeper and find out what happened at 5:45:24 as it relates to an audio output route start time? Yes, I was. And is that contained in the Knowledge C database? Yes, it is contained in the Knowledge C database. Your Honor, if I could publish what? I'm sorry. I forgot what exhibit it is. It's the Knowledge C database. No, sorry. You published that before by display. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Back to Triple T. You pulled out a couple of rows of data to make it easier for us to look at, right? Yes. One second. Am I missing anything? Sorry, guys. Look at you. Oh my gosh. Yay. What? Yeah. The fucking narratives, eh? Like, fucking pisses me off how Betsy Blair goes in March 7th of 2019. Betsy Blair's sitting at the station. She gives a fucking narrative, she redoes it. She says, she updates things, whatever. Then 3 weeks later, on April the 1st, Tony Liggett writes a narrative of what she said 3 weeks earlier. And then on April the 2nd, she's coming in to draw that car photo on April 2nd and give another statement. So April 1st, it's like Liggett's thinking, man, I better get something on paper. And I remember her saying 3 weeks ago, you've got to get his narrative. And the first page is redacted. The second page of Liggett's narrative is, bullshit about her seeing McCain's car and stuff. And I don't know, he slipped something in there. Why is he writing a narrative of 3 weeks earlier? First of all, we should have the 3 weeks earlier statement from Betsy Blair. But he writes a narrative through, and then the next day she's coming in to give another thing and draw that photo because it's marked April 2nd. And in her testimony, just this testimony, she talks about coming in on April 2nd, 2019 to give more statements. So what do we need their narratives for? Why are their narratives even written? Fucking, she came in 3 weeks ago. She came back to say shit again and to draw the fucking car on that yellow piece of paper. And she dated it April 2nd, 2019. Liggett's got a narrative of April 1st, 2019. Why? To slip some shit in. So it's hogwash. Everything is hogwash. Everything's been modified. They've created every piece of evidence. It's fucking garbage. Excuse me. Oh, okay. And so if we look at audio output route, are these the lines of data that you pulled out? Yes, those are the lines of data I pulled out directly from the Knowledge Seed database. Okay, can you step down and explain this to us, please? Yes. Yes, perfect. Yeah, thank you. And some emojis. Oh, smoke. Oh my God, the car's running. See, look at the car's there. Then they start the car. The fucking car is like, it's moving, it's puffing. It's an old car. It's fucking smoky. It's leaking oil. Yeah, it's burning oil. It's burning oil, and that's the exhaust. Perfect. Those people are amazing, eh? It's like, how do they get away with this? Gull is the quarterback of this team. Without her, she's the star. Without her, none of this would have flew over. A regular judge, none of this would have happened. Nick would have fell on his face with his idiot head investigator, IT extraordinaire, Moonman Mullins, the biggest idiot in the world. It's fucking now back to the chief of police. Oh my God. Doolin's the captain of Department of Natural Resources after he screwed up, the most epic screw up in Department of Natural Resources history. Fucking talked to the guy who they nailed for 130 years. Talked to him 2 days after, then lost him. Now he's the captain. Great job, Dan. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. CN says it all the time, Criminal Network. He was silenced. He did it. He took one for the team. Mullen, they're all getting promoted. They fuck up so badly. Perfect. You're all promoted. Okay. Can you step down and explain this? Yeah, all right. What does this mean? Oh, okay. The main thing we want to know about here is just this. ZP data do some numbers. This is just the row of number assigned in the database for tracking purposes. And then all the way through here is not very meaningful due to the case. So I'll read. So they wrote a Z underscore PK 19600. So whatever she just said there, I'm sure that means, because it's just a way of being able to, like me, like the way I do it when I keep these records. You have to name them, right? Name them properly so they're staying in order here. Like the first ones, like you put the date first, the year, then the month, and then you have to like an underscore with like when there's a bunch of things on the same day. So this is the trial, like on this date, each day, this is the next day. This was the first person. I put an underscore A, same date, underscore B. So it keeps everything in order, right? Each of these are days, so that's what they're kind of alluding to. Okay. And the main thing so I just read that, talking about this number, blah, blah. It helps keep things in order. But for some reason, the ISP lab couldn't work this stuff out because they needed to get a whole new case number in 2019 because they ran out of numbers. They had 17K00066, meaning they could have had 99,933 more case numbers to choose, but they bullshit and said in Oberg's testimony that the lab ran out of numbers and they had to make a new case number of 19 when the 19 is indicative of the year. So they took a case from 19 and merged it into 17, in my opinion, so they can get away with saying that first 6 hour was now Richard's 6 hour. Or some bullshit, because the first one was Weber's. It's a whole gobbledygook about that. They got away with that for sure. Oh, keep scrolling to the right. Well, and scroll back a little. Yes, am I ma'am-splaining? Yes, you guys could ma'am-splain to me all night long. Like I said in one of my intros, we were listening to the Prince song, Raspberry Beret, and he's like, you can get on the back of my bike. And I'm like, you guys have a bike? I'll ride bitch for you. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to say that. It's just a kidding. But I will. You have a bike? I'll ride on the back. I'll ride on the side cart. I'll ride in a shopping cart if you want to tow me, like Bubbles. If you got a go-kart and a shopping cart, if you're hot, I'll fucking jump right in the back. Tow me around in a shopping cart. Just kidding. But yeah, that was a little bit too far, Shibby, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a little too far. Sorry. I admit it. Oh my God, they even apologized. I'm sorry. Yeah. Was that too far? We want to see some dates and times. Okay. So this date is 2/13/138. Should I scroll down? Yeah. There were several audio output events that day. This is the first one. But if you scroll to the bottom of this tab, you'll, I'm like laying down almost, holy fuck. You'll see that last one of the day. Okay. And what does the information here tell us? This information tells us on 2/13/10:32 p.m., this record was created. Look at you. Mimi, look at you. Don't you guys, what is that called? Enable me. Don't enable me to say those weird things. You're enabling me. Actually, I'm mansplaining to tell Guru Chief yeah, that guy's an idiot though, right? Isn't he the dumbest guy you've ever seen? Mullen? How's that guy? Like, I'm surprised if he gets out his door in the morning. The bump in his head. Like I picture him as the kind of guy, like I always joke. Because in the trial, it's like he drops something, and then imagine he's like going to reach it, and he bumps his head on the desk, and then he got to tie his shoe up, and he ties two of them together, and then he gets up and tries to walk away, and they're tied together, and he trips over himself, and then fucking Leesenby walks in, or Holman walks in carrying a ladder like the Three Stooges, and he turns around and bonks them, and then paint goes flying, and they're slipping over it, and fucking those metal garden hose are on and they step on it and it bonks themselves in the face. These guys are, I'm surprised. I mean, they're perfect. They're yes men. They're perfect idiots. They're useful idiots that'll say yes. That's why Nick chose this guy as his head investigator, IT expert. When he needs things to not be heard, he lets him set up microphones and TVs and pointers. Nothing works. If he needs things to be inserted into trial, Mullins just jumps up on stand and Nick asks him questions that have the answer in it. Therefore, he's just like, yes. Therefore, it's Mullins saying it. Oh my God. This is why he's there. He's Nick's useful idiot, the head investigator IT guy. And the IT is, they want him deleting things. Surprised that drone video was shown in court. Like he almost deleted it and screwed things up. He's perfect for that job. Nick wants things to disappear, be deleted, not be working. Microphones can't communicate. Nobody can hear nothing. The fucking TVs smoking, wires, nothing works. Things get lost. Fuck. Perfect. Let me see. Oh, I can see it on YouTube. Don't worry. It is weird. Oh, I gotta refresh that one because I haven't refreshed since my my other screen, since my internet went out. Now I have. Sorry guys. My third screen. Live chat. Yeah, perfect. Oh, it's only 3 emojis. Look at it. Don't you hate when they do that? This is what I see in StreamYard. But when I see it in YouTube, I see the 3 guys. Right? Well, StreamYard's got to get their shit together because my little blue guy with the pencil, I love him. But in StreamYard, for some reason, doesn't show all those special emojis. It only shows some of them. So, where's this guy? I love him. He's my favorite. Blue garden gnome. But look at, they do it to me too. So we see that, right? But then a StreamYard shows this. Person blue holding pencil. Person blue holding pencil. Person blue holding pencil. Person turquoise writing headphones. Person turquoise writing headphones. But And it's not all the special emojis, just some of them. But StreamYard, get your shit together, because I love this little guy. I miss him. I want to put him on screen, right? Here, look at it. That's perfect, fishy. And here's what I see in StreamYard. Fish, orange, wide eyes. But yeah, and I'm regular one I see, but it's only the special ones. So StreamYard, get your shit together. So I want to put these on the screen. This fucking guy on this fish together. Oh my God, you should see these two. She swims downstream, and I just run down the shore trying to, hey, you fish, orange, wide eyes, come see my pencil. I'm holding my pencil. A blue guy holding my pencil. Do you see? I'm only kidding. All right, let's go. If we look at Z, Z start date in red, which is the last column there on the right. Yes. Oh boy, you guys are doing it now. Look at you. I got to look on my YouTube. Look at those. Those are cool emojis. 3 of them. What is it? Volcano green, lava orange. Oh my God. You guys are funny. Yes, I see you too, girl. Girl, you know it's true. Fucking laughing. Fish, orange, wide eyes. Oh boy. Should you guys be up this late? Causing trouble? I'm only kidding. Thanks for being here. You're keeping me awake. I could only be so lucky to have one of you awesome people here listening to me. I got like 200 people listening live right now. Looks like 200. It is. Yep. In red. And what does that tell us? That tells us when this event first started happening, which is at 5:45 p.m. Eastern on the 13th. When did it end? It ended in column YZ. We say Z, which is weird, except for when it's like Camaros, Corvettes, like at the Z28. It's not a Z28, it's a Z28 because it's an American name. But anything we say, if we spell it, for whatever reason, it's like the English one. Up here, it's like Z. It sounds dumb. I say Z. I like Z. Z is weird. So it's like X, Y, Z. And date at 2:13, 10:32 p.m. And if I showed you, should I scroll to the right? Scroll over to the right. Oh, that's fine. Keep doing. Go over one more. Oh, now I'm at the top. So they had the screen and they're doing stuff. So there we are, just a tiny bit. Now, when the column next to Z, start date, where it says VZ, value double, what does that tell us? This is the numeric values that first Sergeant Cecil, so he was doing it, Cecil. This isn't Cecil was talking about, he was talking, sorry. Apple did use the Z thing, right? So in this case, it's logging the number 1. And according to Chris Cecil's report, what does it mean? Number 1 means the headphone. Headphone what? Headphone being inserted. Yeah, here's what I wanted you to say. Answer that properly. Come on. Okay, thank you. And is there additional data in here that confirms that those are wired headphones? Yes. So when I was viewing it in my database viewer, it said a blob. So the first thing I did was view the text information about the blob to learn more about what type of data it was, so I could convert it to the appropriate viewable format. But immediately when I looked at it as text, I could see in here entries for blah blah. If you hear me say blah blah, something's inaudible. So blah blah headphones, and then the words wired headphones. Z is dead. I definitely like the American Z. Z, like the ZR1 Corvette, the Z28 Camaro. I don't like the word Z. It's like a Canadian British thing. And we got ours, we're like the metric system. Well, although you guys really should use the metric system. So goddamn easy. When you look at a measuring tape or a ruler that's in metric centimeters, like it's just so fucking like there's a centimeters, 10 millimeters. So if it's a centimeter and a half, you got, 15 millimeters. It's so goddamn easy. Then when you look at an imperial, tape, from this, like the 1 3/4, 1, 6/8 and 12. Oh my God. So to this day, I've been using my whole life. I still get confused looking at a regular, in inches and feet. But although we do use feet to measure and Fahrenheit's on all our stoves, only because over the years we would buy American stuff, right? And it had in Fahrenheit, like 425 Fahrenheit to cook, up to 500 in your oven and stuff. But the metric system is definitely easier. And when you're doing things, it's much easier. But we still do use like Fahrenheit for stuff, mostly cars, but all our speeds are in kilometers. And Celsius, when you do Celsius, it's broken down to the form where it can be more accurate. Like you can set your thermostat to, 21.2 degrees Celsius. And in Fahrenheit, there's less choices. So, because there's more. The imperial system, there's a reason the rest of the world uses it, because it's simple. But, sorry, the metric system. Yeah, you guys are stuck on that imperial system, which is fine. I mean, it's just so much easier in the metric. Oh, that's it, right? When you're doing measuring with imperial, there's this. King Henry doesn't, oops, that's a D, doesn't mind drinking, that's a D, sorry, chocolate milk. You remember that? That's kilometers, hectometers, decameters, meters, decimeters, centimeters, and meters. King Henry doesn't mind drinking chocolate milk. Boom. Stacy, I have an iPhone 6S. What are these? Those are headphones, wired headphones. And when it says audio output starts at 5:45 on February 13th, 2017, can you demonstrate for us what that means? Yes. Perfect. I hear that often. You are so right. I think people just do that to appease me. Just like, yeah, you're so right. Let's move on. Fuck. I want to hand you the wired headphones and the cell phone. So what happened was somebody took a headphone jack and inserted it into the hole at the bottom, because this was probably your most typical headphone. I won't say most typical. It was a typical way to listen to sound on your phone. And they inserted it into the hole at the bottom at 5:45 p.m. on the 13th. Fishy, what? Look at you. Did you just wake up? You still here? Look at you. Giving me the eyes. I feel it. I feel your eyes on me, Fishy. What happened at 10:32 on February, 10:32 p.m. on February 13th, 2017 to Libby's cell phone. Then someone removed that cable from the phone. And I should clarify that the phone can't tell if it was specifically like these headphone cables or if it was like an aux input cable. When you want to connect your phone to your car or to listen to music. But it definitely says some sort of cable that looked like this was plugged into the phone and then later removed on the 13th. See, that's a weird thing, because why does it even really matter what the fact that a cable was, well, they the other side's saying, oh, it could have been like water, right? But I mean, the water would, if it happened, wouldn't it? These people are wild. So are those pretty secure connections? They are. Can you think of any explanation for an aux port or headphones being plugged in and unplugged that does not involve human interaction with that phone. Sorry. Can you hear me take a drink, or should I mute that? I just drank some of my coffee, and I feel like this microphone is picking up stuff, and I got to be... I should mute. I definitely mute when I clear my throat. And we're back. I cannot think of any explanation that does not involve humans. Humans are horrible people. Humans are horrible in general. Fuck everything up, right? What was the practical effect for that cell phone at 5:45 on February 13th, 2017 by plugging in an aux port or headphones? By plugging in a cable, you would stop sound from coming out of the phone, as if you wanted to hide it. Objection, judge. That's a leading question. Calls for speculation. Sustained. Withdrawn. It's fine. No, I know it's fine. I just don't want to gross you guys out. Hear me drinking coffee. I feel like when I swallow, you're hearing it. Excuse me. Or when it... I'm just going to move on. It's like I'm basically laying... I start slouching in my recliner. I got my microphone hanging over. Anyway, what happened immediately before an aux port or headphones were plugged into that phone? There was an incoming phone call, like milliseconds apart from milliseconds right before the headphone cable was inserted. Stacy, oh, I like that name, Stacy. Stacy, are you doing anything tomorrow night? Would you go out with? Oh my God. I want to go back real quick to Apple Health data. There was also an entry at 2:32 p.m. about flights climbed. Yes. What does she said? Yes, Shibby. I will. What does that mean? Those are floors, steps climbed. And is each flight approximately 10 feet? Yes. Thank you. Not further. Mr. McClellan. Oh no. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Here we go. Miss Eldridge, I want to start with a little bit of your information on your CV. Oh yeah, he was busting her chops about that, right? What training have you had on cell phone extractions? I received training on conducting cell phone extractions myself back when I was in the FBI. And recently, my training is just about the manner in which they should be conducted in order to get the most data off of them, the different states that a phone can be in, and how it impacts the data that you are able to extract off of the phone. And that training, are you talking about the training that started in February 2023? What did I have listed as February of 2023? Can you refresh my memory? Sure. You have magnet forensics, magnet virtual summit, SONS applying the findings of Verizon DBIR. You have several there that begin in February of 2023. You said most recently you had some training on, I forgot the words you used, but on how to extract the stuff. Is that the training you were talking about from February 2023 to the current? There would have been some high-level topics discussed back in February 2023, but the most current information would have been from April of this year. And then I also attended more training in October of this year, which has not made it onto that CV yet. And this training you received most recently. Tell me again, what is that training for? Is that on how to extract information from cell phones? The training is about it focuses primarily on how to process that extracted data appropriately. And prior to that training, the other training you had is when you were with the FBI. Yeah, yes, that I have documented, yes. And what year was that? In, I believe, 2009. So between 2009 and April of 24, you didn't have any training on how to extract or how to organize the information from a cell phone extraction. Is that fair? Not that I can recall. Okay. And then when you talked about testifying 4 times prior, it looks like the testimony in 07, 09, 2011, well, 07 and 09, did those deal with computers? Yes, they did. Did the testimony in 2011 deal with computers or cell phones? I think it involved both. Okay, but you don't have the name of that case? I don't. I've been trying to find it. My apologies. And then the testimony in July 2024, it dealt with a cell phone. Is that correct? Yeah. Yes, it specifically dealt with an iPhone, but it dealt with video from that phone. Is that correct? The primary focus was a video on the iPhone, but there were questions about how did it get there, the activity surrounding it. So there was a lot of database examination required in that case as well. 1 second. Please hold. Quick drink. Please hold. And we're back. Samsung, how the doggies. Samsung and I are watching the secret lives of Mormon wives. He's enjoying himself. Can he hear me or are you listening on headphones? Here, boy. Samsung. Here, boy. Come on up. Go fetch. Go get it. Want to go for a car ride? I'm kidding, sorry. But from my understanding from the transcript, your testimony was focused on just the video? Yes. Okay. And so is this the first time that you've testified about knowledge C databases and cell phone extraction analysis? I would say that my previous testimony this year in July involved testimony about cell phone analysis. Let's say that the one in July did. Besides that, have you ever testified about any cell phone analysis or extraction or analysis of extractions of cell phones? No? Okay. You stated, 1 second, of extract. Oh, I just want to hear myself. Sound good? Okay. You stated you examined the information that the extraction from Brian Bunner and then the report from Christopher Cecil. In this case, is that correct? My primary focus was the extraction from October 2017, which was from Mr. Bunner. But then I also did one of Mr. Cecil's as well. Okay. Did you get any other information pertaining to this case to review in conjunction with those things? Just the AT&T ping records. Did you get any information about the facts involved with the case? For example, where the bodies were found, how they were killed, anything like that? I received a rough location of where the bodies were found and where the cell phone was found. Other than that, nothing much. Other than there was another female with Libby. Okay. Did you go to the location where the cell phone was found? I did not. Okay. But you did have information of not only the GPS location of where the cell phone was found, but where within the crime scene it was found, meaning underneath the shoe, underneath the body of Abby. Yes, I was told that. You had that information as well, correct? Yes. Okay. And through the reports that you examined, did you have an opportunity to examine all of Christopher Cecil's information that he gathered? No, I did not have an opportunity to review all of the information that's been gathered by him between 2017 and 2014. What information did you narrow your scope to? My scope was narrowed down to, at first, reviewing the Apple Health data, the steps, elevation changes, and then what happened at 4:33 a.m. to cause those text messages to suddenly come in, and then I also worked backwards to see what was happening on the cell phone during that day. So, how far back into February 13th of 2017 did you go? I looked closely all the way back to approximately 10:50 a.m. when the phone entered low power mode on the 13th. And did you agree with the information that Chris Cecil reported up until 5:40 p.m. of that day? Not all of it. Okay. Did you get an opportunity to review the video that was found on the phone? Yes, I did review the video. Did you agree with the timestamp that was on that video? I found no evidence of manipulation or changing it. So, yes, you agreed with the timestamp of that video. Yes. Okay. Did you agree with the GPS location of that video? Yes. And did you agree that the GPS location changed 4 seconds into the video? I did not examine that closely. Did you agree with, you said you reviewed the Apple Health data. I'm sorry. Yes. And you agreed with that information that he had about the Apple Health data. That was, I said, I saw the same information in Axiom as what is in his written report. So that would lead me to believe that you agreed with what he had in his report was accurate. Is that correct? I agree that the numbers and the data extracted and pasted into the report. I could not speak to perhaps any opinions he made in that, because I do not recall any opinions, if any, were documented in there. That's fine, but the numbers entered in, the dates, the times, the steps, the distance, you agree that that data is accurate? Yes, I agree with the steps and the numbers. Okay. And so in the Apple Health data, you saw that the last recorded movement was at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct? In the Apple Health database, that reports, I want to try to figure out how to explain this. I don't need you to explain it, you reviewed that data, right? I did review that data. And you saw in the data that the last movement that he had recorded for the phone on February 13th was 2:32 p.m., correct? Yes, but there's more step and elevation change data logged in a different database that is not reported out as Apple Health data that goes later. One sec. Okay, we're back, and one more second. My coffee's at that point where I must finish it, or it's going to be too cold. I'm right here. 1 second. Please hold. And we are back to our regularly scheduled reading. Boom. Sorry, guys. Thank you. 220 people. Thank you so much. Love it. Where the fuck was I? I just hit that. Oh boy. Yeah, but just. Oh, right. She was right. Well, we may get to that, but okay. You had an opportunity to review that health app data, and you saw the last movement was at 2:32 p.m. on February 13th. Oh boy, I just chugged my coffee. So thought I was going to burp, but I didn't. Yes. And you agree from that data that the phone did not move between 2:32 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th. I agree that it did not log any movement. Okay. And so you guys know, Nick is really pretentious. I feel it. Therefore, it's just coming through in my voice. I'm not doing it I think the spirit of Mr. Boss McClelland is coming through. And so talked about the health app data and how it registers movement. Do you know? Well, let me ask you this. You testified that the way it registers movement are by machinery or an accelerometer and a gyroscope within the phone. Is that correct? Answer the question. No. I didn't use any of those terms. Okay. How does it measure movement? It's looking for a vigorous motion and activity. Oh, let me repeat that for the vicarious vigilante out there. It's looking for a vigorous and vicarious motion and activity. And that would lead one to believe that the phone has to move in order to register movement. Is that correct? I believe it has to bounce up and down. Oh my God. Well, not. So that the movement doesn't have to be great. It can be a bounce up and down for it to register movement on the health app data. There has to be some detectable motion. Yes. Okay. And you testified that it may not register. Dave, what's up, bro? Dude, where you been? Did you see your numbers from that? Did you see it, Dave? Check it. I was just checking it out. Here, I refresh it. Look at this. 213 views, dude. Check it out. 213, you can see it. I was looking at that. You know I streamed your show pretty much, right? The whole thing. You knew it. Oh my God, I think we both did amazing. Tell me if you like that. I'll email you. Or do you have your email, or I can put mine in the chat? I'll email you to see if because usually on Saturdays when before I would do your show, where was it? We would just go kind of shut my show down and go to yours. But last night I kept it streaming, right? And man, people loved it. Do you know when you were playing the sound effects? I was doing them whenever you did them. Dave found his keyboard, and every time he did like a, he would do the. I would play the same sound effects. Here's my favorite one. It's when I want to call Heather Brown, who I talked to. She's doing great. Don't worry about Hebby. She's good. She's eloped with her Scrabble board, but they were on a date last night with her Scrabble board. So here's how I call Heather Brown in. Ready? That's how I get Heather to come. So every time you played them, every time you were playing them, I was playing the same ones too. So it was funny. Anyways, it was great though, eh? Because I usually shut it down, but I was, I told everyone to go to your chat, right? Because I warmed them up. That's what I was going to show you. Where is that? I can't do it on this screen because 1 second. I just took it to another screen. Just so goddamn thankful I did that again. Here it is. I found it. Now I can come back because there might have been a playlist or two that private that I wouldn't want to share. So look at, here's all the last ones. So basically I've been doing this. We'd do a couple hours and then I would shut it down and go to your show. But then last night's one, we just played your show, right? And people loved it. So I had a bunch of people, and it's still up almost at 400 now. But I sent everyone to you, and yours numbers are up too. So next time we do it, if you like that, people loved it. I don't know. Tell me. I won't do it. If you don't like it, I won't do it. But for some reason, instead of me shutting down my stream, just watching you, because usually at 2 hours, I would say, go get your ass over there now. We'd shut down. We were just hanging out, doing nothing on Saturday nights, warming up to come see you. This is why I named the Saturday night shows. The whatever the fuck I called it. Oh my God. The Saturday night pre-prowl, before the owl, all of these. But then last night, having people come there, streaming your show, and then being in both of, oh my God, people seem to have fun. So if you liked it, oh, help. I think if I look at these numbers, David, I think we're both getting a little bit of a bump. You got a bit of a Shibby bump, you got to admit. Look at this. 213. Oh my God, the numbers are climbing. So we'll see. If you don't like it, but I feel like people were jiving. And they were kind of jumping back and forth, or they were in both of our chats too. And I was mostly in yours. And I come back to mine to say hi, and it was funny. It was actually kind of exciting. I don't know. I'll get your email. I'll get your email and see if you, or email me. If you don't like it, you do. I know you're cool. You're good. Is that bad, do you think? Like, because basically I was kind of not, like I was doing a kind of a reaction where I would say things over top of you a bit. And it was interesting. I loved it. But I would rather I'm going to shut it down and come and watch you. Or I'll leave mine running. But Saturday nights are yours. I've been doing that for so long. The people love it. So perfect. I will definitely email you, young man. And I want to talk to the 65% Canadian part of you, not the arrogant 35%. All right, cool. I'll write that down. I'll screenshot it right now, young man. I will. Oh my God. Getting the people warmed up and sending them your way has been a treat for me, a pleasure, an honor. Oh my God. But man, it seemed pretty wild. People love the synergy. So, and it's almost like I was talking with you and you had no idea. When you were talking, I was like answering your questions and you didn't even know because you couldn't hear me. So it's kind of funny. I'll email you. All right, let's do this. Where was I? Stacey Eldridge, amazing. This guy, fuck. Here we go. Do you want to see a great, before, how dare I be so rude? This here, I'm going to send you to this guy. This handsome young man. Look at, I even on the screen. Look at this. Look at this. I'm still reading, but chatting. Dave's got better hair than I do. Longer. You're going to come see this guy. I'm going to share this. Where is it? Boom. This handsome young man. Oh my God. He's the greatest. He's so fucking hilarious, entertaining. I love your format. I really do. I like being able to go, you do like 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, and you move on. And this guy, his show, if you haven't seen it, this is the latest one, and his channel is even better. This guy, Owl on the Prowl. Oh my goodness. I'm going to share this too. I'm going to share that with this guy. It's interesting. Great. He does a Saturday night show. And occasionally he jumps in to do some oddball stuff at different times. Or you have that other channel, Dave. If you have your other channel, drop that in because I'm not sure I know exactly. And he does like his True Crime Weekly show. So Saturday nights, East 1:10 a.m. midnight, 12:10 a.m. Central, 11:10 p.m. on Saturday night on the Mountain, and 10:10 p.m. on the weird Pacific West Coast. And if you get there, we're having such a great time. Saturday nights. It's the place to be. So this guy is amazing. And the first link is the actual live from last night. And the second one is just look at these updates on the tropics. You have the videos. He was doing the weather stuff. Some good stuff. This man is awesome. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was so much fun. Because they usually shut it down. I think people loved it. The synergy we had that you didn't even know we were having. It was great. So I'll email you. All right. And let's carry on. And I would assume it's traveling in a vehicle and it doesn't register movement. The phone is sitting stationary, not moving, correct? Seems logical. Well, this is Nick. Okay. But if the phone has moved in the vehicle, it then could possibly log movement throughout the Apple Health data. It's a possibility. Okay. And you agree at least with the log that you reviewed from Christopher Cecil's report and that you agree with shows that there was no movement logged through the Apple Health data from February 13th at 2:32 p.m. until the rest of the life of the phone? Correct. Okay. Now, between 2:32 p.m. on the 13th and 4:34, you're blushing. Oh, don't you dare. Young man, you're so humble. How dare you? You're awesome. You're awesome. You're awesome. No, you're awesome. Everyone's awesome. Danger. Dave is awesome. Okay, now between 2:32 p.m. on the 13th and 4:32 a.m., like all I can do is read. Look at me. This is all I have. I'm a dope. I'm going to try better. This year I'm going to make videos. I'm going to make videos, get camera, show my beautiful face, go to the same barbers Dave goes to, get my bangs trimmed. Heather Brown trims my bangs. Hebby. She says, I have luscious bangs. You see my photo? But Heather Brown trims them short because she says when we slow dance, she likes to look in my eyes. That's the truth. I swear. If I grew them, my bangs would be in my eyes if I grew them out. Nicole knows it. Right. Let's do this. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. On the 14th, could you find any information showing that the phone was turned off? No, there was no evidence that the phone was turned off that I could find. Now, in Christopher Cecil's report, you talked about the phone being out of service at, I believe, 5:45 p.m. Right. That's the last known time it had service. Before that, it was in service. It was in and out of service before that time period as well. Okay, so if it was in and out of service, that means sometimes it could receive calls. If it was in service, sometimes it wouldn't. Correct. Correct? This may be a silly question, but my common experience has been that a phone, if you're in a poor service area, a phone can't be sitting stationary and a phone can be sitting stationary and it can go into in and out service without moving. Do you agree with that? I've had that same experience, yes? Okay. And do you know what kind of service is available in the area where the crime scene is located? Nope. Were you able to study the topography or the land contours in the area where the crime scene is located? I did not. Were you able to speak to a network engineer of any kind about what kind of service was available through Libby's phone in February 2017? I did not. And so, is it reasonable for the jury to believe that the phone, even though it wasn't moving, could have been going in and out of service at that time? Could you be more specific about the item? That's the defense jumping in. Sure. Between 2:32. Look, oh, Paula's still here. Paula's here. Dave, we all love you, Owl. Are you going to sleep, young lady? You get your rest. We need you to do your pop culture updates tomorrow. Any sports updates, be sure to have them ready to go. Thank you for being here. Nighty night. Sleep well. Between 2:32 and 5:45 p.m. on the 13th. Sorry, could you please repeat that? The question. Sure. I know that's a little confusing. I'm trying to work backwards. The phone stopped moving at 2:32, but it continued to get phone calls, FaceTime calls, iMessages, and text messages after that for a period of time. Yes. And your testimony is that it continued to get those until 5:45 p.m. on the 13th, intermittently. Yeah. Uh-oh. What do you mean you don't see you? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Oh. Yes. Have a good night, Paula. You're awesome. Sleep well, young lady. Get your rest. Stay warm. It's chilly everywhere. All right. And we'll see you tomorrow for the latest updates, pop culture and sports too. Anything. And I'll do better. I'll do better because I have to try better paying attention to chat. So I promise I will get better. And I won't let your comments hang for so long. I will definitely get to the updates because I ask for an update and then I forget for the answer. So I'll do better. All right. Intermittently, and you testified that the phone didn't move between that. It didn't register any movement on the Apple Health data between that time, correct? That is what I testified, yes. And then after that, it went out of service. And you're saying it didn't receive calls, even though calls are logged on Christopher Cecil's report. Am I understanding that correctly? That was about the voicemails being recorded then. Oh, okay. But after 5:45, it continues to get FaceTime calls. It does not continue to receive FaceTime calls after 5:45 p.m. Okay. And then at 4:33 a.m., it gets a bunch of activity, messages, and things of the like. Is that correct? Yes. Now, could that explanation be that the phone was bouncing in and out of service and for some reason it bounced back into service at 4:33 a.m.? Would that be an explanation for why all those calls came in? That could be an explanation. Okay, and it seems a likely explanation now that there's no movement shown on the Apple Health app data. Is that right? I don't know. I don't have any factual evidence that I could see on the phone to render that opinion. You didn't find any evidence within the Knowledge C database that the phone had moved? Not in the Knowledge C, nope. It seems to me that to plug in the headphones, you'd have to move the phone in some way, correct? I think there's a difference between moving a phone across a room, across an area, versus picking up a phone. But if the phone's moved across a room or moved across an area, that would register in the Apple Health data, right? It might not. Yeah. So he's trying to make it sound like to plug headphones in, you'd have to move the phone. Whereas, I mean, like say it's sitting on something or the ground. If you kind of just held the phone and pushed, you can push it in, right? And it wouldn't move at all. You can just plug the headphones in. Like say it's sitting on a table or something, you would like hold the phone, plug the, laying on the ground. You could just hold the phone and push the phone, you wouldn't know it moved. It's not going to register that all the time. So he's trying to make it sound like you're going to know it's moving all over the place. So it might not. So if the phone was picked up or bounced, how do you know it's picked up though? As you said before, that might register in the health app data. It might not. It might not have even been picked up. So plugging in headphones could register in the health app data? It could. I did not test that. Well, it could register in the health app data and also being like, it could be mistaken as movement. That's what he's trying to imply. So you testified that one of the reasons the messages might have come in at 4:33 was the phone was moved. Do you recall that? I'm not sure that I said that today. Okay. I thought when Miss OJ asked you for an explanation of why the voice or the text messages came in at 4:33 a.m., you said the phone could have been moved. I said I didn't have any evidence as to what happened, but then she asked me for possible explanations. And we're back. You're so right, young man. I've been catching some live streams. She's on camera better than me. She has like 1,500 subs. She's doing great. I catch her updates. At least I catch the replays. If I'm sleeping, I'm a weirdo who sleeps during the day. I get it. So you guys are up earlier, and so if I miss anything, just know I'm catching the replays for sure. Okay, but you don't have any evidence showing the phone was moved at 4:33 a.m. I don't. You also said there could be a signal blocker. Is that was your testimony? Yes. Did I write that down right? Yeah. Can you tell me what that is? A signal blocker is something that would stop, like a Faraday box cage, will stop your cell phone from receiving the data connections to the cell phone tower. So you couldn't make or receive calls or connection to the internet. And so that would be something a person would have to have on them to block the signal. Is that right? Yes. Okay. And then your third party explanation was metal from a building? Yes. But in order to get into a metal building, the phone would have to move. It would have to be moved vigorously. Yep. So seems to me the most likely explanation was that the phone was going in and out of service as opposed to these other explanations. Would you agree? I don't have any evidence to base an expert opinion on that. Like, Nick's going on about this, like, how do we know that all this movements are what he says they are, right? Like, so let's say they go down the hill and got in a car, or what if somebody took the phone and did that and then took the girls elsewhere? Like, how do we know after, like, imagine when they say go down the hill. I'm just using this as an example. Let's say when they say go down the hill, the video gets shut off. They say, let's go, they start going down the hill. They snatch the phone from them. They then, it's a lock screen, whatever. And then they go down the hill, and, or maybe that person takes the phone and goes down the hill, and then just, forget it. Wait, come back this way. And they make them go the other, or they do go down the hill, and at the bottom they take the phone from them, and then the girls are ushered away, maybe up to a house nearby or into a car, and the person keeps the phone, and they're the ones that take the phone elsewhere. And like, how do we know it's what the movement they say it is? It's like they're just creating stuff. Their narrative is just, could be anything. It's not, it does move at this time. This happens at this time, but we don't know exactly what's happening, right? They're saying this. And, well, you do, though, because the phone was going. You have evidence the phone was going in and out of service, correct? Your Honor, he's asking her for the most likely scenario, and she says she doesn't have that expertise. She's given the expertise opinion today, Judge. Yeah, your guys only answer when they want. So you can't make her answer anyway. Oh, excuse me. You can. But all these state actors, all those friggin' prison guards, they get to say things and then completely, but they can't say, I can't do this. But then when it comes to something they want to say, then they have all this expertise and knowledge to be able to talk about unrelated stuff. She's given expert opinion today, Judge, on possibilities. I'm showing how unrealistic her possibilities are, and that the realistic possibilities, the phone was going in and out of service, which she's testified to. Overruled. She can answer. Oh boy. So the phone was going in and out of service from 2:32 p.m. on. I could see evidence on the phone that it was going in and out of service between 2:32 p.m. in the afternoon and 4:45 p.m. in the afternoon. Then after that, all I saw was that it was out of service for many hours until 4:33 a.m. And the information from the Apple Health data you have is the phone is not moving. Not during that time, correct? So if it's going in and out of service and it's not moving, is the most realistic explanation for why those text messages came in at 4:33 a.m. is at that point, it reconnected to the service provider or the tower? That could be a likely explanation. I don't have any other questions. Judge. Miss OJ, thank you. Mm-hmm. Stacy. Stacy, OJ's back up. Stacy, how often do you work with the Knowledge Seed database in the course of your work? It's one of the main databases that I work with. I also teach about it as part of my adjunct professing job. Professing? They're called provider. So even though you may not frequently need to testify about it, do you feel that you are very knowledgeable about it? Yes, I specifically teach mobile forensics classes at a university. Did you review all of the pertinent information you felt you needed regarding Libby's cell phone from February 13th, 2017 and February 14th, 2017? Judge, objection. It's a leading question. Sustained. Ooh. Was there any information you felt that you should have reviewed that you did not? I felt that I reviewed the most important information in the number of hours I had. And is there anything that you would have reviewed that then would have changed any of your opinions? Do you think? Well, if I would have had a full file system analysis from February of 2017, like, why don't you? That's crazy. What is the excuse? I could have reviewed more information, but other than that, I think this is the priorities. Now, Mr. Boss McClelland asked you about cell tower service, and if you were familiar with cell tower service, if you'd studied the topography around the area where the bodies were found. You recall this question? His question? Yes. So yes. Is there a service that law enforcement or experts can provide that actually tests where service exists and where it doesn't? Judge, a few foundational questions, please. Okay. Miss Eldridge, are you familiar with what capabilities Carroll County Sheriff's Department or the ISP have at their disposal? I do not know. Were you aware of what capabilities they had in February of 2017? No. Were you aware of what resources were available in the investigation into the deaths of Abby and Libby back in February 13th of 2017? No. Were you aware of what resources were available to the FBI during that time? No. Judge, I'm going to object to the question. It calls for speculation. Your Honor, they asked whether she studied topography and about cell phone service. And so I think it's definitely relevant and responsive to that if there are things that could be done that can test that. The objection is speculation. Answer that. Oh, Miss Eldridge, what is a drive study? A drive study is kind of what it sounds like. You drive around and you see what sort of signals you're getting from whatever you're trying to measure. So in this case, it could be cell phone towers. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Mimi's back. Back again. Welcome back. Hello, Mimi, my lurker angel, one of my many lurking angels. Hello. Do you know that if that is something that the FBI CAST team engaged in? Yes, and there was a document leaked in 2019 on the internet all about the stuff FBI does with that. Do you know if they had that available to them in 2017? I object to that, Judge. Again, same objection. It calls for speculation. She can say if she doesn't know. If she knows, overruled. Theoretically, it would have been a service available. Mr. Boss McClellan asked you about having to move a phone to plug in an aux cord. You recall this question? Yes, if Abby's body was not on top of the cell phone at 5:45 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, would the phone have had to have been moved? Not necessarily. And do you know where that phone was located when it was found on February 14th, 2017? It was like, other than under the shoe, under the body. No. And the same question, if Abby's body was not on top of the cell phone at 10:32 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, would the phone had to have been moved? No. And could it be that the phone didn't have to be moved enough to log a step? Yes, that's correct. And if the phone is in a vehicle, does it necessarily log movement? No, it doesn't. And one final thing, Miss Eldridge, if at 4:33 a.m. the phone is somewhere else and power's down, would it log movement? It would not. After that, it would not log movement. After that, no, nothing further. Mr. McClellan. So McClellan's back up. If the phone was not in a vehicle, but was being carried by someone with your knowledge and expertise, would it log movement through the Apple Health data? If it was being carried? Correct. It depends on where the phone is when it's being carried. Okay. As to how much gets logged, if anything. Okay. And so if it was carried from a phone to the middle of a woods, would it log data in the health app data or movement? Are you asking me if someone just carrying the phone itself? Right. In their hand? Right. It would log movement. Okay. And if it hit a bump in the car, a bump enough to affect the phone, it would log movement through the Apple Health data. It would, but it would depend on like how many bumps. I do not believe just one bump would be enough to, log a whole bunch of steps. Not necessarily a whole bunch of steps, but it would log some movement. From the research I read, it kind of takes a little bit for it to get going to realize that it's in motion. So maybe if the phone was underneath the shoe, underneath the body of a victim, and someone moved that body, pulled the phone out, plugged the headphones in, and then unplugged the headphones, and then put it back underneath the body, would you think that would register movement through the Apple Health data? I don't know. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Judge. All right. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Miss Eldridge? And would counsel approach? So they're going to have a sidebar. Jury questions, no answers. They're either going to use them or not. Question 1. Did you ever write your own report from the timeline of events for Libby's iPhone 6S? No objection. No objection. Next question. Would any of the Knowledge C database information be related to Libby's iPad if she had it linked with her iPhone 6S? No objection. That's fine. Or would the iPad have a separate Knowledge C database? They have their own, wouldn't they? No objection. I don't think that's relevant. No, they have their own. They wouldn't have the same database. We're asking about the iPhone and if it's linked to the iPad. And then it said, or would the iPad have, a separate Knowledge C database? Okay, can I look at it? I'm kind of a visual person. Oh, just a sec. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Judge, if I could ask the first one. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's broken into questions. There was a question mark at the end. I don't have any objection to it. I got it. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's fine. Okay. Can you tell by iPhone data if the phone was on silent or if the ringer was volumed to vibrate? That's fine. Is there a device or piece of equipment that, if inserted into the audio jack, would disable or scramble the phone signal for a period of time? Objection. An objection. Okay. If she knows, I guess, I believe on that one, but typically a blah, 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 blah. Inaudible. Okay. Were you able or would you be able to review Richard Allen's historical precision location if he was using a Google Pixel phone from a provider called Tang? No objection. That's fine. Is it Tang or Ting? Ting. 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 T-I-N-G. That's the orange stuff. Tang. Ting. Tang is the orange stuff, silly. What? What are they saying? Are they pronouncing it? Oh, yeah, she's saying Tang is the orange stuff. Did they say Tang? Oh, they might have wrote Tang accidentally. She read, okay. That's the orange drink that the astronauts took to the moon that they never went to. I'm just kidding. I believe we went to the moon. Or that was a pretty good trick. That's the orange stuff. Ting. How common was Ting as a provider in 2017? Is that an if you know? Yeah, that's definitely an if you know. I don't know if she can answer that, but I think you can ask. Would water or moisture affect movement? No objection. That's fine. Are there other ways or apps that register phone movement other than Apple Health? No objection. Did Libby's phone have those tools? Okay, so that would have been one of our questions. Okay, so I don't object to that. And if so, what do those tools tell you? This is a multi-part. So are there other ways or apps? Did her phone have it? And if so, we can say, if she says yes, the phone had them. What did the measurements tell you? That's if she answers yes. Yeah. But I mean, did she have those tools? And if not, then we're done with it. Right. Okay. And then can we take a break? I don't know where you're at with your case. I don't know if you got another witness. Yeah, we can take a break. Okay. So the sidebar's over. The questions will be asked by the Honorable Judge Franny Seagull. Miss Eldridge, did you ever write your own report on the timeline of events for Libby's iPhone 6S? No, I did not because of the limited time. Any follow-up, Miss OJ? No. Mr. McClelland? No, Your Honor. Next question. Could any of the knowledge seed database information be related to Libby's iPad if she had it linked with her iPhone 6S? If it is, if anything is syncing, it logs that. I do not believe, off the top of my head, there was any syncing involved between the iPad and the iPhone. Wow. So what? Like syncing as in didn't it have the same, or was they both logged in or no? Like, don't believe there was any syncing involved. So she didn't have it where, like, you make a note and it like replicates. Or if you change on your iPad, if you change like the contacts, it ends up, changing the contacts in your phone. So it wasn't like that. Miss OJ? No. Mr. Boss McClelland? If there was syncing involved, well, I'll retract that question. Judge, I don't have any questions. Would the iPad, if so, would the iPad have a separate knowledge seed database? The iPad has its own knowledge seed database. Typically, What's synced is not the data in the databases. It's things like your preferences and your pictures and files, videos, text messages, right? They have their own because it's to keep track of the charging and logs and all that stuff. Why would that's ridiculous. So, of course, they have their own knowledge databases. Miss OJ. No, Mr. Boss McLean. I don't have any questions. Judge. Next question. Would water or moisture affect movement? I do not know. Miss OJ. No. Mr. Boss McLean. Follow up by the boss man. Judge, I hope this isn't outside the scope, but would water affect the port or the plug in for the earbuds for the phone? I have no knowledge that it would. Okay, in your expertise, you've never experienced that water damage to a phone would affect what's able to be plugged into the phone? Water damage could affect what could still be plugged in and work, but it would suddenly log like a headphone as plugged in all the time. I don't have any other questions. Judge, thank you. Juror questions by the next. This is the next question. That was just follow-ups. You know what? I do too. The original ones are the best, right? Just like you mean definitely. Those are number one. I have them here. Lemon mint. Lemon mint is the best. And I have the other ones, the honey lemon with echinacea. And the other ones like that berry one. They're good. But they're more like the cough droppy stuff. The original ones, the lemon mint are the best for sure. Those are my go-tos. Only make me like salivate. And it's good for my throat when I'm talking like with these ridiculous voices. Agree. You guys meet the yellow one, right? The yellow bag. I got a fresh one here. It's the lemon mint. Great. Long-lasting soothing, and it has pictures all over it of hyssop, mallow, thyme, lemon balm, linden, and sage. Oh, there's another one, peppermint. That's what's their mixture, their little mixture, their proprietary blend, it says, something like that. But they think they add that to each one of their things. Sorry. Look what you've done, Nicole. Dare you? Look at you. I'm almost finished, and look at you jamming up chat. I'm not kidding. I'm glad I'm not the only one gaming at all hours. Are you playing games too? I'm not gaming. What do you mean gaming? You play games? You play like video games? I haven't played any games. I don't do that. Oh, I have the honey lemon echinacea now. I just put the original ones in my Walmart cart. The original ones are better. They're all okay. Good to have a variety. But the other ones are more cough droppy. And the lemon ones are just like good. But the other ones are okay. But can you tell by the iPhone data, the new question, before we were so rudely interrupted? Just kidding. Can you tell by the iPhone data if the phone was on silent or if the ringer was volumed to vibrate? I did not look at that information. Miss OJ, nope. Mr. Boss from Cleveland, no, Your Honor, thank you. If you know, is there a device or piece of equipment that could be inserted into the audio jack to disable or scramble the phone signal for a period of time? I did research for that, and I was unable to find anything. What are they talking about? If they heard that there's something that you can put in to like scramble signals and stuff into the audio jack. But that audio jack, like, I mean, even back then, it does a lot, right? You remember that little square card reader? You were able to put it in your headphone port and scan credit cards and bank cards through it. So it's not, I mean, it's it's for information too. Like it's to access. It's not just for music and audio. That port, back in those days, they had those square card readers. Remember them? You guys remember them? Square iPhone card reader, 3.5 millimeter jack. What's these things? This thing, you plug it in into your, and you can run people's cards. This is through your headphone jack. The square. They obviously probably moved on to better things where you can just tap it or whatever. But back then, when you have that 3.5 millimeter jack, up until they probably stopped using them in iPhone 7s or whatever. Oh wait, I have an iPhone 8 here. Do I have? No, yeah, iPhone 8 doesn't have it. So they probably stopped in iPhone 7s or iPhone 6. iPhone 6 and 6S are probably the last ones with the 3.5 millimeter jack. But I mean, it wasn't just for music. It could do shit. I guess the new one would be like this. You'd plug it into the lightning port, right? So, wow. Back then, you could swipe credit cards through your headphone jack. Alrighty then, let's do this. How are you people? 190 people are here. Yes, and they're not full of chemicals. Ooh, I missed my headphone jack. Oh no, Bluetooth. Bluetooth is good now. There was a space there where, yeah, the 3.5s are cool. It is good. I still have my old iPhone 6 here. And I have it. The only thing I can do with it is switch my lights on and off, look at a couple of my security cameras, and I have my Amazon Music app that I can listen to music if I want just on there. So I can download a bunch of stuff on it and kind of just keep that with me. And so I don't have to wait, so I can use my phone for other things. But yeah, 3.5 million is cool, but Bluetooth is working great now. And the new Bluetooth stuff, it's awesome. Bluetooth headphones are great now. So, no, Your Honor. So, if you know, is there a device or piece? Oh, right, here's that thing. Is there a device like a scrambler? I have no idea. I read this. Okay. Were you able, or would you be able to review Richard Allen's historical precision location if he was using a Google Pixel phone through a provider called Ting? Yeah. Dan Doolin was holding his phone 2 days after. Maybe they should have looked into it then. If they have it available, I do not know what they store. Miss Auger, nothing. Mr. Boss McClellan, follow-up by Nick. Would you have to have the phone that he had on February 2nd, 2017 to be able to do that? No. Yeah, you got the IMEI and all that stuff. But hey, dipshit, Dan Doolin, the chief of the captain of the Department of Natural Resources, Dan Doolin was holding the phone in his hand. He took the battery off the phone and wrote down all these precious numbers, Nick, sitting beside the car, talking to this guy. Fucking on what, the 17th, 18th, 19th? In front of the Save-A-Lot. Dude, ask him, Nick. Ask Nick. Ask Dan, Doofus, Doolin. The fucking car was sitting right there, too. Probably sharing an ice cream cone. About to go get a hot dog at the stand. Fuck, Doolin. What happened? Play that recording, Dan. Dan, Doofus, Doolin. The fucking phone was in your hand, you idiot. Oh, he's now the captain of the Department of Natural Resources. Oh, okay, no other questions. Judge. Next question. If you know, how common was Ting as a provider in 2017? I'm unaware. Miss Auger? Nope. Mr. Boss McClellan? No questions. Judge, thank you. Next question. Are there other ways or apps that register phone movement other than Apple Health? Yes, there are many different apps that can record movement. For example, WhatsApp records your movement. Miss Auger? No. Mr. Boss Man McClellan? No, Your Honor. Thank you. See you later, baby. Talk to you tonight in your room. Your room or mine? Oh, I'm just kidding. Did Libby's phone have those tools? I did not specifically look at anything, any other things other than Apple Health, Miss OJ. Nope. Mr. Boss McLeland. No, Your Honor. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Miss Eldridge. You may step down. That was actually not as boring as definitely that last guy, Dr. Ooing or something, Wenner, the previous guy. So thank you, Your Honor. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is an appropriate time for us to take our afternoon recess. While you're outside the courtroom, keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence, but please only do that if all of you are together in the jury room at the same time. And please don't look at Mr. Boss McClelland in the eyes. Don't even fart in his direction, and don't deliberate. Gentlemen, maybe I added a couple words. I'm not even sure. Something like that. All rise. So 3:46. The jury's out. Now, all right. Let's be back at 4 o'clock, please. And Jody, you can go off the record. 3:46 off. 4:06, they're back on. All right. We are back on the record. Are we ready to go? Yes, Your Honor. The state? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, boy. All right. So before we bring the jury back in, members of the court, security, staff. Oh, no, is this where they're chasing people around? Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Oh, the security staff that are in the back of the courtroom have advised the court that folks in the back, folks are talking in the gallery. I've asked you repeatedly to not talk. Oh, so she's yelling at the people? It's distracting. Oh, so I thought she was whispering. Let me start over. All right. So before we bring the jury back in, members of the court, security staff that are in the back of the courtroom have advised the court that folks in the back, folks are talking in the gallery. I've asked you repeatedly to not talk. It's goddamn distracting. We're picking some of your conversation up, and I'm pretty sure you don't want me to know what you're saying. Stop talking. If the court security staff observes anybody speaking in the courtroom, if you even fart, man, oh my God, if you sneeze, oh, that's not there, sorry. They will tap you on the shoulder and escort you out of the courtroom and throw you across the front lawn, and you'll slide on your face, and you will not be permitted back in for the proceedings. Yeah, you'll have to go hang out with Rick and Noe fighting outside. Oh, my kidding. I hope I have made that perfectly clear. No talking. Shut your yaps. Could we bring in our jury, please? Oh, boy. Your Honor, we are going to have Miss Eldridge in the courtroom while Mr. Cecil and Mr. Bunner testify. Any problem with that? No, Judge. No objections. Okay. She's riled up. Thank you. All rise. Thank you. You may be seated. The annoyed Judge F. Seagull is now presiding, pissed off. Thank you, gentlemen. Miss OJ, you may call your next witness. First Sergeant Christopher Cecil. Oh my God, I got to go for a pee break. So guys, this will be the perfect time. Belly bumps. I don't know what that is. Being of smaller stature, big trucks have been my power trip. Oh my God. As long as you got the truck nuts hanging on the back of them, I'm all for it. Like Nick, you got to have the plate that says boss. Here, I'll do it. Here's perfect. It's got to say this on your license plate. All right. Oh my God, I'm getting good at that with my mouse. And you got to have the truck nuts hanging. Oh, what did I do there? Oh, there we go. That's what Nick's license plate at the back of his truck. He's got the truck nuts swinging on the back. Right? I can draw them better next time. Yes, truck nuts. Exactly, truck nuts. Well, those are van nuts. There's a truck. I'll take them. That works. Yeah, that's the back. That's Weber's van. He's definitely got truck nuts. He keeps his on the inside. right? Weber has them on his rearview mirror. Weber's truck nuts are hanging on his rearview mirror so he can grab onto them, fondle them as he's driving. I'm only kidding. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Is Fishy up? Is there a Fishy intermission break? What do we watch? Do we watch another YouTube Bad Actors? Young Fishy? Do you have something? Do we catch up Dave? Does he have something quick? Oh, these are old. That's weather updates. These people love when the YouTube actors loves when I watch their stuff. So, man, here's a fresh one. Oh, this is perfect to honor a woman. Look at this. Do you guys want to watch this? I'm allowed to watch anything I want to take a pee break. What Gray Hughes really thinks about women. What does he think about her? What does he think about you, Woodoo? This is perfect, right? Do you guys want it? I can run and take a quick break. I don't need another coffee, so I'll be right back. Oh my, no, enough coffee. Stop it. Yes, perfect. This is in honor of a woman. What does Gray Hughes really think? What Gray Hughes really thinks about women? What?
I could do my.
Oh, here you go. It's 10 minutes. So, we'll probably play it all. But I'm going to run to the bathroom. Maybe I should try and eat something really quickly. What do I have in my fridge? Oh, I have lots of grapes and pineapple pieces. I'm going to pig out. Maybe no, I don't have. I'll eat some fruit and have a nice drink and go to the bathroom. That's the most important. I'll be right back. Enjoy this amazing. And I'll put the link again. They love it when I watch this. I'll put loop in case I fall down the stairs and can't get right back, which is not gonna. But just in case, here we go. The quality's up. Definitely. The speed is normal. The volume okay.
Abortion question for you guys.
Did I mute myself? Oh, no, I was muted because I hit play, right? I don't even know. I was going to say, this is in honor of women and truck nuts. All right? I'll be right back. Enjoy. What Gray Hughes really thinks about women. Oh, a deleted stream.
The last time I did that was over a year ago for sure. I always like to see what people say in my little scenario. Maybe another time. Yeah, it's just kind of a simple question. So I give it in a series of, most of the freaks that have been here have heard the questions for a long time, but I'll give you in a series of questions. So let's say there's a girl that is a woman who is, 4 months pregnant, walking down the street, and a mugger comes up to her and punches her in the stomach and takes her wallet and runs. But, he couldn't tell that she was pregnant or anything. Punches her in the stomach, grabs her wallet and runs away. And then she lost the baby. Should the mugger who punched her in the stomach get any sort of, like jail time for the death of that baby? Or should it just be the assault? So that's my first question. So should the mugger get any jail time for the death of the 4-month baby? He didn't even know she was pregnant. He just punched her in the stomach, took the purse, So what should that be? Would that be assault or what would that be? Yeah, you should get jail time, right? Most people think that. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yeah, now let's do the same story. That same girl's walking down the street. She's 4 months pregnant. And she'd already decided, and she was actually heading to an abortion clinic at the time. She was actually going to walk into the abortion clinic right outside is where she got mugged. She was still 4 months pregnant. punched in the stomach and lost the baby that way. Do you have the same feeling to the mugger at this point? Because she was about to go get and abort that same baby. So what do you think about that? I mean, she was actually going to terminate it inside the building here. And instead, she got mugged, and then the baby died that way. So should the guy still get prison time for that? See, nobody's responding because that makes it kind of a weird question, right? Yeah, but no, but why should he get any extra time for the death of that baby when she was about to go kill it, and even in a more sort of premeditated fashion? She knew that she was pregnant. The mugger punched her, didn't even know she was pregnant. She wasn't showing or anything like that. And it died, the baby, but the mother was literally, and then you know what the answer always is? It's a woman's right to choose. And that's where at that point, I just get really frustrated with the whole conversation and everything. Because you always wonder, why do people get, and then let's just say this, that same lady is 4 months pregnant, but the mugger decided not to attack her, and she went into the abortion clinic and got rid of the child. So where's the outrage? You know, like you were outraged. Everybody in the media, if you told the story about this lady that was 4 months pregnant, a mugger punched her in the stomach and she lost the kid, everybody would be outraged. Oh, throw him in prison forever. But if you told the story, hey, this 4 month, same person and everything. She went into abortion clinic and aborted the 4-month-old child. Nobody blinks. Nobody cares. So the thing is why did you care so much about the baby when the mugger did it, but you don't care about it when the same lady went into the abortion clinic? See that? So that's where it's weird, and it's strange too, because I get it. I could see feeling that way. Oh yeah, she had an abortion. Okay. But the mugger, we're all angry. So what are you angry about? Are you angry at the life taken by the mugger? Or is it just that the mugger took away, you know, what is it? So what are you angry about when the mugger did it? And why aren't you the same anger at the mother when she just went in and had it removed? You see what I'm saying? It's weird. It's a weird dynamic in thinking. That's where I can't overcome. Like, to me, it's just I can't make it make sense. And by the way, you guys, I know we're just talking about something random here, but I still need you guys' support for the channel, even if you don't agree with what the hell I'm saying. All right, we're like 50% of the goal tonight. So yeah, that's another thing too. It's like, you know, each baby is just as much the man's as it is the woman's, even though she's the one that carries it and everything. So, like, let's say a man wants to have the child. Why doesn't he get to have any say in whether or not she has an abortion or not? Because it's her body, Gray. And there it is. It's like, wow. So he doesn't have, well, it is, Natalie. You can disagree all day you want, but it's just as much his as it is hers. Yeah, I mean, so the baby is just as much his. And so here's what's weird is like, let's say the woman doesn't want the baby, but he does. Like, he's like, I want to have the baby. I'll take care of it. And she doesn't want to, and she can just walk in and have an abortion. But then let's say he doesn't want it, and then she wants it. He doesn't have any say in it at all. And then now she has a baby, and now you're required to pay child support for the next 18 years. Yeah, I mean, it just seems pretty bogus. Like, so I think men should have, I mean, most men would want to be part of the child's life, but there should be an option where a man can, he says, I don't want this child. I'll sign away all rights and he never gets to see it or anything like that. And I think that would make it fair. Like a legal, I don't know what you call it, like a Yeah, it's not an abortion, but it's like he gives up his rights. And I think that would make it fair. Because I think a lot of women, there's women out there that have the baby knowing that they're going to get the monthly checks. Okay. And I think that would completely remove that as an option out there, especially the ones that get and then I don't know what you would do with the welfare, how that would still work, and that's why there's murders that happen out there. We've covered about 50 of them on this show. So, what's shameful, Georgia girl? Yeah, I'll tell you what's shameful is somebody, when a guy doesn't want the child and they're going to just have the baby anyways, and then force that person for...
Oh my God, did he really say that? Hey, dude, maybe put your pecker away and stop shooting stuff all over the place. What? Holy fuck, I'm sorry, guys. Trigger alert. This guy's an idiot. I've got to watch it now. Sorry.
18 years to send in checks when they didn't even want to have a child with you. That's even more shameful, I think. Birth control's the answer. Men were, and you'll say, well, they should have worn a condom. Or yeah, I know. We get it. Okay, but after she becomes pregnant, men have no rights. Zero after that point. So once a woman's pregnant, the men have no rights at all. Anyways, I don't know. There's got to be something. We've talked about all these before over the years. I'm just saying, And I'll tell you what really sucked. I used to be I've said this before too, but I used to work at a bank as a mortgage. I don't even remember what it was. Like mortgage. We just put together the, packages or whatever. And it just, what sucked is when men have to pay child support, it counts as a payment. Just like having a credit card bill. So if they pay $700 a month and they make $4,000 a month, that's like having a $700 car payment, where the woman gets to take in the $700 and it counts as income coming in. But shouldn't the $700 really just be as if they were living together? And that $700 is not counted extra. It's just like they were living together, and apparently that's what he would have spent anyways. Shouldn't that be the reality? And the answer is yes. Anyways, none of you guys had anything to say about that. So I'm switching now to a completely different topic. And hopefully you guys can help support the channel if we switch topics, because we have absolutely gotten crushed in the last hour.
Oh my God. He says all that and people are horrified and they stop donating. And he's wondering, holy fuck. It's like, sorry, 19 more seconds. Sorry, guys. You can make it 19 seconds.
If you scroll up, there hasn't been any support for the channel for probably, hell, what time is it? See, and that just shows you that you can't talk about something else. It's a woman's right to choose.
Wow. I guess it's too late to give those trigger warnings, eh? Holy fuck, this guy said that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, just in case anyone... I can't watch that again. Definitely. Oh my goodness. He fucking really said that shit. Holy fuck. Like once the woman gets pregnant, what does he want? Does he want to own half of her uterus? Oh my God. Did he fucking say that? This is before AI too, I bet you. Oh my God. I don't know what to fucking say. I'm speechless. Holy fuck. The guy said that. Did you hear him going on about if the woman was going to get an abortion and you killed the baby? Should you, because she was going to kill the baby? I don't know. How do you know she was going there? Or how do you know she would follow? I don't know. Oh my goodness. And so it's not so what, but I mean, wouldn't that be your, oh my God, I can't take it. I should just move on. That is amazing you said that. Holy fuck. Wow. 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 Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't. Oh my God. That should come with a warning. YouTube bad actors, thank you. You guys are great. Thank you. They honestly, they're here all the time, yucking it up. Thank you for letting me. That was amazing. Holy fuck. I think I deleted that for sure. Yeah. I wonder why, right? Oh my God. Holy fuck. I'm like stunned. I don't know what to say. Wow. We need a palate cleanse, okay, guys? I'm stunned. Here's their when YouTube Bad Actors is in here, they asked me to, this is their favorite one, I think. We need to cleanse our palate, guys. Quick one, 147. Yes, get the fuck back on track. For Carol, here, this is dedicated to my love, my long lost love, Carol. Here we go. For you, girl. This is great.
I think he did perverted things before he killed him. Yeah, maybe he used the underwear and he had the sock. Something like that. Yeah, well, if I nailed it, then you don't need to call in. Yeah, so you have the underwear and the sock is missing still. They never found those. And I'm wondering if Richard Allen pleasured himself standing up inside the sock and maybe the underwear or something, and there was nothing there at the scene, and he took that with him. Or he merely, see, people are stunned about the low DNA. The only DNA, and so at that point, where's the DNA exposure? And a pair of underwear and a sock are missing. So what did he do with those? Did he pleasure himself inside the underwear or sock at the crime scene and then keep those somewhere or dispose of that somewhere? We don't know. Pretty crazy, though. There's a missing pair of underwear and a sock. What did he do with that? Did he self-pleasure himself using those items, and that's why there's nothing there at the crime scene? You never know. You know what I was thinking is that Richard Allen, there's a pair of underwear and a sock that are missing. Maybe he pleasured himself into those items at the scene and took off with those. Yeah, how about that for a random theory? No proof of it at all, but, you know, why not? Sounds kind of reasonable. Hey, thanks, Peruvian. 69.
He did say that, didn't he, TJ? He stepped into it like he's wearing a robe. Oh my God. Oh my God. I used that as a palate cleanse to his ridiculousness. And I think I made it worse, guys. I'm so goddamn sorry. So for Carol, my love, I will get back to it. I have to get back. I can't. Oh my God. My jaw is it's on the floor. My jaw is on the floor, guys. I'm so sorry. I should have a warning. Whew. Wow. You're right. Get the fuck back on track, Shibby. You're so right. Oh my God. Fucking, yeah. He stepped right into the giant sock. Holy fuck. That guy's wild. Holy fuck. And then he's talking like why are these people stop donating and stuff? Oh my God. Holy fuck. Wow. So I should shut this, I should save this. Oh my God. All my wicked changes in the right folder. Boom, of course, yes. I drew a couple cars. Oh my God. I drew this truck nuts. I'll have that forever now. Go. All right, let's just do this. I don't know what to say. Thank you, YouTube bad actors again. That's what I need to do. I need to do that. Oh my God. These people are wild. Fucking amazing. See, I swear to God, they come in, they say, I command you to play our videos. I command you. And I'm like, okay, I will. So don't Don't report me. I will. I'm just kidding, but thank you. Wow. That's awesome. Holy fuck. You fucking said that. That first one. I mean, the sock thing, I mean, I don't, it's ridiculous, but that whole abortion thing and punching her in the stomach, and if she was on the way to get the abortion, oh my God. What the hell? I might have to watch that again later. I'm not even sure I took it all in. Not now, though. Not now. If I have to, what time is it? It's almost 6. I won't need another break. Holy fuck, I can't take it. I'm speechless. Okay, let's just do this. Okay. Oh. Sorry. I turned my fans back on. Does it sound bad? Do I sound bad? Let me see. Because I turned a bunch of fans back on just to get some air moving and cool my laptop. I'm going to turn them back off. Let me know if you hear it sound better. And we're back. You probably didn't hear anything, right? I know. It's when it's, but it's, let me see. Now it's silent. It would have just been, you might not have heard it if you didn't have headphones in, but I know it's not. TJ knows. Where is it? TJ knows. The one time we called into Dee Dee's program, this one here, TJ had a fireplace crackling in the background, and it made me nuts because I felt like it every time it cracked and popped in the background, like my microphone was hard to hear me. But I wasn't on this good microphone too. I had like shitty Bluetooth headset microphone. It was funny. Sorry guys, I gotta move on. Thanks for being here. 190 people are here. Oh my God, thank you. Next time I'll give you better trigger warnings. Oh my God. I know. It's got to sound better now. You know what? I'll go back. I will do that. You know what? I will mark it around. I'm going to take a screen. I'm going to screenshot this time, and I will go back and I'll make a short. That's what I'm going to do, because I can hear these things. Like you guys can't hear it, but when people have stuff in the background in that, it really affects it because it cuts your microphones out too. You know, I don't know. It's a big deal. I know you don't, but this is a really good mic too, though. So it's definitely worse when you have the lesser mics. Is what? Oh, I don't know what you're asking. Well, I had a bunch of fans on and I turned them off, but I don't know. We'll worry about that later. Just definitely when people have background music, especially when it's close to them, not music, actually I have background music, but I think when people try to use a microphone and not wear headphones, sometimes I hate that too. So I think you have to wear the headphones, because if your microphone picks up your headphones, other people hear that, and then it cuts out their microphone. Honestly, I think it's a big deal. But when I make a shorts of mine, I'm going to find them. I will dedicate them to all you guys to prove that. Maybe it's just me. I'm a neurotic, old, confused man. Thank you for being here. And away we go. Sergeant Christopher Cecil. He's back up again. Some direct examination of First Sergeant Christopher Cecil by Miss Auger from the defense. Day 16 of the trial. This appeal is coming soon. I feel it. Get this appeal. We'll be ready. Oh my God. That fucking gray pubes is wild. So, First Sergeant Cecil, can you give us your full name and rank again, please? Yes, ma'am. Christopher D. Cecil. C-E-C-I-L. And First Sergeant. Are you a First Sergeant with the ISP? Yes, ma'am. You previously testified? Yes, ma'am. And First Sergeant Cecil, when you previously testified, we admitted Defendant's Exhibit E. Can you identify that for us? Yes, ma'am. This is the table that I prepared as part of my examination. That's the time we've been referring to. It's a timeline. Is that an accurate way to refer to it? That's correct. And there's a note on there, a log. I think it's line 452 and 458 about audio output start. Yes, ma'am. I swear to God, I'm still stunned from watching that video. So sorry. I really should have put an alert. Guy's an idiot. Sorry. You know what that is? I do not know. And are you able to discuss in your area of expertise reasons why a cell phone would connect to a tower? Discuss in your perfect. Just checking. No, I'm not. I don't have that education. Nothing further. Mr. McClelland. So the boss man's up, cross-examining. Mr. Cecil, you were here, present in the courtroom, when Miss Eldridge gave her testimony. Is that correct? Yes, I was. And this, I'm going to get the line wrong, but this log in the timeline, line 458, or the log you just reviewed with Miss Auger, you understand that to be a log of an audio? Well, what do you understand that log to be? According to what Miss Eldridge testified to, it has to do with, specifically, she says, it has to do with a headphone being inserted into Libby's iPhone. Being inserted. Wow. And at the time of your report, were you able to clearly identify that's what happened at that point in time on the log? No. And you did research that fact, correct? Oh, this is him going out in the hallway, right? Or did he Google? No, I don't even, yeah. This is it, right? This is like, you were all talking about this. This when he goes out and Googles it? Oh my God, this is it. Look, and you're here? What a coincidence, because I always hear you talking about, you love this. Oh my God. Did this call you in? That's what happened. You knew I was going to read this, and you were summoned in. And you did research that fact, correct? I think so. You noticed that, eh? Did you say you have what video? Ooh, what? Oh my God. Oh, did I miss something? What video? When you called in with Dee Dee and the firecracker popping? When you had that firecracker? The fire popping, the fake fire sounds crackling in the background. Yeah, it's my video. You know what? Was it my channel or no? I don't even remember. Oh my goodness. And you did research that fact, correct? Yes. And the most recent research you found on that issue was back from 2022. Is that correct? This is him. Yes, sir. And the research that you conducted, from what you learned, you weren't able to definitively say whether or not headphones were plugged in at the time. Is that a fair statement? Yes, sir. That's correct. Now, the jury questioned, the jury question, or one of the jury questions, I believe, talked about, could water damage cause that issue? Do you remember hearing that jury question when Miss Eldridge testified? I do remember. But it wasn't to Google about something else, right? About fixing the phone or something? What did he Google? It was this guy, though. I hear everyone say he Cecil Lt. When he went out to do that whole Google thing, that was something else, right? Oh my God, it's right here in the next. Oh, look at me. Look at me. Oh my God. I'm sitting here. I do this. It's right here. I'm fucking idiot. I'm sitting here contemplating this guy. If it's this time was when he says it, it's like literally on the page. Literally right in front of me. I'm sitting here. I would have sat here for 5 minutes contemplating it. I'm an idiot. Holy fuck. Yeah, I do. Are you? And you had an opportunity to review that or look that up over the break. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And you did that by just doing a quick Google search, correct? Correct. And you found that? Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay. Hearsay? I don't think it's hearsay, Judge. He was able to look up the question and review the information he collected from that question. He's not saying what somebody else said or anything like that. It's his knowledge from a search that he did during the break. Overruled what? She's overruling their objection. And when he did this, it's in here too. It's in the evidence here. It shows him he goes to the iFixit website and all these what are they called? Forums, where I've seen, you go there and they help fix iPhones. It's just random people just typing in shit and questions. And he got it from like a forum, from like the iFixit something websites. Oh my God. And she overrules her, OJ. So you were able to look up some reasons why that would happen. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And you found through your search that water damage or dirt within the headphone socket could cause the phone to register that headphones were inserted into the phone. Is that correct? Where did we do that one though? What was it on DD show? I might have it. I might have downloaded it or dual streamed it. I'll check. I'll let you know. Oh, hey, Dee, what's up? What is up? Just in time. Good morning. Good morning. I believe it was when you and I called in. You and I were on DD's show or something, and you had that fireplace cracking in the background. I probably have it on my channel. I'll check after this. And so, where was I? And you found through the search, I read this one, the headphones. Okay, correct. Mr. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Redirect by OJ. What Google site? I'm sorry. What Google site? I Googled it. There's multiple different returns when I searched that through Google. Which ones? Oh boy. There's ones called Anything Credible. That's the iFixit. There's troubleshooting. Yeah, it's definitely going to be iFixit. I know that. It's funny. It's funny. This is amazing. I forgot about this. Or I didn't think it was here. There's one called Anything Credible. These are like a troubleshooting for persons who experience their phone is in headphone mode. So it would be from different forums, from Apple or Inaudible. iFixit, or maybe many different sites. Okay, but you could find, you'll research this when you originally did your report. No, ma'am. What? Here. I know that I remember it exactly. iFixit website. There, this is where he was. iFixit. This is where he was. I'm definitely positive that's where he went. No, ma'am. No. Okay. So you put in a line on your timeline that you previously testified was accurate, reliable, didn't need to be modified, changed, or edited, and you said you didn't know what that was, right? That's correct. And it wasn't important at all? I'm going to object to the form of the question, Judge. Well, she hasn't finished her question. I understand, Judge. I'll rephrase it. Did you look into the accessory out function? No. During your Google search? No. Do you normally, when you're doing digital forensic analysis in criminal cases, do you normally do your research by checking out Google? Not normally, no. You normally look for peer-reviewed articles? Oh boy, this guy's wild, eh? That's correct. Like she's loving it. She's loving it. She's savoring this. She's, chewing your food. Like she's enjoying this. She doesn't want this to end. Like you did when you drafted your report. Correct. Would you, Mr. Cecil, or First Sergeant Cecil, are there things out on the internet that aren't reliable? Yes. Are there things on the World Wide Web that aren't accurate? Yes. Are there things out in the World Wide Web that are false? Yes. And in science, do you like World Wide Web information or peer-reviewed research articles? Peer-reviewed is the preferred, yeah. Was there any other sign of water damage on that phone? I did not look for that, ma'am. Did anyone? Not to my knowledge, ma'am. And since it was recovered on February 14th, 2017, it has been in the sole possession of law enforcement. Is that right? Yes. Like, oh my God, this sounds so much worse. I forgot how horrible this guy is. Like they're trying to claim, he's trying to learn something this day at trial. And these guys have literally had this phone in their hands since. And so if anyone wanted to find out if that phone had water damage in any other area, who would have that information? Law enforcement would be able to do that. Okay, what about dirt? Law enforcement would be able to look for that. Right. So the fact that they're saying in rebuttal means if it was if their rebuttal was, they should have had this, they should have known this to begin with. Why are they using, this is their response to Eldridge, not that they came forward and said this in the beginning. So everything they do is like that. All the evidence they have, they kind of house it when you work backwards and kind of remanufacture, make it fit your crime. Law enforcement would be able to look for that. Was there dirt on the phone when it was found? I do not know. First Sergeant Cecil, you and the state police have had 7.5 years to determine this information. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Wow. They're so regretting putting this guy back up here. And you're coming here after doing a Google search. Is that right? That's correct. Nothing further. Oh, I would have said what? She should. Can you please, wait, sorry. I couldn't hear your answer. Let me ask you that again. Are you coming here after doing a Google search? Is that right? That's correct. Okay. Thank you for repeating that. Yes. Oh my God. Wow. So here's McClellan's up now. He's going to make it right. He's going to make it right. He's going to make it right. You watch. He's going to make it right. Here's for you, DD. Let's get let's correct the record right here. Carol is, yes. She's here for me. I do that. She can't sleep when she hears my voice. It's like, oh my God. I'm not kidding. So here we go. McClellan's up. Is it your understanding that the phone was found under a shoe underneath the body of Abby? Yes, sir. That's correct. And it was found in the middle of the woods? Yes, sir. Okay. No other questions, Judge. Get this idiot out of here. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for First Sergeant Cecil? No response. They're like, get this guy out of here. He's an idiot. All right. Thank you, First Sergeant. You may step your ass down. Don't trip. Don't bump your head. The door is there. Yeah. No, that's a closet. No, the door is there. Thank you. Oh my God. Judge, is he released from his subpoena? Yeah. He's fucking said more than enough for the defense. We can't get any better. This guy's an idiot. Yeah, let's get him out of here. We're leaving on a high note, like George Costanza. Yes. Get him out of here. Is he released? Yeah. From a subpoena? Yeah, he's released from subpoena. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. You may call your next witness. Thank you, Brian Bunner. Oh my goodness, these guys. Do I save that? I must have made changes. Oh my God. I think I drew another picture. Here, Bunner's up. Oh my goodness, these guys are idiots. Idiots. Let's do this. I dedicate this to my long lost love, Carol. Dee Dee's back. Oh my God. My newfound rekindling our friendships. Mimi and her truck nuts. And TJ and her crackling fireplace background noises. Mm-hmm. And voodoo. She heard it. You heard it. That was for you. That was the whole Cecil thing. I knew it drew you in. That's probably why you were here. I hope you caught it. If not, you'll catch the replay, I'm sure. Oh boy. Bunner's up. Let's do this. Mr. McClelland? No. Wait, what? Does he start? Wait. Did I get the right one? Direct exam? So why is McClelland starting? Was that... Oh, no. Sorry. That's right. Yeah, sorry. Here. My bad. Here. Direct exam. Who is it again? OJ. Sorry. Here it is. Sir, OJ is up. Lieutenant Brian Bunner. Day 16. Oh, my God. Sir... Sir, can you state your name, please? Brian Bunner. What do you do for a living? I work for the ISP. Okay. You previously testified? Yep. You did some work on Libby's cell phone? Yes, ma'am. When was that? February 15th. Yeah, this guy was holding this phone February 15th. The morning of. Like the next day. The very next day, the morning he's got this phone. He doesn't make a full extraction, and he's got the tools to do it. How do we even accept this in anything? How is it that this is not just thrown out? Everything. These idiots to think that they didn't do this. If they really didn't, they should all be fired. But as if they didn't. First thing anybody would do is get a complete clone, replica, mirror image, copy, whatever they called that again. Extraction. The exact what that phone is like. Then you probably wouldn't even need anymore. If you made a couple of them and then back them up or something, and then you wouldn't need the physical phone, right? Oh my God. And then if the software at the time couldn't extract, if it couldn't understand all of the info, you're not able to extract more. You still have the full extraction. It's just later on, when that celebrate gets better, maybe you're able to understand or encrypt or decipher more from that same thing, but you're not able to pull more out. And they even admitted it. OJ got them to admit it in their testimony. So, have you done anything since then on Libby's cell phone? Her physical phone or extractions? Either. Yeah. Please forgive me. I forget your rank, and he's retired. It's Lieutenant. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Retired Bunner, isn't he? Do you know what audio output start means in the extraction material? Nope. This guy here is the guy that was... Bunner is talking about... I swear to God, you go to his testimony. He was referring to the extrapolations and articles from 1989 about like 12 or 8-bit or 16-bit like VCRs and video, like Ataris, and oh my goodness, like before 64-bit, like bit, like as in those old arcade games from the 8. Like he had an article, a book he was referring to 20 times in his paper he wrote for this, the extrapolation stuff. He was referring to stuff from 1989 as a reference. During a break, did you do any Google searches? No, probably would have learned something. Nothing further. Thank you. Let me see. Here's her one question for like, you're a professional. You're during a break, did you do any Google searches? Nope. Nothing further. Thank you. Mr. McClelland. I don't have any questions, Judge. Thank you. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Lieutenant Bunner? What's going on? They must be talking about some other stuff. Because there's no questions. I'm dying to see. There's 13 pages. Is this that part where I was at? I think I remember this now. All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. Thank you. And Judge, is he released from his subpoena as well? Yeah. And you are also released from your subpoena. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Miss OJ, you may call your next witness. What? This is going to be some sidebar. I wonder if I read this the other night or not. Your Honor, may we approach? Yes. Okay, sidebar. Oh my God. Where are we at, Miss OJ? I think we are out of witnesses today. We may rest. We just would like to have a night to kind of consider where we are. Okay, so do you anticipate additional witnesses? If we do, it'd be very short in the morning. Is the state anticipating rebuttal? Perhaps one, Judge. I think one for sure. But that's all I can tell you right at this moment. But he's out of town, and I guess I wasn't expecting them to rest, so we had planned on having him on Thursday. Yeah, we had a list for tomorrow, and we thought we'd be in to Thursday, so we'll have to see what we can do. Mind if I grab my list? Oh, no, just because I don't have it. I have it. This is Rosie. You know, for us, the last three would be the possibilities tomorrow. I think kind of just discussing them at breaks. So we're not going to call Pearson and we're not going to call Duncan. Yeah, Shelby Duncan and Daniel Pearson. Wait, Duncan? Oh, Duncan was the one. Duncan is the Shelby that was with Cheyenne Mills, and Pearson is the Daniel that was with Shelby Hicks on the bridge. So they had both of them, and these are the people that were with each one of them. This Duncan was Shelby Duncan. She was with Cheyenne. They're the two that walked past them on the first platform and took a pee-pee on the other side, both of these. Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne Mills, Holguin, and she had a third name. And Daniel Pearson is the one that was sitting on the platform with Shelby Hicks. And Hicks was, so Cheyenne was in with from Miss Duncan's side, and Hicks was in his ex-girlfriend, I guess. So I guess they don't want to call them in now. And we're not going to call these two. So, and if you would like to call, we'd appreciate if you would please call Mr. Harshman and let him know that he's good to go. Okay. These three. I can call our people. These three. Or just text them. We may call in there. I don't have a number for her, but oh well, we'll take care of it. I do for him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll take care of it. Okay, so that leaves these three are these professional witnesses or parties that can. Tony Liggett, Jerry Dick Holman, and Kathy Allen. Kathy Allen are the three. Those are your three witnesses, which I can get Liggett and Dick Holman here. I can get Liggett here tomorrow. He's fairly close. He asked what time tomorrow, and I said, I don't know yet. So, yeah, 9 would make sense. Okay, and then you'd have a rebuttal that you'd need to get here and to get right. You start working on that, and yep, we will do that right now. We'd planned Thursday, but we're... Yeah, I told them. Hopefully able to get him in here. Yep, he's in Florida, so we'll do our best, okay? I guess it's still Nick. Judge, while we're here talking, let's say, I assume, are you expecting us to go right into closing on Wednesday? What is today? Today is Tuesday. That's frightening. Very good question. I have the same. Today's Tuesday. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Fuck. I didn't know. I thought it was fucking Monday. Okay. So would you expect? Well, I don't want to wait too damn long. Get on with it. Oh my God. I would expect that we would be starting the next morning, first thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Okay. But we can talk about it. Okay. At our next break. Today's Tuesday. That's from Bob's Burgers or something. Today's Tuesday. Perfect. Is Tuesday. I keep thinking today is Thursday. If we get done tomorrow, election day, that's how I know. We fire up on Thursday morning and get done, right? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Okay, and that blah blah. God, what's happening? Did you see Cecil was here? Did he call you in? Because we just read this guy, the Google Cecil. This was, I think this called you in. He did the whole Google searching shit, and he must have called you in. She's like, that must be it, because I know you guys. I know you love that for sure. I hear you guys talk all the time. He Cecil'd it. Man, I think he called you in. Listen to these people, eh? This is wild. They don't even know what fucking day it is. Tomorrow's Wednesday, okay? And that blah blah. She says something. Yeah, I know. I know what day it is. You idiots don't. I need like a little calendar, because we keep asking each other, what is today? All right. Well, let's be done for the day. We'll just indicate to the jury, what do we want to say? This fucking woman's about to put a guy away for 130 years. Bullshit. She didn't know what fucking day it is. Well, it's 4:15, I think. I thought cross on them might be a little longer today. Okay. Well, you know, because some of that got cut out. And who are you guys thinking on rebuttal? What's coming from Florida? Dr. Martin. Okay. I think that's what we have coming right now. We are talking about it. Yeah. I know we had our blah, blah. We'll see. So we are going to talk about it tonight. All right. Let's release them for the day. And we do our 10-minute wait. Dance here. Okay. So we can do that. Talk about it. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. So the sidebar's over. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will be the balance of what we have for you today. So we are going to go ahead and call it. I know it's a little bit early, but it's 4:30 almost. So while you go on about your own business, then the rest of this afternoon and the evening, please remember what I continually have told you as we part our company, that you cannot talk about the case amongst yourselves, since you will be in the company of the bailiffs and under their constant supervision. So have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. All rise. The jury's out at 4:25. All right, you may be seated. There's got to be some more stuff here. There's 5 more pages. So, all right, you may be seated. All right, then, counsel, if we could just briefly speak over here. Did you wish? Yeah, up here, real quick. So they're having a sidebar, a new sidebar. The jury's out. Okay, so today is Tuesday, November the 5th. So tomorrow is Wednesday, November. Oh my goodness. What next? Thursday? Yeah. So you are anticipating resting tomorrow? Yeah. And then you will be in the position to present rebuttal. Witnesses tomorrow. Then if that's the case, then I don't know where we're going to be at with the witnesses that you guys are going to call and how long it's going to take. Well, we'll let them know by the end of the day. I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. We'll let them know as soon as we let everyone know that what we are going to do, and then like where you're at. Yeah, tonight. By the end of the evening, yeah. So that was all defense people said all that. Yeah. Tonight by the end of the evening, yeah. So you definitely have 3 witnesses for sure. Well, no, I'm saying those would be the only 3. Those would be the only 3? Yeah, I was trying to eliminate the others just so that we could get that out of the way now. Oh, okay. Yeah. So potentially 3? Yeah. Right. And then we have, again, I still think releasing them and starting Thursday. Yeah. Because that's not fair to you guys. No. And I don't want to do that to you, and I don't want to do it to the jurors. So, and we haven't talked about how long you're asking for closing or what the request is going to be for closing and who's doing closing for each side. Right now, it's me. I might talk for maybe 2 hours at top. Oh my God. I'm going to have to read all that. Oh my God. I mean, that's reasonable. I mean, I get to read all that. This guy, oh my God. I think that's reasonable, yeah. Okay, you agree with 2 hours? Yeah, that's, Baldwin comes, I don't know what we're going to do to this, Judge, but the other courts that I practice in with my partners and others as associates in my firm, we do a split close where one does a part half and the other one, I don't think we're doing that, but if we're decided to do that, would that be something that you would allow as long as you're staying in the timeline? Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, just because of the volume of information, we may do something like that. You're not going to ask the jury how long they want final arguments to be? No. That 2 hours, is that including rebuttal as well? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So you'd have to split your time up. Okay. And I'm happy to give you however much time like we did, blah, blah, blah. I mean, can we just kind of do this on a gentleman's agreement here? A gentleman's agreement, like we have 2 hours. If it's getting verbose, and we're completely ridiculous, you can stop us. I'm good with that. You want her to stop us? I mean, the judge, this bitch in front of her, this gentleman. What I'm saying, like you'd call, you might say, hey, we need to move along. You know what I mean? This is exactly like Rosie. It's like, here, what I'm saying is, like, you don't know. You might say, hey, we need to move along. He does that a lot. Hey, like, what's going on here? Like, hey, can we move this along? You know what I mean? Yeah, I get it. I'm all right. I didn't expect, us Nick, sorry. I'm all right. I don't expect to blah, blah. Yeah, like we're doing a voir dire or something. Bring a blah, blah, blah. Yeah. 2 hours and 45 minutes. That's, yeah. If I can muster up 2 hours of energy, you should be proud of me, because I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that on Thursday. So I'm okay with the judge doing that. Yeah. Okay. And that's fine. Yes. It's important that you guys have the time that you need. Yeah. Make your spiel to the jury, and they're going to want to hear your spiel. They're going to want to hear your perspective and hear what you've got to say. Yeah, about the evidence. They've had some questions of everybody. They'd have some. Blah, blah. Oh, okay. Blah, blah. Security indicate. Blah, blah. Sure, that's fine with me. Thank you. I mean, assuming that they're okay with it. Yep. Thank you. Sidebar's over. Go. All right. Well, thank you for that opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to just kind of have a conversation on the record, but a sidebar about where we're at with the next steps in the trial. So we'll see everybody here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And I appreciate that you guys have been working well into the evening and communicating with each other very well to let each side know where the other side is. So we'll have everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. You can go off the record. Off the record, 4:30. Oh my God, they're back on the next morning. Wow. What time is it? Hey guys, have I missed anybody? God, these people are wild, eh? I believe they still would have won if they didn't get the jury to. Well, yeah, it was decided from the get-go. This is all just a, like, go. I mean, look at everything that happened here. Look at everything that they did. Who was held to account? Look at the shit Mullen says on the stand. Rosie almost got fired for fucking Baldwin sending a dumb email to the wrong guy, and some guy coming in and taking photos and making him a victim. And Baldwin was just there by association. He almost gets fired. And yet, what happens to Nick or any of these people? Like, when just the 10 things we know happened, like the murder sheet's got that fucking PCA. They don't investigate that. Who's in trouble? All their leaks. What? How can you even have a court case when this happens? Everything. Jody, her own assistant, Jody, was talking with Fig, right? Fig gets that bullet from the info, even though it was before the gag order. It was still a sealed information that shouldn't have been released. Fig gets it and makes this dumb video about it. Babs McDonald is on court TV with the goddamn Odom report in front of her. Where's that investigation? All the shit fucking Frank Meister, and he admitted to violating the gag order with fucking McClelland, Vito, Holman, and Becky Patty on his live streams after the gag order in 2023. And Becky Patty late 2022, December. They're all admitting to that. Talk to them today. And they're saying it's on live streams. Frank Meister, the first 3 months of January, February of 2023 is like, yeah, I talked to Vito today, and he answered this, and this, and Jerry told me this, and this. And in the beginning, he's like, and then when they started getting called out for it, he's like, well, if I still call them up, if they answer yes or no to my questions, they can't be in trouble for violating the gag order. And oh my God, I talked to Becky Patty today, and she answered this, and this. Talked to Vito. I called McClelland's office today, and his thing told me this, and this. And oh my God, who's getting fired? None of them. So how do you win a court case? You don't. You just don't. You just don't. I mean, this is stacked. The referee was on their team, throwing touchdown passes and calling everything on one team and nothing on the other. Mullins, just think of Mullins is up there in the stand acting like a dipshit. Say, oh, yeah, sure. I lost 5 weeks of interviews with everybody, the first 5 weeks of everybody. Witnesses, family, everybody, everything in those 4 rooms is gone. All those suspects, persons of interest, witnesses, statements, other crimes, everything that happened in those 4 is gone. And then 5 weeks later, it happened again. And then 3 months after that, I finally realized in August that it happened the first time. And then I wrote a list up. I didn't feel it necessary to contact them, but I wrote a list of what the people, and then I didn't put a date on it. Oopsie. And then I wrote another list to say, of the list of this list, and then this one I didn't put dates on, and oops, I'm sorry, I didn't date that neither. And then Baldwin's like, well, looking here now, if you had a chance to do it again, would you put dates on them? And he's like, no, I wouldn't put a date on them. Like a fucking smart ass. I mean, if the defense even, what? Why isn't this guy, like, Gull should have jumped up and said, oh, fire this guy. You're not the chief. You're not the captain. You're not the chief of whatever. Get out of my court. Walk him off the property. If he said put him in jail for the night, oh my God. How do you? It's ridiculous that this has even happened. So how about this? So that's the finish of that day, right? I should have a look. So that finished this day, right? So let's just double check. So, maybe that's what I could do. Or were these interesting? I should maybe do these before jumping into the next, because this is, oh my God, we're almost at the end, right? Rebuttal witness. So let me just check. So it's Brianne, Wilbur, Trooper Harshman, and John Martin. So Wilbur, Harshman, Martin. So I'll do Martin first, because Martin first. 72 pages. Oh my God. Harshman. Holy fuck. 6 pages, okay? And this Wilbur, Brienne. So they are calling Brienne in. Did he not say they were not gonna? I guess they changed their mind. Because Brienne is not. Oh no. Brienne is the one that was with Riley. Sorry, so Shelby Duncan was called off, and Daniel Pearson was called off. But they did have Cheyenne Mills in, and Shelby Hicks was in. But so this is the one that was with Cheyenne. How many pages was that? 7 pages. Maybe I'll just. What time is it? Hey, morning, Rebby. What's up? What is up? What time is it? Oh, I have another hour and 20 minutes of hard work. So how about I do that, guys? Now, here's your choice. Do I start with Brienne and then I can do these two easily? Or should I save that and do, are these important? These motions? Because I kind of been skipping over these. State's motion in limine regarding the defense expert Stuart Grassian. It's only 2 pages. Were these interesting? Anybody know? This Stuart Grassian was a bore fest. And then the motion in limine, read the sketches. That's 3 pages. That'd probably be funny. Sketches? Because I can just do the trial stuff and then come back and recover the stuff. I don't know. What is up? What? Did you have a good sleep? It's funny. You said goodnight to me on this very same program. And then you've had your sleep and you're waking up to say good morning. How awesome is that? Am I great? This was actually a good show. Felt good. Something felt good. I don't even know. I'm just reading. I don't know. Felt good. Ooh, it was that great. Oh my God, Rebby. You missed something. You missed a good one. Holy fuck. Man. Here's a little teaser. Good morning. Here. This is perfect. Rebby, this is for you. I'm not going anywhere. This is just a quick palette. Do I need to do anything? Just catch this. I'll give you a quick teaser. If you watch the replay, you'll get to watch the rest of this. I'll play the first 30 seconds or a minute. You'll get to watch the rest of this. If you come, I'll put the link in. After this program, you can watch this. Where is it? Copy the link. But I'll play it also. Oh my. This was fun.
I could do my abortion question for you guys. Last time I did that was over a year ago for sure. I always like to see what people say in my little scenario. Maybe another time. Yeah, it's just kind of a simple question. So I give it in a series of, most of the freaks that have been here have heard the questions for a long time, but I'll give you it in a series of questions. So let's say there's a girl that is a woman who is, 4 months pregnant, walking down the street, and a mugger comes up to her and punches her in the stomach and takes her wallet and runs. But, he couldn't tell that she was pregnant or anything. Punches her in the stomach, grabs her wallet and runs away. And then she lost the baby. Should the mugger who punched her in the stomach get any sort of, like jail time for the death of that baby? Or should it just be the assault? So that's my first question. So should the mugger get any jail time for the death of the 4-month baby? He didn't even know she was pregnant. He just punched her in the stomach, took the purse,
Oh my God. My jaw keeps dropping. This is like still dropping. This is the second time I watched this. Oh my God.
So what should that be? Would that be assault or what would that be? Yeah, you should get jail time, right? Most people think that. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yeah, now let's do the same story. That same girl's walking down the street. She's 4 months pregnant. And she'd already decided, and she was actually heading to an abortion clinic at the time. She was actually going to walk into the abortion clinic right outside is where she got mugged. She was still 4 months pregnant, punched in the stomach and lost the baby that way. Do you have the same feeling to the mugger at this point? Because she was about to go get and abort that same baby. So what do you think about that? I mean, she was actually going to terminate it inside the building here. And instead, she got mugged, and then the baby died that way. So should...
I'm going to leave it there. If you want to catch that, hey, what's up, Judy? So, good morning, Judy. Yeah, I'll start with the other ones. That's just a teaser. If you guys want to watch the rest of that, I put the link in. YouTube Bad Actors. Oh my God, I didn't like this. I mean, I must have liked it. Oh my God, I forgot. Oh, I had them on like a Q playlist, so I forgot. That Gray Hughes really thinks, what Gray Hughes really thinks about women. It's a deleted stream he didn't want you to see. Oh my God. That was just we had watched all of this earlier. Why I took like a break, but I don't know why I did that. Oh my God, I feel horrible again. Oh my God. So I'll forget these. I'll do this another day. I'll do the reading part. The Brienne, and then this is Vito, right? Harshman, sorry. So I'll just do these. And then, because tonight, if there's going to be any chance of me doing this full guy, something else is going to come up. I feel it. That's a lot. So I should do this now. And I'll change the title later. I'll add these two to this title. All right, guys? So I'm here, hard at work for another hour and 15 minutes. You guys are here. Rebby's awake. She's changed out of her pajamas and she's wearing clothing. Nicole is here. All her fingers intact. Judy is awake. Gray Hughes, yes. Oh my God, that was wild. Why did I play that? I'd almost forgotten he said all that shit. Now I feel weird again. Oh my God, let's just do this for the people. A Shibby read. You know what? I've got to do this because I've saved these, right? So to save it, it was November the 6th, 2024. So I'll save it as there. This is A. It's the first person. No, yeah, it's the first person of the next day. So 2024. Sorry, guys. 11/11/06, right? Yeah. And it's underscore A. So when I save this, boom. And then this one gets saved. No, this is this guy here. Harshman gets saved as. Sorry, guys. This is so I could then open up the other ones to do the marking things up. And more than likely, I probably won't. But if I start drawing little pictures or marking dates and I'm looking for again, this is good. I might as well do this guy while I got it here. And letter C. Number C is letter 3, number C, 2024/11/11/06 underscore number C. Just kidding. There. So now I could close. Huh? What are all these? The ones I did. Did I save these with changes? Oh, save. All my important changes. This right here, if you're not sure, this is for you, Rebby. This is, I paused for Nick. And we were talking about Nick and his truck. And so boss and his truck nuts were on the back of his truck. So that's Nick McLean's license plate and the truck nuts hanging off his bumper. And Brad Weber has it in his white van, but he keeps his truck nuts on his rear view mirror so he can, reach up and give him a squeeze. That wasn't my idea. That was Nicole's, Dee Dee's, And everyone that's here, everyone but me suggested that, just so you know. All right? That's the truth. Whole truth, nothing but. Swear to God. So help me. Oh boy. That is the truth. You know it, girl. OMG. I think it might have been DD's or Mimi. It was Mimi. Yes, that's what it was. Mimi suggested that. I guess I made no changes to this one. So perfect. Young man is over. Here we are. Here we are. So I'm not getting distracted. Nope. What I'm going to do is now, this is the folder. All those things I just saved are, right? It's, where are they? Oh, right here. It was A, right here, Brianne Wilbur, my own copy. Look at this. Now I can mark things up like a pro. Boom. I have them in like the PDF thingies. Look at this. I won't need that because I'm not going that far today. I won't because I'm just going to read these first two. Look at me. All right, here we go. Dedicate this to Rebby for coming in fresh with energy. Judy comes on in. Uh-oh. You showed the Grey Hue video to expose him in all his nastiness. So, yeah. See, well, you good point. I mean, yes, I've done a good deed. I'm still flabbergasted. Every time I watch that, I'm like, you should finish after I do this, go and watch the rest of that. Because, I mean, maybe if we finish in time, I don't know. The shit he says is just, oh my God. Talks about getting women pregnant, and then once the guy gets the woman pregnant, you know, they got no more rights. They're spraying their stuff all over the place, and then they worry about they got no more rights. Like what? Maybe you have the right to wear a condom or not do that, or not have a child, not get her pregnant. That was your right. You know, once she's in her body, dude. What? Oh my God, I gotta move on. Sorry. You should hear the shit he fucking says. No wonder he deleted it. Oh my God, Brianne Wilbur, you're so right. Repeat this 10 times. OMG. Man. Yes. It's exposure. Yeah, he needs it. The second time I should have done a trigger warning. Oh my God. All right. So, Miss Wilbur by Diener. Miss Wilbur, please state your full name and spell your first and last name again for us. Brianne Wilbur. She spells it. And you testified previously in this trial, is that correct? Yes. And during that testimony, just to orient that for the jury, you provided some testimony as well as some Snapchat photographs of when you arrived at the High Bridge on February 13th of 2017. Is that correct? Oh, I have them open too. Here, this must be hers, right? 211. See, so we'll see what. And this is Cheyenne. I don't even know which one it is. They're all two. So let's see. Hers is these Brianne's or Riley's? This might be Riley's. Oh, it's Bree's. So these are them. All right, I had them up because I was so yes. And then you also provided Snapchat photos with a timestamp of when you had a picture on a bench as you were leaving the High Bridge Trail. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. This is their whole thing. Like they say when they took this photo, they saw this guy. Two of them saw different guys. Bree sees a guy. Riley describes another guy. So the prosecution says, hey, they say they saw the guy. We hounded them. We badgered them. We got them to kind of get close enough to saying that they thought that was this guy. We insisted it's Richard Allen. These guys took a screenshot, photo. The time of that photo was this. They say they saw this guy. He's not in the photo. He's not in the background. They have no other proof. They don't even have the right guy. So therefore, it's Richard Allen at this time because they put a photo up to Snapchat. It's fucking wild. Did you also have a Snapchat photo from when you arrived at the Freedom Bridge? Yes. And would Freedom Bridge be the first bridge that you would come to as you traveled walking from town? Yes. If we were walking from town, we would hit Freedom Bridge first. Okay, Judge, may I approach? You may. Miss Wilbur, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 318. Let's see. Let's do this. We have to. For the people, 318. Here we come. We're coming. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I feel you. Oh, here we go. This one. Oh, boy. So, 318, people. Look at proof. Boom. Boom. Richard's guilty. Look at the Snapchat at this time. Because, you know what? They say eventually they see somebody at a certain time. Therefore, this be true. This makes everything. This is their evidence. Oh, my God. Miss Wilbur, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 318. It has 2 pages. Please take a look at both. Do you recognize these photographs? Yes. And what do you recognize them as? It is Freedom Bridge, a picture that I took on the day of February 13th, 2017. Oh, boy. Judge, the state would move to admit Exhibit 318 and publish it to the jury. Preliminary question? Yeah. When did you provide this to the state? Like the first time I gave it to them, or yeah. To Stacy, or just in the beginning? To Stacy. I'm not sure the exact date, but was it since your testimony? Say that again? Was it since your testimony or before then? It was before. Okay. And you know how much time before? Maybe the first time we talked? It was when I sent her the picture? Sorry, that was an answer there. Sorry. Baldwin says, okay. And do you know how much time before? She's like, maybe the first time we talked. It was when I sent her the pictures. Okay. I don't know the exact date. I don't have any objection. All right. Without objection, 318 is admitted. I'm sorry. What was the number? 318? 318. Thank you. Miss Wilbur, would this... Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. They're not done yet. Okay, now you may proceed. So, this photograph indicates that you arrived at 12:25 p.m. on February 13th of 2017. Is that correct? Yes. Oh, and so this picture was in sequence with the other pictures that you provided. Is that correct? Yes. And while you were walking, did you walk from Freedom Bridge toward High Bridge that day? Yes. And during that time, did you see any other young girls your age? No, I did not. Or younger? I did not. Okay. Did you see any man that would resemble the picture of bridge guy we discussed previously? I did not. I have no other questions. Mr. Baldwin, thank you. Baldwin's up, cross-exam. That's a good memory for 7.5 years ago. Is that so? Your memory is on the day that school was out, that there were no other children on the High Bridge or on the trail. Not that I recall, nothing. Did you see any? Nothing sticked out to me to make me want to memorize. Okay. Is that something that you would normally do, is look around and note different people and put that in your brain for later? If it gives me reason to remember it, or it gives me a feeling, but if not, I won't recall. So you don't remember if there were any other kids from high school walking in and around the trail that time that you were there? I don't recall. Okay, no other questions? Miss Diener's backup. Miss Wilbur, you were questioned pretty close in time to February 13th of 2017, were you not? I was. And you became aware that very same day that Libby and Abby were missing. Is that correct? Yes. You were brought into you were messaging her on Snapchat, Libby. You were brought into the station that night to the police because they found out you'd talking with her. Kelsey told them. What's so, right? And so does the events of February 13th, 2017 cause that day to stick out in your mind? Yes. And did you give law enforcement a statement of what you saw that day close in time? Yes. No other question. Mr. Baldwin. Baldwin's back up. Oh, goodness. 160 wonderful people, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. 160 people hanging on my every word. I feel it. Just kidding. But the focus, so Baldwin, but the focus of the police was at the end of your timeline. Oh my God. I'm putting on a new Ricola. Nicole, anybody's got your Ricolas? It's Ricola time. Power up with the Ricola original mint lemon power up. Let's do this. Do. Oh my God. Energy. These make me salivate like a Pavlov's dog. But the focus of police was at the end of your timeline, the 2 o'clock. What time was it when you were at the bench? Without looking at the picture, I don't know the exact time, but it was later in the day, 2 p.m. or something. It could have been around there. I don't remember. Yeah, and so between. Judge, I'm going to object to him inserting a time when she just indicated that she would have to look at the picture to know that particular time because he's not quoting it accurately. Response, I will rephrase it. Thank you. Whatever. Ricola. Guess you have that commercial, right? Guys like on the hill, that big long horn thingy. Ricola. Whatever the evidence is about that bench photo, if it's 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, whatever time it is, that was the focus of the police. It wasn't your interactions at the beginning of your time on the trail, was it? Who's this? Yeah, sorry. They asked me about that, but we focused more towards the end, as that's what sticked out to me. Is she really saying that? She's done it twice. It sticked out to me. Holy fuck. How old is this girl? At this time, she's got to be probably 20 years old. Right? Right. Thank you. Does anybody in the jury have any questions for Miss Wilbur? No response from the jurors. All right. Thank you, Miss Wilbur. You may be sticked down. You may step down. Don't be watch. There's something sticked out there. Judge, may we release this witness from her subpoena? Yeah. And you're free to go as well. Thank you. Thank you. You may call your next witness. Judge, the state of Indiana will call Brian. Oh my God. Do I have any changes? No. Didn't make any changes. So, Harshman's up. Let's see if he's sticked out anywhere. Oh my God. Hey, Kelly, good morning. What's up? How's it over there? That other solar system we like to call Planet United Kingdom. Oh my goodness. Good morning. Direct examination, Master Trooper Brian Harshman. Questions by Mr. Bossman McClellan himself. Oh, in honor of Kelly's here. Rabbi's here. So we got the boss every time Mr. McClellan's up to bat. We need to make sure we have his license plate so we all know his license plate number, right? Rabbi knows what's coming up. And these are his truck nuts hanging off the back of his truck. Little pubes. Sorry. These are Nick's truck nuts on the back of his truck. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right. It's official. Sorry. Just trying to do the right thing. Keeping notes. So we know it's Nick McClellan. He's the boss. His truck nuts. Proof. Boom. It's proof he was there that day. His truck nuts are right here. And when I took that picture, I saw these truck nuts. Therefore, he was there. Fucking did it. Maybe. I'm not sure. It's cold and damp on Planet United Kingdom. Well, have a lovely day way over there. And thank you for being here. Good morning. Let's do this. Will you state your name, please? Brian Harshman. Spell your last name for the record, please. Harsh, H. Here, let me spell my name. Harshman. That's good enough. Thank you. Just kidding. Harshman. And how are you employed? I'm employed with the ISP. And what is your rank? I'm a master trooper detective. Oh my God. These guys are masters, troopers, and Detective Harshman. Detective Harshman. You've testified earlier in this case. Is that correct? I have. And you are familiar. You are the person in the investigation who listened to the phone calls. Oh, this is the guy who's going to match Richard Allen's voice. All right. Calls from Richard Allen while he was incarcerated. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And you also had an opportunity to view videos while he was incarcerated. Yes, sir. And so he initially started off, or at some point, he was incarcerated at Westville Correctional Facility. Is that where we started torturing him? Is that correct? Yes, sir. And during that time he was incarcerated there, was he in a one-man cell for 395 days? The lights on 24/7. People yelling at him, baby killer, eating his own feces, forcefully drugged. Fucking lights on. I said lights on 24/7. Did I say that? Did I tell you the lights were on 24/7, guys? Fuck. Odin guards walking around on a leash, sticking a fucking camera in his face, camcorder. And when he was showering, they're standing there with a camcorder. You guys know that, eh? Fucking Odin guards standing there with a camcorder. This guy's showering. Innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. Pre-trial detainee. Yeah, he was. And then he was moved to Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. Yes, sir. Was he placed in a one-man cell there? Yes, sir. And then recently moved to Cass County Jail. Is that correct? That's correct. And he's in a one-man cell there. Judge, I'm going to object at this point to outside the scope. We never had any discussion about any of this during our case in chief. Judge, this is rebuttal evidence. They showed videos of him at Westville and his scenario there. This is rebuttal evidence to show the jury that he was in the same type of cell throughout his incarceration. Overruled. Thank you. You must be saying that sarcastically. Like, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Like she overruled him. Yeah. Thank you. You had an opportunity to view you had an opportunity to view the video of him while he was in Cass County. I have. And what kind of cell is he in Cass County? He's in a one-person cell in Cass County. Now, in Cass County, he does have, I'll call it a day room with a table and a chair. Is that right? Correct. A day room. These guys. The cage. Tortured, you fucking heartless garbage human. Excuse me. I didn't read that. That was on another page. That was in my footnotes. Sorry, I shouldn't have read that. Correct. And the cell in Cass County, I think, is a little bit bigger square footage than was at Westville. It looks to be a lot bigger. So comfy and spacious. Yeah. However, does he have as much human contact at Cass County that he had in Westville? He does not. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Does he have an opportunity to have recreation with other inmates at Cass County? He does not. Other convicted inmates should be near this guy. Did he have that opportunity at Westville? Occasionally, when he had outside rec, he was able to communicate with other inmates. Yeah. Wow. Did he have the ability to communicate with other inmates in the cells next to him at Westville? Yes. He stated in phone calls that he would have conversations with his neighbors. Oh, you needed to learn that from the phone calls, did you? Does he have any neighbors to communicate with at Cass County? No. And you were able to watch the videos from Westville, correct? Yes. And some of the issues he had there was that he was eating paper and flushing in the toilet, correct? Yes, sir. Has he had any of those issues at Cass County? I'm going to object again. This is outside of the scope of his testimony. The last time he testified or anybody else's testimony. And the court has clearly instructed me to stay away from this time frame. Judge, this is in rebuttal. This is rebuttal evidence. Well, that's what it is. Yeah, he could have asked about this when he was here a week ago. Yeah, he could have, and he didn't. And he is on rebuttal allowed to do this. Overruled. Yeah, you protect this little Nicky boy. Coddle him. Powder his little tushy. Have you viewed that he's had any of those issues while at Cass County Jail? No, to my knowledge, no. There have been other issues at the Cass County Jail, though? Correct. Can you describe those issues? Threats to staff. Oh, he's so threatening, eh? This fucking guy has a nerve of that. Guy's broken, a 5'4" guard on him, tortured, broken, drugged. His fucking eyes are ready to pop out of his head. These fucking guys. These fucking guards, I'm telling you. These guards are like 6 foot, bench pressing 3 plates aside. 3 plates aside. It's like 310 pounds, including the bar. Oh my God. 3 plates aside. These guards are bench pressing. I'm telling you guys. Every man you know can barely bench press 2 plates aside, if they could. 3. These guards are junkies, huge steroid junkies, I guarantee you. Huge. Roid ragers. And they're fucking walking him around on a leash. Judge, I'm going to object at this point. May we approach? Yeah. Sidebar. This is limited, and they're trying to present their case in chief, and they are trying to use this testimony now to essentially to put this video in is what they're trying to do. And it's outside of the scope, and it's not. It's a 403 problem. Exactly what you said. He's going to try to do with his own words. And it's, in fact, I'm keeping it, blah, blah, blah. But it's just in rebuttal of F.G. Walla and Dr. Westcott's testimony about that he was calm. He was fragile egg. He was a fragile egg. It's just gonna be that he's had outbursts in Cass County. That's that. Judge, that's in rebuttal to her testimony. Well, I understand, but now we're getting into that specific blah, blah. I didn't have a problem going into the conditions because that's these conditions. The solitary confinement, but this is on Cass. Those conditions. Would you please admonish the jury to strike the last comment? Thank you. Sidebar's over. All right. I'll sustain your objection, Mr. Rotzi, and instruct the jury to disregard. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you. Mr. Rotzi, Mr. Bally Dwin. Nope. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Detective Harshman? Nope. Oh. All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Thank you, ma'am. You may call your next witness. Judge, the state would call Dr. John Martin. Ooh. Did I make any changes? Yeah, I drew those truck nuts. Must save those. Very important. So, what do you think, guys? What do you think? It's 7:15. Do I get a start? You know what? Maybe I get a start on this guy, do I? Do I do it? What time is... Oh, he's here. He's here in my notes. Do I just do this? I got 45 minutes, guys. I feel great. I feel alive. Rebby's here. She's going to recommend. Look at this. Do I start reading? Let's see how this goes. Do I start? Let's see. Fuck it. No, 72 pages. How big are his answers? Hmm. Let me see. See, I could have been halfway done already. What else happens on this day? So there's just those three, right? So who's up next? So we got these two things. So we did these guys. So we just finished. So we're here. We just finished this guy. So testimony was those three guys, right? Well, those three people. And then there's the closing arguments were already there. Oh boy. How long? Oh my God. Oh, it's not so long. It's only 25 pages. Defense, 28. So there's a shill for sure. Whew. Oh my God. How about this? How would I just start? And if it takes too long, 72 pages, I'll get a good jump on them for tonight and I can then go on. What do you guys think? Let's just start reading. I got the energy. I have an hour to kill, so for the people, I'll read. Good morning, Dr. Martin. Good morning. Could you please tell the court your full name and spell your first and last name? John Martin, first name, John. Last name, Martin. He spelled it. And Dr. Martin, I'd like the jury to be able to hear everything that you have to tell us today. So speak up a little. That microphone is shit. Does not amplify for my IT experts a dope. And you don't need to be close to it. It's for the court reporter's purpose. So if you could just speak up in a louder voice. Thank you. Are you familiar with Richard Allen? Yes, I am. And how and why are you familiar with him? Well, he was my patient at the Westville Correction Center from about November 22, till about November 23. And was your patient? What services were you providing? What care were you providing to him? Psychiatric services. Psychiatric services. And what are your qualifications to provide psychiatric services to Mr. Allen? I'm a psychiatrist. Can you tell us where you got your medical degree? I got my basic medical education in St. John's Medical College in Bengaluru in India. I entered St. John's in 1969. Oh my God, this guy's like Gandhi's age. And I finished in 1976 after having completed 1 year of rotating internship. After that, I started the psychiatry program. It's a psychiatry program. I did 3 years. I got a waiver for the first year of the program through the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, where they recognized my internship that I'd done earlier. In 1983, I started training to become a psychiatrist. So 1983, 84, and 86. Great year, 86. Love that. Great year. I completed my training through University of Miami in Florida, Jackson Memorial Hospital, and the VA Medical Center in Miami, Florida. Did you become a licensed psychiatrist in the state of Florida? Yes, I did. Did you also, and that was in 1986. Did you also, and after, this guy's jumping in. After that, I started working. I'm sorry. Did you also, did you also become a licensed psychiatrist in the state of Indiana? Yes, I'm licensed in 3 states, Florida, Indiana, and Illinois. And is your licensure in good standing in all 3 states? Yes, it is. And when did you begin work related to the IDOC? That was sometime in 2020. So I worked there for almost 4 years. Prior to that, did you work in the area of corrections as well? Yeah. After I finished my training in psychiatry, my first full-time job was in the Palm Beach County Jail in Florida. And since 1983, with a few breaks in between, when I'd take some sabbaticals, I worked. It was like a walkabout. You remember Crocodile Dundee? The guy did the walkabout. in the Australian outback. Same thing. I've worked almost throughout corrections. So, and very often I would be working in a prison, and then I'm a workaholic and like to work a lot, just like Shibby. So I would sometimes take a part-time job here and there and part-time job there. So if I were to put together all the time that I worked in corrections, I probably have the equivalent of between 40 and 45 years of correctional psychiatric care. And so when we say you worked in corrections, just to clarify, are you providing psychiatry services to inmates? Yes. When I say corrections, I'm including jails and prisons. Okay, because I worked in at least 5 different jails in Florida. I worked in several prisons in Florida. I've worked in female prisons, male prisons. I worked in reception centers and permanent camps. I've visited, besides working in some prisons, I have also visited about 16 major prisons in Florida. That many, eh? While working on resolving a big lawsuit from 1972 related to the provision of, I'm going to direct services. I'm going to direct you to the care that you were giving at the facility where Mr. Allen was then. Okay, so what was the nature of your employment at Westville, the IDOC, during 22 and 23? Yeah, so from say July of 2020, that's when I started at ISP. No, Indiana State Prison, so I won't say ISP. I was working 40 hours a week there, and then later I started working an additional 20 hours a week in Joliet with the Illinois Department of Corrections. And then sometime in February of 2022, the psychiatrist at Westville, she retired. So there was a big backlog and shortage of psychiatrists. So they asked me if I could help out. So that's when I started working at Westville. So because of my commitments to other places, I could only work there 1 day a week on Tuesdays. Then I'd try to make up some additional time working on Sundays, but not at Westville. I'd go to work at Indiana State Prison because I had computers available there and everything's online. So I'd review all my notes and all the notes that had been written by other people on those who I'm going to see. So, and those who I already had seen, I would review my notes from before and prepare for the next visit. Okay, so that's when while I was working there at Westville, sometime in November, I don't know the exact date, but sometime in November, that's when I first met Mr. Allen. And in November 22, you met Mr. Allen? Yes. Did you establish a place yet at Westville Correctional at WCU where you could add notes to your medical records by the time Mr. Allen was a patient? Did you have a place where you could go to make records? No, I had an office in Westville. It was in one building and in another building. A very secure facility within the Westville compound. There was this very secure building called the WCU, Westville Correctional Unit, I guess. And that's where Mr. Allen was housed. He had been transferred from the jail to Westville as a safekeeper because he was considered, it was felt that he was in danger definitely you're right. He was in danger in the county jail. And so he was transferred to us in the Department of Corrections for his safety. Okay, so you didn't have an office in the WCU? Nope. But you had one on the property? Right. Where you could go? Right. And enter your medical notes, findings, and documents into the secure system. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is Dieter? I thought this was McClelland. What? I thought it was McClelland. I guess it is Dieter. Either way, I'm still doing the prosecution voice, but man, Oh, it is Dieter. Fuck. I knew that. Just testing you guys. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 3 bags full. 1 for my master, 1 for my dame, 1 for Mimi and Rebby and Nicole and Kelly, who live down the lane. Mm-hmm. Anyways, let's do this. Sorry. So the prosecution. Okay. And were you actually an employee of Indiana Department of Corrections or from another? No. Company. This guy's jumping in and answering before these questions are done. It's weird. No, I was never an employee of the Department of Corrections. I was working for Centurion. Great. Which is a company that provides medical services and shady people in the prison. Were all your patients at WCU during this time, or no, I had let him finish, fuck's sakes. This guy's no. I had, if he does that again, I'm skipping it. No, I'm sure he's going to do it the next question. So, no, I had patients who were on the compound and general population, but there were a few people who were housed in WCU. So, I'd go over there and see them, and then I'd go back to my office, which is in the medical building over there, and sit down there and write my notes. Okay. So, when you would meet with Mr. Allen for a medical visit, would you then go to your other office to make records about your visit with him? Yeah, sometimes I had to see several people. So I'd go and see everyone. And then I'd go back there and I'd write my notes. Okay. And so did you have written documents that you had prepared that you then entered into the system? Not always. I just jot down some notes on a piece of paper, and then I'd go down and write everything on the computer. LOL is right. Oopsie. What is up? Let's do this for the people. Okay. And are those records kept in a secure system? The whole computer system is supposed to be secure. And it's supposed to be. And so would you have a login in order to create that record? Yeah. And could anyone else go in and make a record and put your name to it? No. Okay. And I'll ask you another question, so we don't have to do this twice. And so were you a physician that would be prescribing medication to Mr. Allen? Yes. The psychiatrist is the one who prescribes the psychotropic medications. And were you also aware of medications that he came to WCU prescribed previously that he was going to be continuing to take while he was there? Yes. While he came from the reception center, he came in on Prozac and an antidepressant because he had a history of depression and anxiety. And so I examined him. I met with him, interviewed him for the first time, as I said, in early November, and then I continued him with the same medication. He was stable on that, so there was no need to make any changes. Okay. And so any changes that you made to his mental health related medication, would that be kept in a particular record for when it was administered or given to Mr. Allen? There are my notes, and then as part of the note, there's a form for writing orders, doctor's orders, and then the nurses keep a track of whether he's taken medication or not. So we call that a MAR, and which stands for Medication Administration Record. So those MARs are written by the nurses. They sign off when he takes his medication. And if he doesn't take, and they sign off for that date by putting their initials. And then if he doesn't take it, right? If he doesn't take his medication, they'll sign their initials and they'll circle it to indicate that he refused his medication. And so is that a record that you will use and rely upon in order to monitor whether Mr. Allen was taking his medication or not taking medication? That is one way in which I could do that. But what would happen is nurses usually inform us he refused his medication before we can even look at that. Okay, but it is a record that's created. Yeah, it's a record. It's there. It's available and anyone can look at it. Anyone in medical. I mean, not security staff, but medical has access to that. Okay, and so medical, or medication administration record. Is that something that's regularly kept in your business? Yeah, that it's there on you. May I approach the witness, Judge? You may. Dr. Martin, I'd like to show you first what I've marked as State's Exhibit 319. It has multiple pages. If you'd flip through that and tell me whether you recognize that. Do you recognize those documents? Yes. And what are they? These are notes that I wrote on the patient. There's also a consent form that he signed for Prozac. Do they accurately reflect the records that were associated with your treatment of him while he was at WCU? Yes, it does. They do. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 320. Also, multiple documents. Yeah, take a look at that. Let me know if you recognize that. Do you recognize that? Yes, I do. These are the MAR, the Medication Administration Record. Okay, and so would these records be the records you refer to that you would rely on with regard to the medication, the administration of medications? I fell for it. I should have just skipped this if I just read this. I'm going to get this down. I have a feeling he's going to do this many more times. So look at me. So just forget this. On regard to the administration of medication compliance. Yeah. And so they would also reflect with regard to mental health medications that you ordered. Right. All the medication, whether prescribed by medical or prescribed by me, they are there. Okay, Judge. The state would move to admit exhibits 319, 320, and request that the doctor be able to refer to those for his testimony. May I ask a preliminary question on 320? Yes. Dr. Martin, Rosie's Dr. Martin. I'm looking at 320, which is the prescription medication regimen records. There are a lot of different initials on here from what appear to be different people. Do you acknowledge that? Yes. Oh, I fell for it again. Or rather, do you acknowledge that there are many other initials from various other people throughout this whole period of time with reference to those documents? These documents, yes or no? Yes. And these people are not you, right? No, these are the nurses. Okay. Other medical staff. Yeah, these are nurses. Different shifts, different days. Judge, I object. I don't have any problem with 319, but 320, based on it's just loaded with hearsay. I mean, and there's no foundation. I mean, Judge, the doctor will be asked to reference this with regard to when he ordered particular medications and also the documents with regards to refusal of medication that we believe is relevant to his testimony, and the jury can make a decision as to whether they would rely upon a nurse's note. But it's a medical record in the regular course of business, and one that Dr. Martin would rely upon in his treatment of Mr. Allen. All right. I'll show that 319 is admitted without objection, and I'll show that 320 is admitted over objection. Thank you. You're welcome. May the witness refer to these for his testimony, Judge? Yes. I'm going to start with this one. So thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow. I fell for it again. So I won't give you too many to hold on to. Now, these guys jumping in. He's quick-witted, old young whippersnapper. Sounds like he's really old too, though. Maybe that's why he's jumping in, because he's probably... Now, you made reference to knowing that Mr. Allen entered the WCU as a safekeeper. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. And there's also reference to someone being in solitary confinement. Are you familiar with that reference? Yes, I am. And are you familiar, based on your experience with your work in the prison systems, with the difference between a safekeeper and someone who's in solitary? Yes, my understanding is that a person sometimes is transferred to prison for his safekeeping because it is thought that he's not safe in the local county jail, and for his protection, he's transferred to us in the prison system because we are in a better position to keep him safe. And so they are known as safekeepers. And do you have experience with other than Mr. Allen in treating a safekeeper in a prison setting like WCU? I've treated safekeepers who were in general population, but Mr. Allen was in what could be referred to as solitary confinement, but can also be referred to as a one-man cell. The reason why I just wanted to explain why I talk about one-man cell rather than solitary confinement is because though it is the same room, the person who is put in solitary confinement, it has a punitive connotation that the person has done something wrong in prison. He has broken some rule or regulation, and he's been punished by isolating him from other people for a certain period of time, depending on the charges. Whatever rule he broke. So he gets time there, and he's locked in. Whereas Mr. Allen had not done anything wrong in the prison system, He didn't even do anything wrong to get in there so far. He's an innocent guy. So he had not broken any rule or regulation, and yet he was being treated as though he had done something wrong in the prison. At least that was, that's how he might have felt, and in a way that was not right. But at the same time, we are to look at the other responsibility that the prison system had to keep him safe, to keep him alive. And so even though there's a risk of serious harm to his mental health by putting him in solitary confinement, the mission or the need to keep him alive and safe was the overriding decision. I think that was the overriding thought in the mind of the warden when he chose to, where he should be housed. Well, and you don't know who chose for him to be housed there, correct? I have no idea. I'm just assuming that. Okay, so were there things that do you have a familiarity with someone being in solitary confinement from your work? Yes. I've almost all the prisons that I've worked in have been major, high security prisons that we've had a lot of people in solitary confinement. And as a matter of fact, one second. And we're back. For a whole year, I was in charge of a program supervising 5 prisons, including one for women, where we had all the people who are in solitary confinement across the state of Florida all brought to these 5 prisons. Okay. They were all solitary confinement cases. Okay. So by comparison, were you familiar with things that Mr. Allen had available to him in order to differentiate safekeeping from solitary confinement in order to provide contact with others? Well, we did have a lot of meetings with the warden, the head service administrator, the psychologist for the Department of Corrections, the lawyer for the Department of Corrections, and of course the warden and the assistant warden to see what we could do to make life a little bit more comfortable for him while he was in prison, like giving him access to a tablet, to a TV, recreation, phone calls, as much as could be done, in that secure facility. So, were you aware that he had a suicide companion at his door? Yeah, There were times when he had expressed suicidal thinking, what we call suicidal ideation, and there were times when he actually did something to hurt himself. So during those periods of time, he would be kept on suicide watch. He'd be given a suicide gown. And then he'd be given a suicide blanket. He would have no sheets with which he could try to hang himself and things like that. Okay, so we did what we could to see that he was safe. Okay, and you were aware whether he was being taken out of the cell for certain things, so he had an opportunity to leave that space, like seeing FG Walla. Yeah, like for example, if he had been to be seen by medical, if he had to be seen by FG Walla, the psychologist, if he had to be seen by me, sometimes I'd see him outside a cell, but sometimes I would see him inside a cell because it was not safe, for a good reason. He couldn't be taken out. And every time, yeah, I guess, yes. And when he went out for recreation, when he went out to make phone calls to his wife and family. Judge, may I interject and ask a foundational question? Sure. Dr. Martin, you're talking about all these things Rick Allen did. You only met with him 18 times in 13 months, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I did. That's what you told me a month ago, right? Yeah. Okay. So you weren't there when he was doing all these things, were you? No, but I know these things were done because we were discussing these things. Did you ever watch any of these? I didn't. Video? I did not. Or further review any of the video of him in his cell in that prison? No. Did you ever review any of the camcorder video when he was being moved around to various places? No, but I saw the camera. Judge, I object. I saw. To this line of questioning, I saw him being recorded. Judge, I object. I mean, I saw the officer with the camcorder. Judge, would you please instruct the witness? Sir, stop. What's your objection? My objection is he has no foundation to testify where Mr. Allen went because he didn't even see him. Judge, I think the witness was about to say he's seen him being recorded as he's being moved, and he did see him over the course of a year. The fact that he's not there every day or hasn't watched camcorder video doesn't mean that he isn't familiar with the circumstances of his housing. Overruled. Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about your initial assessment of Mr. Allen, please. Okay, can I refer to my notes? What was his mental health condition? Can I refer to my notes? Yes. Okay, so I would usually go to Westville on Tuesdays. Before I went to Westville, I would be given a list of patients that I was going to see. I'm going to object to non-responsive to the question. Sustained. Thank you. Dr. Martin, I need you to specifically answer the question about your initial assessment of Mr. Allen. Okay. In November 22. Okay. So how was he doing from a okay? This guy's out of there. This guy seems to be out of it. Mental health perspective. Initial, like he's just talking over them. And initial evaluations. The first time I saw him face to face was on the 8th of November. Okay. He had come from the reception center, and I had a day, or the Sunday earlier, I had reviewed what had been written in the reception center on him. So when I saw him, I asked him a few more questions to add to that database and do a mental status exam. And at that point in time, when I saw him, he was stable. There was no problems that I could see. He has a history of depression, but he did not seem to be depressed. He had a history of anxiety, but he did not seem to show any signs of symptoms of anxiety. So I continued him on his medication. So that was the first time I saw him. The next time I saw him was 3 weeks later on the 29th of November. Again, Everything seemed to be fine. He didn't seem to have any problems. The next time I saw him was in January, on I think the 29th. You can take the time to look. The 24th. Good morning, Becky B. Look at you. Are you still here? Yes. Yes. Did you get a good sleep? Good morning. The show has just started. It's like 8 hours and 45. My intro is just finished. We're ready to begin. Welcome. Good morning. And away we go. Okay, so the 24th, when I saw him, I need him to sign consent for medication because usually we try to get consent signed once a year. And I wanted to make sure that he had signed it. And if I may be allowed to digress a little bit, informed consent is something that's really important for us. Now, normally when a patient goes to see a doctor and he's got some infection, the doctor might write a prescription for an antibiotic that the patient goes and fills it up, and that's okay. But for mental health patients, anytime a psychiatrist is writing prescription, he first gets an informed consent form signed by that patient so that is different in psychiatry versus general medicine. Yeah, thank you. Oh my God. Now, medicine and general medicine too. People do sign informed consent forms. Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's non-responsive. Sustained. So, Dr. Martin, we have to move on from that subject. But he did sign a consent for Prozac. Is that correct? Yes, he did. Okay. That was on the 24th. Up to this point, 24th of January. Okay. Up to this point, he was continued. Everything was fine. Medication previously ordered. Yes. Correct? Yes. Okay. And so after you saw him in January on the 24th, what would have been the normal time frame between then and your next visit with Mr. Allen? Since he was doing well, according to our protocol, I was allowed to see him every 6 months or even once every 3 months, but we extended it to once every 6 months. So I was supposed to see him sometime in April to the latter January 24th. So maybe April 24th was when I was likely to see him again. Okay. So when you saw him in January, was he still doing okay? Yes, he was doing fine. Okay. And then, did you see him in April? Yes, I did. And was it at a regularly scheduled time or different? No, I got a phone call from the health service administrator, Miss Bridgeroom. And without telling us what she said, did her call to you prompt you to go see Mr. Allen unexpectedly? Yes, it was. It was not planned. Okay. And as we talked about this, I want you to provide information to us just based upon your own observations and not necessarily information from others unless you are prompted to, okay? Okay. All right. So when you see Mr. Allen on April the 13th, you said, correct? Yes. Was he still at WCU? Yes, he was. And what did you observe about Mr. Allen during your visit? So I'm going to read from my notes. So when I went to Westville that day, I was met by the warden and other people, and I was able to look into the cell in which the patient, Mr. Allen, was housed. He was lying naked on a mattress. Judge, I'm going to the form of testimony. He's reading from his notes. If she wants to use his notes to refresh his recollection, that was not to refresh. Improper refreshing. Judge, it was not intended to refresh his recollection. It was in order to assist him in his testimony so he can be accurate about what he documented regarding his visits with Mr. Allen, because there's 18 records here and he can't be expected to memorize that. Well, but he shouldn't be reading from the records. Okay. Would you please read your notes from that date and then I'll summarize it, So he was so he was naked. He had feces smeared on him. There was some brownish fluid from his mouth, and I was told he had been eating feces. But you did not see that. No, I did not see that. That's what I was told. But what I saw was that he was naked, and I saw the brown fluid coming out of his mouth, and he had feces on himself. Then I said I need to talk to him. So what they did was the officers practically carried him to a shower stall, and they hosed him down so that he could be cleaned up. Then they gave him a new suicide gown, and then they brought him into the nurse's office, which is very close there. It was a large room, which is mostly used as a storage room, but the nurse's office. So, but the nurse, her table was right there, and so I tried to assess him there. So let me ask you this: based on your observation of Mr. Allen on the day, did you draw a conclusion about his mental health that was different than how he appeared in January? Yeah, this was. And was your conclusion? The presentation was different. My conclusion at that point was that he was psychotic. Okay. And so, based on your conclusion, how did that impact your treatment of Mr. Allen from a medical standpoint? Okay, so now in order to treat the psychosis, I had to give him an antipsychotic. Okay, but in the process of interviewing him, I was looking for two things. Like I said before, we get informed consent forms signed by the patient. So in this case, in order to do that, I was looking for two things: insight and judgment. Now, when I talk about insight, what I mean is, does the person have a fair understanding of the reality of the situation? And when I say judgment, can he make the right decision, which is in his best interest, best medical interest? And in both cases, on both the issues, I found that his insight was deficient and his judgment was impaired. Okay, so I felt that he could not give consent, and I said, we have a backup system in the prison system now, how we can get patients, like when they are in such a situation, to give them medication over and above their objections. Oh, this is the forced ones. Oh boy. And that medication is it that you thought was appropriate at this point? Is it? Yeah, for Mr. Allen? So the medication that I chose, that I wanted to give him, was Haldol, which is an antipsychotic. And it has an advantage, the injection. Haldol comes in three forms. Comes in an oral, as a tablet or a capsule, which you can take by mouth. It comes as a short-acting injection, which has a very short half-life. And then it also comes as Haldol decanate, which is a long-acting preparation, which stays in the system for up to a month. So we give those shots once a month, So that's how we use Haldol. Okay, so since Mr. Allen was not considered able to consent to Haldol, what steps did you take in order to get him the medication you felt he needed? Okay, so what I did after that, after seeing him on the 13th of April, when I felt that he was not competent to give informed consent, I called up Dr. William Mays, who's the regional psychiatrist for Centurion for this region for the state of Indiana. And I explained to him my findings, and I said, we need to have an emergency meeting to see that we can give him involuntary medication. So we had an emergency meeting the very next day. In that meeting, I explained to the committee, which is a panel of two psychiatrists, including Dr. Mays and Dr. Stephen Bunner, and F.G. Waller, the psychologist who was at Westville. So these three agreed that he was psychotic, and because of his presentation, they said he could be given involuntary medication. And so that's how I started him on medication. Is there a particular form in the medical records that would reflect this meeting and meeting that you had in order to address medication needs. Yes, there is a report dated April 14th, 2023. You notice how this is 10 days after he's been put on suicide watch, and he's had like no contact, like been tortured and confessing. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th were all the confessions, and his room, his stuff was all over his room, his cell. That's the day after I saw him in that psychotic state. Okay, so there's a report there where we have, it's like the minutes for that meeting involving me explaining my findings, giving the diagnosis and the recommendation for those medications, because it's a long-acting medication. What might happen if he were not put on the medication? What other forms of treatment we were going to provide, like therapy and monitoring by medical and by nurses, etc., etc. And so what is the name of that form? Well, it's called, within the record, sorry to interrupt you, it's called the Report of Treatment Review Committee. It's dated April 14th, 2023. Okay, and so does the first page contain recommendations or information you would have provided to the committee? Yes. And then on page 2, does that include information about criteria that were met in order for Mr. Allen to receive the medication? Yes. At the top of that left form, there's a little box checked off. It says, treatment review commitment concurs with involuntary administration of psychotropic medication. And below that, there's a little panel which says basis for decision. And there, the criteria are documented for the reasons why he was put on medication. Okay, and so who would make the decision about what criteria was met in order for Mr. Allen to receive the Haldol? Was it a group decision? Yes, that's the panel, the 3 on that panel. So they're independent of me because I'm the treating physician and I'm presenting the case, and they're the ones who review the case, and they can ask questions, etc. But once everything's clarified, then they said, I agree, I agree, I agree. And then, okay, so then could you briefly describe the medication regimen that you ordered for Mr. Allen with regard to the Haldol? Okay, so now I'll describe it. I'll also give you reasons why I did that. Whenever, in his chart, it said objection, non-responsive. It said no. Sustained, sir, stop. This guy's in charge of giving him. Hold on 1 second. Sustained. Please describe for us the Haldol medication that you prescribe for him with specificity. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that he's not going to have any allergies or reactions to the medication. Okay. Now, just because it says that he's not allergic doesn't mean that he's not. Objection, non-responsive, allergic to Haldol. Sustained. He's not even answering the questions, right? So I, Mr. decided to give him a shot. Dr. Martin, dose of hell. This guy, fucking not even responding to Nick. He's like, hello, whoa. It's like, over here, dude. Hello, whoa. Look at this. This fucking guy's in charge of giving him Haldol. Forced Haldol injections. Dr. Martin, I have to direct your responses with questions, and you need to answer the question, just the question that I ask, okay? Okay, I'll try. So, you were explaining that you gave him short-acting Haldol. How many doses and with what frequency did he get short-acting Haldol? Okay, so Haldol lactate is the short-acting, injectable form. I gave him 5 milligrams of Haldol. Okay. By intramuscular once a day. The max dose is 100 milligrams. So he was getting a low dose, 5 milligrams. And how often? So he got that on the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. And did he have any reaction? So he didn't have any side effects, no reaction. So I said, okay, so now I can go ahead and give him the long-acting preparation. Because once it's in him, and he has a reaction, then, it's a problem. So this way, now I know that he's not having a reaction. He's not having side effects. So I asked for him to get 50 milligrams of Haldol decanate every 4 weeks. And that is the long acting. That's the long acting. Okay. The max dose of Haldol decanate is 450. So was his dose. So the dose he was getting relatively was small. But if you consider that medication is for 30 days, he's getting 50 milligrams. He's actually getting the equivalent or of less than 2 milligrams a day. Okay. This guy's nuts. Thank you. So this is less than what he was getting when I was trying out for side effects. And so at this point, then you need to monitor him to determine whether the medication is addressing the diagnosis of psychosis. Right. And so how frequently did you then see him after the long-acting Haldol? Okay, so I saw him on the 18th, which was a Tuesday. So the next time I saw him was on the 25th. And on the 18th, was the administration, the first administration? Yes, that's the day when he got the first dose. Okay. On that particular day, did he still present as psychotic? Yes. Okay. And you said the next time you saw him was April the 25th of 2023. On that particular day, did he still present as psychotic? Yes. However, there was some improvement. And how? What would you have observed that would indicate improvement? Okay. Ooh, what time is it? Sorry, guys. Shit. I gotta go throw my garbage out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Did the guy still get prison time for that? See, nobody's responding because that makes it kind of a weird question, right? Yeah, but why should he get any extra time for the death of that baby when she was about to go kill it, and even in a more sort of premeditated fashion? She knew that she was pregnant. The mugger punched her, didn't even know she was pregnant. She wasn't showing or anything like that. And it died, the baby, but the mother was literally, and then you know what the answer always is? It's a woman's right to choose. And that's where at that point, I just get really frustrated with the whole conversation and everything. Because you always wonder, why do people get, and then let's just say this, that same lady is 4 months pregnant, but the mugger decided not to attack her, and she went into the abortion clinic and got rid of the child. So where's the outrage? You know, like you were outraged. Everybody in the media, if you told this story about this lady that was 4 months pregnant, a mugger punched her in the stomach and she lost the kid, everybody would be outraged. Oh, throw.
And we're back. I won't continue playing that. Actually, I will. Give me 2 seconds. I ran out there. Just 2 seconds. I'm not going to play it all.
I'm in prison forever. But if you told the story, hey, this 4 month, same person and everything. She went into abortion clinic and aborted the 4-month-old child. Nobody blinks. Nobody cares. So the thing is why did you care so much about the baby when the mugger did it, but you don't care about it when the same lady went into the abortion clinic? See that? So that's where it's weird, and it's strange too, because I get it. I could see feeling that way. Oh yeah, she had an abortion. Okay. But the mugger, we're all angry. So what are you angry about? Are you angry at the life taken by the mugger? Or is it just that the mugger took away, what is it? So what are you angry about when the mugger did it? And why aren't you the same anger at the mother when she just went in and had it removed? You see what I'm saying? It's weird. It's a weird dynamic in thinking. That's where I can't overcome. Like, to me, it's just I can't make it make sense. And by the way, you guys, I know we're just talking about something random here, but I still need you guys' support for the channel, even if you don't agree with what the hell I'm saying. All right, we're like 50% of the goal tonight. So yeah, that's another thing too. It's like, each baby is just as much the man's as it is the woman's, even though she's the one that carries it and everything. So, like, let's say a man wants to have the child. Why doesn't he get to have any say in whether or not she has an abortion or not? Because it's her body, Gray. And there it is. It's like, wow. So he doesn't have, well, it is, Natalie. You can disagree all day.
That's enough. You know the rest. And let's get back. I gotta finish this one. This is horrible. Sorry about that. I just had to take my garbage out. Didn't want to miss it. It's freezing out. Holy fuck. Okay, so I will never do that again. Thank you for the trigger warning, Mimi. Sorry, guys. I should have played the other one. Oh well. If only I knew, which I did. So that was YouTube Bad Actors. I'll share the link in a bit. And so earlier on the 13th of April, he was at the height of his psychotic experience over the presentation. Is that based on your observations of him? Yeah, and it's documented in my notes. Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to shut it down, right? Because it's actually 8 o'clock. I thought I would get through this guy. I'll finish this tonight. All right, guys. Sound good? I know. Do you want to watch the rest of that video? Let me know. If even one person wants to watch it, or how about I just put the link in if you guys want? These guys are great. Get on over there to YouTube Bad Actors. All right. These are amazing people. What was the other one? Oh, Dave. Do I have Dave? Where's his? Oh, let me get his. I got it on the other screen here. I shouldn't have shut it down. I'll do some sharing of all these great people. You're welcome, Dee. I don't know. I could finish this guy, but boy, I really wanted to. If he would just stop jumping in, I might have done it, but I have a feeling he's going to annoy the shit out of me. I should mark this down. So, oh man, this guy's giving him injections. This guy's deciding he can't even shut his mouth to answer. He can't even let people finish questions. Wow. I'd like to see this guy. I'd like to see what this guy looks like. He doesn't sound like he should be making choices for anybody to have injections. So let me find it. History. I'm on another screen. Here he is. This guy. This is Mr. Owl. So go and watch this if you want a good show. Something else. If you want something different, this is his. And where is it? Okay, here. No, here in chat. This is Dave, Owl on the Prowl. And not last night, the night was it? It wasn't this show. It was the show, the previous show. We watched this show on my show, but this guy is great. So go on over there, watch that for today. If you want some true crime updates, everything that's recent. You know, he covers 15 to 20 minutes, 30 minutes on one case and moves on. Read the chat. Everyone was having fun in chat. This lovely Dee Dee is here. Who else was I going to share? Oh, yeah, I have it here. So I did the YouTube bad actors. Well, that'll be good enough for now. All right. I'll finish this guy up tonight. And what else we're going to do? Who's next? This is the guy we're doing now. So much more important. So then, man, I should have got this guy done. Should I finish it? Because if I don't, I got to finish this, guys, right? I can do it. I can do it. Here, let's watch the rest of this. And if I feel enthused, if I have a breath, I'm going to finish it. Because if it starts, I got to get this guy out. I got to get rid of this guy. I can't skip it. And I can't, because if we don't, is there more today? So no, this is what I did. Sorry. This guy's on on. Is this the last day? It's the last day, right? They're just closing arguments and that. I got to get this guy done. So I'm going to take a quick break and I'll get this guy.
You want, but it's just as much his as it is hers. Yeah, I mean, so the baby is just as much his. And so here's what's weird is like, let's say the woman doesn't want the baby, but he does. Like, he's like, I want to have the baby. I'll take care of it. And she doesn't want to, and she can just walk in and have an abortion. But then, let's say he doesn't want it, and then she wants it. He doesn't have any say in it at all. And then now she has a baby, and now you're required to pay child support for the next 18 years. Yeah, I mean, it just seems pretty bogus. Like, so I think men should have, I mean, most men would want to be part of the child's life, but there should be an option where a man can, he says, I don't want this child. I'll sign away all rights and he never gets to see it or anything like that. And I think that would make it fair. Like a legal, I don't know what you call it. Like it's not an abortion, but it's like he gives up his rights. And I think that would make it fair. Because I think a lot of women, there's women out there that have the baby knowing that they're going to get the monthly checks. Okay. And I think that would completely remove that as an option out there. You know, especially the ones that get and then I don't know what you would do with the welfare, how that would still work, but. And that's why there's murders that happen out there.
And we're back. That's enough. He's infuriated me enough. Let's do this for the people. Let's do it. I almost quit. I'm not gonna. This has to get done. Because this guy needs to get done with. So, is that based on your observations of him? Yeah. And it's documented in my notes. Okay. 13th of April, okay? So after that, he showed slight improvement when he got the short-acting medication when I saw him on the 18th. But I went ahead and started him on the long-acting medication on the 18th and on the 25th. There was improvement. Could you look at your notes for April 25th, 2023 and tell us in what aspects he was showing improvement? Okay. So one of the things was that when I saw him on the 25th, there was no evidence for him smearing himself with feces or eating feces. He recognized me. He was not talking much, so I would walk away, and then he'd say, "Doctor," and I'd go back and I'd try to talk to him at his cell door. He did that 3 times. He called out to me, "Doctor," 3 times. But he did not know the date. He did not know the date on that occasion, though he knew he was now in prison. So this is one of the things, wow, I was looking for. Is he oriented to person, place, time, and a situation? So in what aspects was he oriented? Man, this guy's innocent at this time. He's out of it. He's a zombie. He was oriented at least to person and to situation. He knew he was in prison, and then he started asking for a dry blanket. He is not very communicative, as I said, but he was asking for his wife. He was asking for the warden. He was chanting Delphi. He was asking for chocolates, Taco Bell. Well, I'm asking you. And so he was showing some improvement in his speech. Okay. And as far as coherence is concerned, okay. Looseness of associations, flight of ideas, tangentiality that he had displayed earlier on the 13th. Man, when he was at the height of his psychosis. So there was, this is just like 2 weeks after he's been put on suicide watch. They broke him. So, and at that time, he was also having hallucinations, because when I saw him, he was talking to, and that means he was responding to some voices that he was hearing in his head. But this time, I did not see that. Okay. So he was oriented to person, place, and situation. His memory did not seem to be affected. He was eating his meals. He seemed to be getting enough sleep. He was interested in his personal hygiene when asking for a shower and a haircut. But at the same time, though, he was wetting his suicide blanket. He was not smearing himself with feces or eating it, as he had been doing the previous week. So there was improvement. There was some sadness, but that was situational. Okay. But otherwise, there was a good amount of improvement in his presentation. And when you saw him next, on what date? The next time I saw him was on the 2nd. Boy, oh boy, this guy's wild. Well, I shouldn't have played that. I'm sorry. He's annoying, that guy, eh? He is. I won't play that one ever again. That's his views on that are crazy. Yeah, like as if raising a kid is some great easy thing to do. Like, oh, let's do it. Just get some money. These people, man. And then he's like, once he gets her pregnant, and he's got no say in it. Like, what? Just that everything he said there. No wonder he deleted that. Sorry, I shouldn't even have played that. I thought that would kind of fire me up, but it kind of almost depressed me. Let's do this. Then you saw him on what date? The next time I saw him was on the 2nd of May. And that's in 2023. And if you would review your notes so we can discuss that particular visit, and I want you to review it, and then we'll talk about it on this date. What did you observe about Mr. Allen? I skipped over him, almost interrupting twice. So on this date, what I observed was, he was lying on his mattress. When I called him, he came, covered himself with the suicide blanket because he had the suicide gown on, and he also had a suicide blanket, and he covered himself with two, but he wasn't coherent. There was no looseness of associations or flight of ideas. He denied auditory or visual hallucinations. There was no evidence that I could see of psychosis. Oh, okay. And then, when did you see him after May the 2nd? I beg your pardon? what was the next visit? Yeah, May the 2nd. After May 2nd, I'm sorry. Okay, so the next time I saw him was on May the 8th, which is about a week later. And what did you observe about Mr. Allen on that particular date? So here again, he was wearing the suicide gown. He was coherent. He spoke without any looseness of associations or flight of ideas. He denied auditory or visual hallucinations. He was oriented to person, place, and situation. I love how they use this to think everything's fine, right? He was a little sad, and the review of the logs showed that he was getting a reasonable amount of sleep, and he was eating his meals, though not all of them. And he had been going to meet with F.G. Walla for therapy sessions. He was not consistent in taking oral medication because I had added a little bit of Haldol because I wanted to get him stabilized quickly. I didn't know how long I was going to continue the oral medication, but I put him on a little bit, and I knew that he was not likely to take it, regularly. So I gave him a slightly higher dose than I would normally have done, but the doses were very low, really low, and he would take the medication, refuse it sometimes, and that's all recorded there in the Mars. And then I put down in my notes, he was much improved. Judge, same objection as before. This guy can't stop and does not appear to be. Sir, it's the same objection as earlier. Yeah, hold on. Reading from his notes. Please don't read from your notes. So on that day, again, when I saw him, he did not show any signs or symptoms of psychosis. Okay, and so the next visit then, Dr. Martin. Okay, the next visit is a week later. So now on, Dr. Martin, go ahead and read. This time, to summarize, summary is, again, he was not psychotic. Objection, non-responsive, overruled. Dr. Martin, will you read that note to yourself? Okay. And then I'll take it. All right. So we don't have objections. Fine. Okay. Okay. So this is wild. Hang on. Okay. What did you observe about Mr. Allen on that date? Okay. So on that day, there was no evidence of psychosis. Okay. And then this is two adults having a conversation. And one is about to put a guy away for 130 years. And the other one was fucking shooting somebody up with Haldol against their will. That was the 18th of May. Do you agree? November 25th, 23rd, 25th. Did I say 25th? 25th of April. We're still in April. Okay. Oh, yes, you are right. Would you agree? Yeah. It appears that the next record in your medical records is May 30th of 2023. Do you have any reason to doubt that? Yes. No. Okay. Take a look at that note and then give it back to me. I'm sorry. What day are we on? Excuse me. 30th of May. May 13th. Thank you. 30. Thank you. Okay. So, wow. On May 30th, what do you observe about Mr. Allen? So again, on that date, I did not find any evidence of psychosis. He was eating his meals. He was oriented to person, place, time, and situation. There was the speech. The speech was coherent. There was no auditory or visual hallucinations. He was going for therapy sessions. In fact, he was about to meet with F.G. Walla just a few minutes after I saw him. I think he may have spoken to his wife on the phone. I don't remember, but everything was fine. I mean, there was no evidence of psychosis. Okay. Now, the next record here is June 20th, 2023. So this from May, so if they don't see him again for like 12 or 14 days. 12 days at least. Will you review that one? Okay. How was Mr. Allen's mental health progressing on June 20th of 2023? Was there evidence of psychosis? Okay. So on June 20th, there was no evidence of psychosis. Okay. So he had not been psychotic for 7 weeks, starting from May 20th. And so that day, I decided I'm going to stop the medication. Yeah. It's like they had him in suicide watch for like a month or so. Month and 3 weeks almost. Month and 2 weeks. And so that day, I had decided I'm going to stop the medication. Was it? Now, he had received a shot 2 or 3 days before, but I wrote the order for him not to get any more injections. And so was the injection you described as being a very low dose? Were the subsequent injections also very low doses? The same dose, 15 milligrams IM every 4 weeks. Wow. This guy's wild. Oh my God. Yeah, dry blanket. Man. Okay. And on this particular, this guy can't even like control himself to answer questions. And okay. And on this particular day, was he able to communicate with you coherently and have a flight of ideas? Yes. So there was no evidence of psychosis. Like all this is on video, right? All the times he's saying there's no evidence of this and that, right? They should be able to match this up to say that, yeah, he looks, yeah, it's like we've tortured him now. We've got the confessions, we've got everything. Let's start getting him back ready for trial or whatever, or to talk to people again. His suicide watch would be over. His speech was coherent. There was no tangentiality. There was no flight of ideas. There was no evidence of any hallucinations or delusions. There was nothing that told me to think that he was still psychotic. They fixed him. That's what it is, right? He'd been free of psychosis for 7 weeks. And I said, now it's the time to stop the medication. So on the 20th of June, I stopped his medication. And was that something you would have communicated to him? I'm not sure. I mean, if I did not document it. What? So he doesn't even know. Oh my God. Or he doesn't remember if he told him that. Okay. Was there anything else of note that you documented on that day with regard to your conversation with Mr. Allen? That day, he said something to me. He had said these things to other people, but it was the first time he said it to me. And that day, I decided to take him off of medication because he was not psychotic. And when he was not psychotic, he was not under any pressure, no duress, spontaneously of his own free will. He said to me, I would like to apologize to the families of, oh, here's a confession to this guy. You know, his victims. He did not say the victims, but he said his victims. This fucking guy's been tortured and drugged by this guy, and he's able to take what he says as a confession. And so you documented that? Yeah, and I documented that. Okay, now after June 20th of 2023, you continued seeing Mr. Allen on a regular basis. Is that correct? Yeah, I continued seeing him, to continue him on the Prozac, but I had stopped the antipsychotic on the 20th because, like I said, from the 2nd of May, he had not been psychotic. May. Thought he said it was June 20th. Was it May 20th he stopped? After June 20th. May 20th. From May 2nd, he stopped with the... And What is the purpose of Haldol? Haldol is an antipsychotic. It's for treatment. Well, for lay people. Can you explain for us? Yes, okay. So I hope you can give me a few minutes. Well, I'm not sure we have a few minutes. Can we? Okay. The abbreviated, okay, version. Oh, I'll give you the abbreviated of the purpose of Haldol. I'll give you the abbreviated version, okay? The abbreviated version is this. When people have psychosis, some of the manifestations are the person might hear voices, okay? So we also describe the word psychosis by saying the person has, Judge, I'm going to object as non-responsive, poor contact with reality, sustained. Can you just focus on the effects of Haldol? That would be helpful in addressing Mr. Allen's symptoms. Yes, so like I said, psychosis is poor contact with reality. And the purpose of the antipsychotic is to get the person back so that he has contact with reality, okay? In other words, he's not hearing voices. He's not seeing things, but he's not delusional. His speech is coherent. His behavior is appropriate. And those are the symptoms that he had been exhibiting. And now I put him on the medication, and he is no longer exhibiting those symptoms. Oh boy. Like they cured him. They fixed him. Right? He's better. But I mean, they're the ones who got him like this. They broke him. Putting him in suicide watch. Okay. Now, we had other testimony that said that psychosis could come from a variety of factors. One might be abuse of illicit drugs. Was that present in Mr. Allen? No. I don't think that was, because he was in a secure facility. He was in a single cell, and anything that he received through the meal slot was being monitored. There was an officer sitting outside there watching what's going on. Okay. And so there was also testimony by another witness that a problem with current medication could cause psychosis. Was that a factor for Mr. Allen? No. The medication that he was on was an anti-judge. I'm going to object at this point. The judge. That assumes facts, not an evidence. That wasn't the testimony. Judge, sorry, go ahead. The question is based on a statement that if somebody else said that the medical problem could cause psychosis, and I think the discussion that related to was delirium. Sustained. Dr. Martin, would the medication of Prozac have played any role in Mr. Allen having psychosis? No. Would him refusing Prozac at any point have any role in his psychosis? No. And the Prozac, as it appears in the medication administration record, does it have another name that it appears as in the record? Yeah. So Prozac is the brand name. Fluoxetine is the generic name. So sometimes the nurses will write fluoxetine in the medical because the medication that they're getting from the pharmacy, the outside pharmacy that's supplying us, it's coming as fluoxetine, the generic form. But because that's cheaper than the brand name. Understood. Judge, I'll pass the witness. Would counsel approach? There's having a sidebar. I told you, this witness, I told you. Do you know how long Cross is going to take, considering he wants to just go on and on? Is this a good time for us to break for lunch? Probably. I think the jury's kind of ready to move on. I mean, I'm trying to get the hell out of here. No, we discussed this witness would. Yeah, this would be somewhat rough. Challenging? Yeah. You should have been at the depot. The deposition. You should have been at his deposition. Oh, no. Well, that's why I just wanted to assume we should break. I think this is a good spot. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I did my best. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rousey. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch break. It's almost 12:30. While you're outside the courtroom, this whole thing, don't deliberate, don't talk. Whatever. They're back. Jury's out. All right. Let's assume at 1:15, Jody, you can go off the record, back on the record. Oh my God. It's like only 45 minutes later. All right. We're back on the record. Mr. Rosie, are you ready with your cross? I am. Thank you. Looking forward to this. Miss Diener, are you ready? Yeah, so exciting. This guy's... All right, gentlemen. All rise. Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Rosie, cross. Dr. John Martin. This guy's out of it. Good afternoon, Dr. Martin. Good afternoon. Dr. Martin, you have no traditional bachelor's degree from an American university? Nope. And you obtained your medical degree in Mumbai, isn't that right? No, in Bengaluru. In Bangalore? Bengaluru. And you had many different jobs. You did have many different jobs in Florida during the first 10, 20, 30 years of your career, right? Yes, sir. You have to speak up a little bit. Yes, that's right. Even if I'm standing right here. That's right, yes. And those jobs involved you working for different counties, right? Like Broward County, Palm Beach County, Baker. Yes, sir. And involved you working in different facilities in those counties, right? That's right. You were terminated from a job in Florida, were you not? Yeah. And you were involved in some lawsuits surrounded around individuals who were solitarily confined when you were in Florida? No. You were testifying about that earlier when Miss Diener was asking you. Were you not? Yes or no? Could you repeat the question? The Osterbach case. Yeah, okay. A case that involved inmates in solitary confinement. Right. Yes or no? Yes. And Judge, may we have a sidebar? Sure. They're having a sidebar. Judge, this would not be the proper impeachment. The situation is separate from this case. Dr. Morton was not sued in that case. An employee of the DLC was. Inaudible addresses issues. Honestly, kind of like IPAS. But as an employee or contract employee for the Florida Department of Corrections. It's not all a policy determined by Dr. Martin, so I don't know how it's an impeachable subject matter because it appears to be in the form of the question. Well, the state brought up the issue of solitary confinement during his direct exam, and he testified. And it's directly related to the fact that he is familiar with the industry as it relates to solitary confinement and the circumstances, even the legal side of it. And what does this lawsuit have to do with anything? Well, I'm not asking him about the details. I'm just pointing out that he's been involved and he testified that. So he's familiar with that. He has knowledge of the case. Well, he testified to that. Yeah, that's all I'm asking. I'll move on. Okay. Move on, Mr. Rosie. Thank you. I took your deposition back in early October of this year. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Yes. And at that time, you acknowledged to me that it was very challenging to treat someone in solitary confinement, right? The patient? Yeah. And in 2022, when you were asked to go down to Westville, you were working at the state prison in Michigan City. Is that right? Correct. Yeah. And you were asked to go to Westville because there was a significant backlog in cases at Westville. That's right. You told me somewhere between 200 and maybe 250 inmates that were part of the backlog, right? Yes or no? Yes. Do you agree that the definition of serious mental health illness involves someone with a major psychiatric disorder, which would include schizophrenia, major depression, bipolar disorder, all those types of things? Correct. Judge, may I ask a preliminary question? Correct. He's still answering the questions after she does. You may. Dr. Martin, with regard to the DOC definition of serious mental illness, In 2022, 2023, are you familiar with the definition? Yes. The DOC definition? Not specifically, but in general. I agree that major diagnosis like Dr. Martin, I don't want you to answer that question. No, okay. Do you know where you are today? No, sorry. Scratch that. Do you know the DOC definition for serious mental illness effective in 2022 and 2023 as we sit here today? No. I would object to the question. He's already admitted that's part of his definition. I think it's a weight issue. Overruled. Did you tell me that the DOC's definition of serious mental illness was someone with a psychotic disorder, which would include schizophrenia, major depression, bipolar disorder, all those kinds of things? That's right. Do you disagree? Do you agree that solitary confinement of a human can be the cause for the onset of a mental illness? It can cause that, yeah. Do you agree that solitary confinement of a human can exacerbate an existing mental illness? I agree. Do you agree that at times during Mr. Allen's stay at Westville that he was in a state of psychosis? Yes, I agree. Hey, Pi, good morning. Bringing some fresh blood, fresh energy. Did you bring enough pie for the rest of the class? Awesome. Perfect. Oops. I'm going to get this done. Good morning, everyone. The show is about to begin right now. Do you agree that a human being in Mr. Allen's condition at Westville could move in and out of the states of psychosis over time? It's possible. You said that you had personal contact with Mr. Allen at Westville. Is that true? That's true. And would you acknowledge that you told me that contact occurred on 18 different occasions? Yes, roughly, right? Yeah, roughly. Between November of 22 and December of 2023. Correct. And the longest of those meetings was a half an hour, which was your assessment when you got there in November, right? Yeah, yes, that's right. And there were 2 officers present with you during that meeting? Yes. And there were other meetings with Mr. Allen that occurred at his door, at his cell door? Cell door, yes. So you were talking to him through the glass or through the crack, right, in the wall? Yes, yeah. And those meetings naturally would be much quicker than half an hour because you're not going to stand there and talk through the door. True. And I went through and counted. I kind of was just roughly counting. Well, is it accurate to say that between January 24th, 2023 and April 13th, 2023, that you had no contact with Mr. Allen? Yeah, because they took him off the suicide watch the end of December of 22 and put him back on suicide watch April 4th of 23. So those 3 months, nothing. That is true. And in fact, to the extent that he was suffering from any type of mental illness or mental health crisis, F.G. Wallace's notes would be a better source of information in that regard for that period, yeah. And you've acknowledged before that she's just in a better position to assess him overall mental health because she's the one that had the most contact with him. Depending, okay, it depends. I'm asking you if over the course of his stay at Westville, would you agree that she was in a better position to assess his mental health than any other doctors at that facility? Judge, I'd object. Asked and answered. He already said, was she in a better position to observe and assess? He said it depends. Sustained. I'll move on. Did you agree that when you did see him at the door, that it was typically just for a few minutes? Because that was another contact for you. That's right, yeah. Did you ever watch any incel video of Mr. Allen? Nope. Did you ever watch any camcorder videos of Mr. Allen? Nope. Did you describe Mr. Allen on April 13th, 2023 as very psychotic at that time? Yes, I did. Like, so he for January, February, and March, nothing. He's fine. Like, they're not seeing him because he's not on suicide watch or anything. And then April 4th, he's put on suicide watch, and then he's psychotic by the 14th, 13th. The same thing on May 13th. Objection, Judge. Did you May 13th? Does he have a record from May 13th? Are you asking me? No, I'm asking Mr. Rosie if there's one in the documents that Dr. Martin had an opportunity to review. I'm asking him a question. I'm not sure what the objection is. That there's no record. That was the objection. He's going to answer. They're arguing and he's got to jump in. I don't think I saw him that day. So, sustained if there's no record. Did you tell me that on April 13th that you got a call and you were notified that April? Yes, April 13th. Okay, I apologize. So you said you administered Haldol 3 different times, 3 different forms. Is that right? No. Yes. You said there were 3 different kinds. There are 3 different kinds, and he was given all 3 different types. For those, the lactate short-term administration occurred in April, right? April 14th, 15th, and 16th, and 17th. 5 of them? No, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. Okay, 4 days. And then you gave him a 30-day shot on April, on or about April 18th, and then another one on or about May the 18th. Yeah, okay. And then another one on or about June 15th, 16th, I think. And you only administer antipsychotics to somebody who is psychotic, right? Yeah, let me take that back. There's no question. Do you agree that Mr. Allen suffered from major depressive disorder? Yes, he did. And do you agree, or is it accurate there are circumstances that people like Mr. Allen deal with in prison that can exacerbate those symptoms? Yes, I agree. And one of those would be one of those would be being separated from outside family members. I agree. And one of those would be someone believing that they are being unfairly incarcerated or held. I agree. And one of those might be treatment from other inmates. Well, the way the others were dealing with him, yes, yeah. Mr. Allen complained of those things from time to time. Yes, yeah. There was some references in your notes that you questioned Mr. Allen's behaviors and the timing of his meeting with his lawyers. Do you recognize that general comment? Could you repeat the question? Objection, Judge. It's outside of direct. Sustained. Did you report in any of your records that you were concerned about Mr. Allen having a meeting with his lawyers? Yes, I did. And you don't have any idea what his lawyers talked to him about during that meeting, do you? No. So any opinion you would generate in that regard would be pure speculation. Pure speculation. I agree. You did report that he was engaging in paranoia because he thought that his lawyers were cops at one point. Yes or no? That is what he reported to F.G. Walla, which she told me about, that he thought that one of his lawyers was a good cop and the one is a bad cop. So he was paranoid about them because he didn't feel that they were, working in his best interest. Judge, I would object at this point that the response calls for hearsay. Sustained. Rick Allen's weight loss was significant to you? Yes. 50 pounds over the time that he was there? Yeah, 45. And you said that's not normal, is it? That is not normal. People tend to actually gain weight in those circumstances. Usually. You've never treated a pretrial detainee. Objection to the form of the question. Judge, he's inserting his own opinion that he's never treated someone in a particular circumstance. I think that would have to come from the witness. I'll rephrase it. Sustained. Thank you. Have you ever treated a pretrial detainee without a criminal history in a prison in your entire professional career? In prison? Yeah. Or in jail? In prison. In prison? Yes. Okay. Do you recall me asking you questions of this nature back on October 4th? Yes. Give me 1 second. Would it help to review your transcript? To review your recollection of that conversation? I can. I don't mind looking at it, but I can answer without looking at it too. Judge, may I approach? Judge, I'm going to object to the question as not being relevant to Mr. Allen and his situation. How is it relevant? It's relevant because it has a tendency to prove that Mr. Allen's treatment was like any inmate that he has ever dealt with over the course of his 30 years. That's not what he testified to. He said yes, he has treated pretrial detainees. I was going to impeach him with his statement. That's not what he told me in October. Oh, so this is for impeachment? Impeachment purposes. Thank you. May I? Oh, okay. Handing you a copy of your deposition from October the 2nd, 2024. Man, I should read that deposition. Oh, he probably said some wild stuff. I should remember that. It's got to be something I got to look up after. October the 2nd, 2024 deposition of this idiot. Okay. Will you take a look at that, Dr. Martin? Specifically page 55, line 17 through 23. Just read those. You don't have to comment. Just read them and let me know when you've read those. Read that question or read that text. And then I'll ask you to read on page 56, line 6 through 22. I'm just asking you to read those. Just let me know when you've read them. Oh my God. This guy can't even answer questions, let alone, this is going to be wild. Yeah, I read them. I read two-part question. You've never treated a pre-detainee without a criminal history at Westville, have you? Up until Mr. Allen. Judge, I'm going to object. The first question was in a prison setting, and now he's saying in WCU. Sustained. Okay, we'll do it backwards. And Judge, I'd like to renew my objection. I still would question the relevance of this line of questioning because Mr. Allen is in safekeeping pursuant to court order, and so none of these witnesses have any say about his status. Is it in that regard? And so their opinions as to whether it's fair or unfair is really irrelevant to this case. Judge, I think the information that's been extracted from the witness's testimony is that solitary confinement is damaging to someone's brain. And Mr. Allen was in a situation that no other inmate at this facility has ever been in, I think. Then let's limit it to Mr. Allen, shall we? Sustained. Okay. Okay. Was Mr. Allen's situation unique to you in terms of his detention? Relatively speaking, yeah. It was unique compared to other inmates at the Westville. May I have that earlier? Thank you for that. You testified that you were working from both an office at ISP, at the state prison in Michigan City, and at Westville at times, right? With regard to the inmates who were at Westville. Yes. Yes. And so you were actually conducting business, if you will, from a computer at ISP, but dealing with inmates at Westville, correct? Correct. And part of that was you were authorizing the administration of meds, despite the fact that you weren't on site with the patients at that time. Is that objection, Judge? There's a lot of testimony in that question, and again, I would ask the testimony come from the witness. I understand it's cross, but it's excessive. Sustained. Were you administering meds from a desk at Michigan City to inmates at Westville? Yes, on one occasion I think I did. You mentioned earlier that Mr. Allen was identified as a safekeeper, right? Yes, and your job, you had a particular job because of that business designation, correct? Yes. I need a drink. Have I missed anyone? Dewey's back. Look at this guy. What? Let's do this. I'm getting this done. Are you aware of any specific reason why he was identified as a safekeeper? To the best of my knowledge, he was not. Judge, may I ask a preliminary question? Yes, you may. Dr. Martin, are you involved in the classification of inmates and whether they are placed in safekeeping or not? No, certainly not. I would object to the question. Judge, earlier he rendered an opinion in his testimony that he was under the assumption that Mr. Allen was there was a threat to safety. So I'm just asking that his facts are to support that opinion. That's not the question that you asked. May I ask a different question? Yes, but I would sustain. What facts are you aware of that Mr. Allen was a threat to his own safety before he was taken to Westville? I was not aware of him being a threat to himself. What facts are you aware of that somebody else was a threat to Mr. Allen's safety before he was taken to Westville? I was not aware of someone being a threat to him, but in general, somebody thought that he was potentially in danger. Objection, Judge. Speculation. Sustained. I'll move on. When you met with Mr. Allen in November of 2022, he did not have lawyers, did he? He did not have lawyers assigned. I don't know. Did you ask? No. Your initial meeting with Richard Allen is it true? Strike that. Is it true in November of 2022 when you met with him that you conducted an interview? That's right. It wasn't a formal psychiatric assessment, was it? What date? In November of 2022. November, yes. And so any background information that you would have gathered from him basically was during that particular session, right? No. Did you gather background information? I got some background information before I met him. Okay. Though that was available through what was available in the chart. Okay. So it was in the electronic chart, so I had access to information based on his interactions with people at the reception center before he got transferred to Westville. Okay. In your November 29th, 2022 medication and or psychotherapy report, did you report that Mr. Allen had used alcohol socially? Can I look at my chart? Would it help to refresh your memory? Yes. Let me just open it for you, directing your attention to 11/29/22 report, specifically the second page at the bottom, the fourth to the last line. Do you see that? Yes. Is that what he reported to you? Yes. Thank you. Earlier, you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was a difference between being solitarily confined and being in a one-man cell, right? Physically, it's the same thing. Okay. The point I was trying to make was the solitary confinement has a punitive connotation, even though you are using the same cell. Mr. Allen had not done anything wrong while he was in prison, which would be even more confusing for somebody to be solitarily confined if they hadn't done something wrong, correct? I agree. Okay. All right. And you said earlier, strike that. You testified earlier that you were trying to do whatever you could to make him more comfortable. Is that what you said? Yes. You acknowledge that the circumstances in which he was enduring would have been extremely uncomfortable. I would not use extremely. Okay. It was uncomfortable. Okay. So you were just trying to make him less uncomfortable? We were trying, the whole team, the whole prison system, starting from the warden. Everyone who was involved with him We were trying to make sure that he was more Warden Gallipoo? Warden Gallipoo. All right. He was making sure Rick Allen was comfortable. Mr. Gallipoo, Dr. Dwenger, F.G. Walla, the assistant warden, Elise Gallagher, I think the lawyer for the Department of Corrections. We were having frequent meetings to see how he can be made more comfortable in the situation, given the situation in which he was. But these are your MPT meetings, team meetings. Yes, yeah. But some of these psychiatrists, did you mention Mays earlier? I think. Is that one of them? Dr. Mays was the regional psychiatrist at the time for the region. Bonner or something, I thought you said. Dr. Steve Bonner was one of the psychiatrists in another facility. Were you ever present when Dr. Mays interacted with Rick Allen personally? Nope. Were you ever present when Dr. Bonner or Mr. Bonner interacted with Rick Allen personally? Nope. Were they? No, they did not. Were those people even on site at Westville? No, they were not on site. Now, you testified earlier that because Mr. Allen was a safekeeper, your job was just to keep him alive, right? Well, is that what you said? Not my job. It was the job of the institution, of the Department of Corrections. That's why he had been entrusted to the care of the Department of Corrections. That was the standard? Because that was my understanding, that he was not safe in the county jail, wherever he was. And so they had to transfer him to the department, care of the custody of the Department of Corrections. And they designated him to be housed at Westville. Keep him alive? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Now, earlier, you testified from your medication management notes on June the 20th, 2023, that Mr. Allen was oriented to person, place, and time, coherent, lucid, those kind of things. I bet you they're going to have a video of this time to prove otherwise, right? Can I look at my notes? You may, yeah. Yeah, June 20th. Yeah. 2023. Yes. That's what your testimony was, right? Yes, he was. That's the day you reported that he told you he wanted to apologize to the families. Yes. Doctor, earlier in this trial, there was admitted into evidence Exhibit D, a video from the Indiana Department of Corrections, Westville, on June 20th, 2023 at 10:52 a.m. I'd like to play the video for you, and then I have a few questions for you. June 20th? Okay. June 20th, 2023 at 10:52. May I turn the TV, Your Honor, and publish it to the witness? Yeah, so he can see the video. Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Rosie. Yes. Can I see the exhibit and verify that it's from that date? Yeah, sure. Here's the triple B. That's the master list. It's the last page. And which one are you going to? June 20th, 2023. Can we have just a moment, Judge? Yeah. Mr. Rosie, is this the court's copy? Yes. Okay, thank you, Judge. May I publish, Judge? Yes, you may. Specifically 12:30 to 2100 on the video. Are we going to play the whole 20 minutes? No, I just said 12:30 to 2100. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you said 10:52. Well, that was the reference to the video on the master list. Is that it started at 10:52 a.m. I'm going to play 12:30 to 21, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Was that published to the jury? To 21 minutes. Had that been published to the jury? Yeah, the whole thing was. We showed the whole thing. Well, did you show the whole video on that one? Or is that one you skipped through? Mr. Rosie. That was one that we skipped through. That was one that was skipped through. according to Jody's notes. I'm sorry? That's one that you skipped through, according to Jody's notes. May I publish the 12:30 to 21 minutes? It's been admitted. Well, I understand, but it's fine. But this may or may not have been published to the jury previously. You don't know? Well, I know the video in various parts was. We did speed up a few occasions just so we could move through it. And could you please clear your screen of all of the extraneous information on the bottom? You see the screen, Dr. Martin? Judge, is there a limit on how much of this we are going to show? I think there's been enough for the witness to see Mr. Allen's behavior. Judge, oh my God. And this has been shown to the jury already. I asked to publish up to 21 minutes. I think 8 minutes is a reasonable time. It's a long video. I think that's a fair representation of his circumstances, so I can question Dr. Martin. Thank you. I'm sorry. Would counsel approach, please? Could you stop that? They're having a sidebar. What's he looking for? There's only 32 seconds left. I think we're done. Sidebar's over. Having been told that the video was from June 20th of 2023, was at the same time Richard Allen that you said was oriented to person, place, time of day, and situation? Yes. I have no further question. Miss Diener. Doctor, the interaction that you had with Mr. Allen, either at his cell or in the medical room, may or may not have been recorded. Is that correct? I beg your pardon. The interactions you would have with Mr. Allen at his cell, would those be recorded? Did staff follow you there and record your conversation? Oh boy. Let's do this. Can I have a look at my chart notes? My notes? Sure. Take your time. Okay. So can I have it? So where did your conversations with him occur on June 20th? It was an interview cell outside his housing. Okay. And so would that indicate that you spent a little more or less time with him than if you were at his door? Did I switch over? This is Rosie, right? No, Diener. Yeah, I did switch over. And on that day, did he communicate with you? Yes, he did. And would he need to communicate with you in order for you to have an opinion that he was oriented to person, place, and time of day and situation? Yes. And so that involved you asking him questions and him providing a response. Yes. And so on that particular day, you document that he made a statement to you about wanting to apologize to families of his victims, correct? Yeah. Yes. Did you ask him? No. That statement? No. That was spontaneous on his part. It was, of his own volition. Okay. When you met with him in an interview cell, who else is in there with you? In an interview, usually there are 1 or 2 officers. Do you know if it's this particular interaction between you and he was recorded on this day? If you know, it's okay if you don't. I don't remember. All I remember is that whenever he was moved from his cell or taken out of his cell, there was a videotape. He was being recorded. Okay. So he might have been recorded moving, but brought from his cell to the room where medical doctors and nurse practitioners do the assessments and where I would do my assessments. Okay. So would that be similar to when he would go for a vitals check? Would they do it in the room you're referring to? Not necessarily. They might do it just near the cell side. But if they were doing it out of cell, because it is it? No, because it is laborious. It's a time-consuming process and involving officers, etc., to move him and then move him back. So sometimes they might do it just cell side. Get him out of the cell, get his vitals, and put him back. Okay, so let's talk about June 20th through, though, of 2023. You indicate on here that he was interviewed in an interview cell. Right, and it also makes reference that he was going to meet with F.G. Walla in a few minutes, correct? So would that indicate to you that he had already been moved either for you or F.G. Walla? Yes. Okay. And so was your interaction with him very different from the interaction you saw in the video? Yes. Yeah. And you can't explain why that is different, correct? Oh, yeah. So he was nuts on the video, and yet he was perfectly fine to this guy. Because if they got away with it, nobody would have saw that video, and they would have just took his word. I mean, you don't know why he's acting different there, do you? You don't want me to speculate now. I'm going to object to the form of the question. Can you? I'll rephrase. This is rephrase. Redirect. I'll rephrase. Thank you. Oh boy. Do you have any explanation for why his behavior in that video shown to you would be different from his behavior when you met with him? You want me to speculate on that? No, I don't want you to speculate. Do you have any explanation? No explanation. Does seeing that make you believe that your observations were incorrect on June 20th? Nope. Does it make you question your own record about what he said to you on June 20th? No. At the time when you met with him? Not at all. Not at all. When you first met with, you were asked by Mr. Rosie if when you first met with Richard Allen, did he have existing depression and anxiety, correct? Yes. Okay. And so would that be considered a baseline condition for Mr. Allen when I saw him, just like in general? Yeah. When I saw him, I considered that as the baseline as far as I was concerned. Okay. And so you were treating him. At one point, then, you see the need for medication for psychosis, correct? Correct. And then you discontinue medication. Does Mr. Allen return to his baseline while in your care? Yes, as of the 20th, as of the 2nd of May. Okay, May of 2023? Yeah, May 20th, May 2nd of 2023. As far as his psychosis was concerned, and as far as the depression was concerned, he was back at baseline. You indicated that he was no longer psychotic on May 2nd of 2023, yet his medication for Haldol continued. Can you explain why? Okay, so the reason why, brief answer. Yes, so I want to make sure that that there isn't a recurrence, because illnesses have exacerbations and remissions, okay? So I want to make sure that there wasn't any of that happening. And so I kept observing him. And for 7 weeks, there was no evidence of psychosis. And after he started the Haldol, and you were visiting with him with the frequency you've already testified to, were you ever contacted by staff that he was in a psychotic state that needed your immediate attention? Objection. Calls for hearsay. No, I said, was he ever contacted to address a psychotic state? Sustained. That is hearsay. Okay, thank you. Did you ever need to come to the facility to see Mr. Allen like you did on April 13th of 2023? Nope. No other questions, Judge. Mr. Rosie. Crossed by Rosie. You said that when you talked to him on June 20th, he was spontaneous. He communicated to you spontaneously, right? June 20th? Yeah. Did you see anything in that video that suggested that he was able to communicate spontaneous? Did you see anything in the video that he could? Yeah. There's nothing there that he couldn't. Did you see anything that suggested he could? Objection, Judge. Asked and answered. No. Sustained. Does the video make you question your assessment that Mr. Allen was no longer in a state of psychosis on June 20th, 2023? Yes, it does. See, he sees the video and thinks, oh, how could I have said that? Like he's admitting he's wrong. Man, I have nothing further. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Dr. Martin? Thank you. Would counsel approach? They're having a sidebar. Questions. These are jury questions in a sidebar. So no answers, just to see if they like them or not. Question 1. Did the oral Haldol continue to be part of Mr. Allen's medications after June 20th, 23? She said oral? Oral. The question was oral? Mm-hmm. Oral. Continued to be part of. I don't think he ever said he administered oral. He did. Other than the first day. It's in the record. Okay, that's fine. I just wondered if it's consistent with his testimony. Yeah. Okay. He said he did. Okay. What time did you meet with Mr. Allen on June 20th, 2023? That's fine. Based on the video you saw from June 20th, 2023, would his presentation be consistent with feigning? Good question. Good question there. Is it possible for Mr. Allen to slip in and out of psychosis in a 24-hour period? That's fine. So when we're done with him, are you done with your rebuttal? And do you have Sir rebuttal? Ooh. I doubt it. But if I could just check. Okay. That I do or I don't. But I don't think so. Jury questions. Number 1. By go. Doctor, did the oral Haldol continue to be part of Mr. Allen's medications after June 20th, 23? I'd have to look at my notes. He would need to look at his notes. Do you want to see the medication record? Yeah, I'll get that. Your Honor, from what date to what date? Did the oral Haldol continue to be part of his medication after June 20th, 2023? Yes. Any follow-up, Miss? He said yes? Yes. He said yes? He said yes. Thank you. Miss Diener? No question. Mr. Rotzi? No questions. Next question. What time did you meet with Mr. Allen on June 20th, 2023? I don't remember. It was early in the morning. Early in the morning? Yeah. Okay. So I usually go there somewhere around 6, maybe around that time. 6:37. And I see people that I'm supposed to see in that building before I start seeing people on the compound, because the people in the compound have gone for breakfast. And it takes some time for them to start coming out from different dorms. Okay, Miss Diener? No other questions. Mr. Rotzi? No questions. Based on the video you saw today, referring to the June 20th, 2023, could his presentation be consistent with feigning? No, I don't think so. Okay, Miss Diener. So follow up by Diener. Was there anything about his behavior that would be indicative of psychosis? No. Thank you. That's all. Mr. Rotzi, I have no questions. I'm sorry. Questions of the jury read by the court. Is it possible for Mr. Allen to slip in and out of psychosis in a 24-hour period? Yeah. Okay, Miss Diener. No questions. Mr. Rotzi. No questions. All right. Thank you, doctor. You may step your ass down. Oh, thank you. And I'll take those. I think these are the exhibits, are they not? Yes, if I could have those. Okay, Mr. Bossman McLeland. Judge, the state has no other rebuttal witnesses. Mr. Rotzi, the defense has no rebuttal. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard all the evidence in this case. As I told you some weeks ago, the next step in the proceedings is argument and instruction, after which you will retire to deliberate. The attorneys and I have a couple of housekeeping matters that we need to attend to. and I'd like to give them the opportunity to have some time to get prepared for final arguments. So we are going to call it a day. While you are on your own business and now the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, please remember that I told you about not talking with family or not talking about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, since you will be under the supervision or with of the bailiffs. Have a safe and peaceful afternoon and evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for final argument. Gentlemen, all rise. So 216. You may be seated. I did receive, Mr. Rosie, your proposed jury instruction. It looks like you also sent that to the state. Have you had the opportunity to review the proposed jury instructions? Judge, yes, I have. And, well, go ahead, Mr. Rosie, on your instructions. Judge, I offered up that instruction. I think obviously it goes to the issue of the jury being the credibility of the statements made by Mr. Allen. I understand, first of all, that language is pulled straight from the Stanger case. I thought that was the name. I think I cited that at the bottom of the instruction. And I understand there's another instruction. One of the patterns is that the jury is to determine the credibility of the witnesses. But in this case, because we have this unique circumstance that involves these incriminating statements and that there is a case law that discusses the two-part test, the first part of which we've already been through, I do think it's appropriate that the defense be able to, I guess you could use the word highlight or place emphasis, maybe is a better phrase, or in the jury's task with regard to dealing. I got to tell you what's happening. I'll finish this. It's driving me nuts. One sec. With these incriminating statements. So that's what I'm asking the court to do. Thank you. 1 second. I need a second. It wouldn't let me scroll down. It was driving me nuts. Like it was stopped. There was no more pages. And I was spinning my wheel and I was like, I don't like reading when it's down this low. It was making me bonkers. Like I couldn't go down farther. What a way to end. Oh my God, I've gone delirious. Oh my God, I'm shutting her down, guys. Thank you, guys. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that was wild. I couldn't get it to fucking go because it won't. There's no more to roll. It was driving me so bonkers. Okay, guys, have a great day. I'll recover, and oh my God, I'm so glad I got that over with. All right, guys, have a wonderful day. Thank you for being here. And I'll do the official goodbye. I didn't steal it from Fishy or anybody, so I like to say this. Bye.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low 5. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.